Chapter 451. The Stiff Little Rookie. The second afternoon class began shortly after. The Department of Finance, Class 113, was taught by Liu Yue. When the bell rang, students were still buzzing about the masquerade party scheduled for the day after tomorrow. When Liu Yue walked into the classroom, many had not even taken their seats. They had briefly forgotten this was Liu Yue's class. Seeing her, they scrambled back to their desks in a hurry. During the very first session of the term, Liu Yue had laid down the law. Silence was expected as soon as the bell rang. No noise, no exceptions. The current chaos was a direct violation of her rules. However, to everyone's surprise, Liu Yue showed no signs of anger. Instead, a light smile played on her lips. She simply motioned for everyone to sit and began the lecture. The students exchanged puzzled glances. Only Wang Haoran knew the real reason for her good mood. A happy event was on the horizon, and the anticipation was refreshing. Liu Yue was practically glowing. A vibration hummed against his leg. Wang Haoran pulled out his phone to find a message from Yu Shiqing. "Are you going to the masquerade the day after tomorrow?" Wang Haoran typed back, "Go." "Then I'll go too," Yu Shiqing replied. "What do you think I should dress up as? Give me a suggestion. How about a bunny? You like little rabbits? Well, I'll play the little rabbit. What about you? What will you be?" "A carrot," Wang Haoran sent. "A carrot? Little rabbits eat carrots." "A carrot seems too strange," Yu Shiqing messaged back. "It doesn't match your temperament at all." Watching the message bubble pop up, Wang Haoran realized Yu Shiqing was far too innocent. The double meaning sailed right over her head. She wasn't like when Jing or Mu Zhaozhao. When Jing would have understood in seconds, and Mu Zhaozhao would have caught on after only a beat or two. "Just kidding," Wang Haoran replied. "I don't know what I'm going as yet. Let's talk later." Once the afternoon classes concluded, Wang Haoran received a call from Chu Qianwei inviting him to dinner. He agreed immediately and prepared to head toward Liu Yue's villa, but Qin Yunhan and Sun Muian intercepted him before he could make it very far. Feeling helpless, Wang Haoran followed the two girls to a restaurant near the school. Throughout the meal, the conversation naturally turned to the masquerade. They asked if he was attending, and once he confirmed, they badgered him for costume advice. Having dealt with this twice already, Wang Haoran gave the same suggestion. When the topic of little rabbits and carrots came up, Qin Yunhan and Wen Jing, who was also present, understood the joke instantly. Sun Muian sat stunned for a moment, her face eventually flushing a deep crimson once Qin Yunhan whispered a hint. After dinner, Qin Yunhan suggested a few rounds of an online shooter, while Sun Muian proposed playing King of Glory. Although Wang Haoran had a dinner engagement at the villa, mobile gaming had no location limits. He promised to play with them. With the plan settled, Wang Haoran finally made his way to Liu Yue's villa. By then, night had fallen. He reached the front door and pressed the bell. Tan Taiyu opened the door. "Hello, sister," Wang Haoran greeted her kindly. Tan Taiyu looked at him with a strange expression. Looking at his calm face, it seemed as though he had completely forgotten the awkwardness of a few days ago. Seeing him so relaxed helped the lingering embarrassment in her own heart subside. "Come in." She led him into the main hall. Liu Yue was positioned on a yoga mat, eyes fixed on a tutorial playing on the wall-mounted TV. She was practicing with intense focus. Compared to the afternoon, her appearance had shifted. Her hair, which had been tied in a neat black ponytail, now flowed down in light brown, wavy curls. Clearly, she had rushed to a stylist immediately after class. She looked more charming, more sophisticated. These changes were a clear sign she was taking this online meeting very seriously. Wang Haoran's anticipation grew. He couldn't wait to see her reaction when she finally realized the identity of her surprise. "Fifth sister, is the new hairstyle for a reason?" Wang Haoran teased. "What else? Do you have any idea how much I paid for this?" Liu Yue replied, never breaking her yoga pose. "How much?" "8. I won't tell you." Liu Yue bit her tongue. If the price got back to her husband, he might think she was a spendthrift. She wanted to maintain a perfect impression. "Your yoga moves aren't standard." Wang Haoran leaned back on the sofa, glancing between the TV and her form. "I'm a novice. I've never done this before," Liu Yue grunted. "Being able to do this much is already pretty good. Why the sudden interest in yoga anyway?" Wang Haoran knew the answer, but he kept his voice innocent. "No reason. I just felt like practicing," she said vaguely. "Is that really it?" Wang Haoran gave her a narrow, knowing look. Liu Yue shifted positions, turning her head to catch his eye. A flash of guilt crossed her face, replaced instantly by a serious mask. "Know your place, junior. I'm your elder. Juniors shouldn't pry into the business of their elders, you know? Ask again and I'll knock you on the head." She raised a hand in a mock-threatening gesture. Wang Haoran stayed silent, a hidden smile playing on his lips. She could be proud for now. The day after tomorrow would be a different story. He wondered if she would still be able to strike those poses then. After letting him in, Tan Taiyu headed to the kitchen. Everyone except Liu Yue was busy cooking, each trying to showcase their domestic skills. Wang Haoran figured Qin Yunhan and Sun Muian had returned to their dorms, so he pulled out his phone and logged into his gaming account. Qin Yunhan was already online. As soon as she saw him, she fired off a team invitation. He clicked accept. There were only 3 of them in the lobby, one short of a full squad. Afraid Wang Haoran might log off if they waited too long, Qin Yunhan started the matchmaking process immediately. A random player filled the final slot. When Wang Haoran saw the ID, he froze. It was Little Rookie. This was Xiao Ye's account, the one tied to the live broadcast system. Is Zhang Jiaoxuan being lazy? Wang Haoran muttered. The game transitioned to the skydiving screen. Little Rookie followed Wang Haoran and Qin Yunhan's team to the drop zone, but the moment they hit the ground, the character remained motionless. Ding. The host manipulated events behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Xiao Ye to be electrocuted. Gained 1,300 villain points. Xiao Ye's protagonist Halo, -65. Host's villain Halo +65. Ding. The electric shock was so severe it caused neurological damage. Xiao Ye's intelligence has been significantly reduced. He has lost his status as a protagonist. Chapter 452. The Masquerade. Wang Haoran navigated his game character through the cluttered rooms of a digital house, scavenging for loot, when two system notifications flashed across his vision. He froze, his thumbs hovering over the screen. It appeared Zhang Jiaoxuan hadn't been lazy at all. He had been busy making a decisive move. The luck of the protagonist, Xiao Ye, had finally been drained to the very last drop. A few moments later, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Wang Haoran stood and retreated to the privacy of his guest room to answer. Back in the villa's main hall, Liu Yue remained completely absorbed in her yoga practice, her body twisting into a difficult pose, oblivious to his departure. Honored lord, the job is done. But Xiao Ye seems to have become demented. What are your orders? Zhang Jiaoxuan's voice crackled through the receiver, reporting with a hint of uncertainty. If he is demented, let him be. Don't worry about him anymore. I have a new task for you. Wang Haoran felt a surge of satisfaction. During the period Zhang Jiaoxuan spent monitoring and sabotaging Xiao Ye's live broadcasts, the protagonist had served as a gold mine for villain points and Halo energy. He had squeezed the lemon dry. If Zhang Jiaoxuan hadn't called, Wang Haoran would have reached out to him regardless. Is this mission a long one? Zhang Jiaoxuan dared not disobey, but he sounded curious about the scale of the next assignment. Not at all. It can be handled quickly, Wang Haoran replied. Please, tell me what you need. Tell me, during your time in seclusion, did you ever engage in robbery or other predatory acts? Wang Haoran asked, prioritizing caution before giving the order. Money was never an issue until I met you. I never had a need to steal. However, Zhang Jiaoxuan's voice took on a dark confidence. I have quite a bit of experience when it comes to taking women by force. Wang Haoran narrowed his eyes. The man truly lived up to his role as a villain. He had clearly committed a laundry list of atrocities in his past. Yet, since Zhang Jiaoxuan currently lacked his manly power, he was physically incapable of repeating those specific crimes. In a strange, twisted way, Wang Haoran realized he had technically done the world a favor. He pushed the thought aside and lowered his voice to relay the plan. The night after tomorrow, you will. Zhang Jiaoxuan listened intently, committing every detail to memory. Once the call ended, Wang Haoran immediately dialed the three Liu brothers. He instructed Liu Hua, Liu Ming, and Wei Zhihang to head to Qingling University to seed a specific rumor. They were to spread word of a dangerous, outlaw madman stalking the perimeter of the campus, a predator specifically targeting beautiful women walking alone at night. By the time Wang Haoran returned to the living room, his game character had already been eliminated, reduced to a wooden loot box on the screen. Qin Yunhan didn't miss a beat. She quit the match instantly and sent a fresh invite to regroup. With no further distractions, Wang Haoran displayed his full skill, dominating the map and leading Qin Yunhan to a decisive victory. After a quick farewell to her, he switched apps from the shooter to King of Glory. He sent a quick message to Sum Lian, telling her to invite him once her current match ended. She was too impatient to wait, however, and abandoned her game immediately to team up with him. As the gaming session wound down, the smell of food wafted through the villa. Wang Haoran had already eaten with the girls earlier, but Chu Qianwei had clearly put her heart into this meal. He couldn't bear to let her efforts go to waste. He sat for a second dinner, deliberately drinking several glasses of red wine. When the meal ended, Wang Haoran stood up with an erratic sway, feigning a drunken stumble. He made a move to leave, but a worried Chu Qianwei insisted he stay the night. He accepted with practiced ease and retired to the guest room. The night was still young. Wang Haoran spent another hour or two playing games with Qin Yunhan and Sum Lian until the world outside fell into a deep, silent slumber. Insomnia. The message from Chu Qianwei popped up on his screen. Wang Haoran felt a sense of déjà vu. The plot was repeating itself. However, Tan Taiyu had already suffered a silent loss once. He couldn't risk making her suffer again. If he moved too boldly now, it might alert Qin Fan and draw unnecessary hostility. He sighed, forcing his inner impulses to cool. The future was long, and there was no need to rush. He had already tasted the forbidden fruit, and while he was still greedy for more, the craving was manageable. He glanced at the phone screen one last time, and slipped out of his room. In the hall, he ran into Bian Su Wen, who was up for a late-night stroll. She eyed him suspiciously. He wasn't walking toward the restroom. You drank quite a bit at dinner. Are you feeling any better? She asked. My head is still spinning a little. Wang Haoran kept his voice low, rubbing his forehead as if in pain. You know my medical skills, Bian Su Wen said softly. Sit down. Let me massage your temples to soothe the ache. That would be a great help, third sister. Wang Haoran sat obediently in a hallway chair. Bian Su Wen moved behind him, her fingers pressing into his scalp with expert precision. After a few minutes, she leaned down. How is that? Much better. Thank you. Are you sure? No other discomfort? None at all. Bian Su Wen nodded and turned to head back to her room. Before she disappeared, She leaned close to his ear, her voice a ghost of a whisper. Come to me when you're finished over there. She walked away, entering room 2. Wang Haoran stood frozen in surprise. The little healer's observation skills were terrifying. She had seen through his act completely. Then, a realization hit him. Wasn't Bian Su-wen supposed to be staying in room 3? He focused his vision, using his perspective ability to peer through the walls. Room 3 was empty. A strange, complicated expression crossed his face. The next morning, the household gathered for breakfast. Luo Qingqian, Bian Su-wen, and Chu Qianwei all appeared radiant. Even without makeup, their complexions were flawless and glowing. Wang Haoran finished his meal and headed to school, but as he left the villa, he couldn't help but let out a long, weary sigh. He thanked his lucky stars for his current cultivation level. With 200 years of internal energy, his physical stamina had been enhanced exponentially. Without that power, this lifestyle would have been utterly exhausting. Time moved forward, and the day of the campus masquerade finally arrived. By the time the afternoon classes ended, students were already appearing in their elaborate costumes. The event was held at the Qingling University Gymnasium. As night fell, the stadium transformed into a massive, vibrant spectacle. The crowd was a sea of bizarre outfits and creative disguises. Some students wore intricate masks, while others chose to show their faces. Generally, the masks were favored by those less confident in their looks, while the campus beauties and handsome elites let their natural features shine. Small groups huddled together, chatting excitedly. Among the boys, the conversation centered on which girls looked the most stunning in their costumes. Among the girls, they whispered about the most handsome figures in the room. In the center of it all, the 4 freshman beauties, Yunhan, Su Muian, Mu Zhaozhao, and Yu Shiqing, stood as the undisputed focal point of the entire gymnasium. Chapter 453. The Big Bad Wolf. Zhao Zhao, why on earth are you wearing a bunny costume? Qin Yunhan's voice was sharp with suspicion. Sister Yunhan, great minds think alike, don't they? I just wanted to dress like you. Mu Zhaozhao tilted her head, offering a sweet, innocent smile that betrayed nothing. When Jing watched the exchange from the sidelines, she knew the truth, but since she and Mu Zhaozhao were classmates and close friends, she wasn't about to blow her cover. Besides, keeping quiet meant avoiding trouble for Wang Haoran. Mu Zhaozhao's eyes drifted toward Su Muian, and her suspicion deepened. Qin Yunhan and Su Muian usually couldn't stand each other, yet here they were, dressed as identical twins. Sister Yunhan, what about you? Why are you two dressed like this? They were buy one get one free, Qin Yunhan blurted out. We wanted to save money. Mu Zhaozhao rolled her eyes. A wealthy heiress like you, suddenly worried about a discount? I don't buy it for a second. While her figure usually drew more attention than her intellect, she wasn't dim-wit. There was a story here, and she intended to find it. She stared at the two girls, her gaze heavy and searching. Guilt flickered across the faces of Qin Yunhan and Su Muian. They struggled for a rebuttal until a distraction arrived in the form of Yu Shiqing. Why are you dressed like that? The two girls asked in unison, their voices rising in disbelief. Yu Shiqing had slowly integrated into their circle, becoming a fixture in their small group. As she walked toward them in the center of the gymnasium, she stopped dead in her tracks. Seeing the others in the exact same outfit was like looking into a mirror. I just picked it out casually, Yu Shiqing lied. I had no idea you'd all be wearing the same thing. She remembered Wang Haoran's warning about keeping their connection private, to avoid sparking a war among the girls. The 5 stood in a tense circle, bunny ears twitching on their heads as they scrutinized one another. They were a sight to behold, 5 90-plus beauties in adorable bunny suits. Yu Shiqing, with her refined temperament and striking figure, drew the lion's share of the stares. Wen Jing, though beautiful in her own right, felt like a background character next to the 4 legendary campus flowers. The surrounding male students were already whispering, "What's going on? Why are all 4 freshman goddesses wearing bunny costumes? They're clearly together. It must have been planned. Yu Shiqing is a literal goddess. That outfit is perfect. I don't know, Mu Zhaozhao is definitely the cutest." The sea of male voices was suddenly drowned out by a wave of feminine shrieks from across the gym. Look, Wang Xiaoko is here. Heads turned toward the entrance. Wang Haoran strolled in, looking remarkably underdressed for a masquerade. He wore his everyday clothes, topped only by a plush, gray cartoon head of a big bad wolf. It was a perfunctory effort at best, yet the girls in the crowd didn't seem to care. Scanning the room, he spotted the group of bunnies instantly. They were impossible to miss. A pang of regret hit him. He had given them all the same advice, hoping they wouldn't actually follow it. He prayed silently that none of them would compare notes too closely. He stopped about 6 or 7 meters away, maintaining a safe distance. He flashed a broad, charismatic smile. Each girl, convinced the smile was meant specifically for her, beamed back. The situation was stable. For now. Wang Haoran broke eye contact and decided against approaching them. One wrong word could cause this fragile piece to collapse into chaos. As he plotted his next move, Liu Yue approached him from the crowd. She was stunning. Dressed in a sophisticated black evening gown with flawless makeup, her wavy light brown hair cascaded over her shoulders. The high heels added an air of authority and charm that was a far cry from her persona in the classroom. "What is that on your head?" Liu Yue asked, her hips swaying as she stopped in front of him. "A big bad wolf. Can't you tell?" Wang Haoran pointed at the gray fur. "And why a wolf?" Curiosity flickered in her eyes, then she glanced over at the cluster of girls. "Oh, I see. Are you planning to eat those little white rabbits?" Wang Haoran's eyes widened. "You actually guessed it? I'm not in the mood for jokes." Liu Yue's voice trembled slightly. She was visibly nervous, her eyes darting around the room. Where is he? Who? Wang Haoran played dumb. Stop it. You told me to come tonight. Didn't your master arrange for him to be here? Professor Liu, you're far too clever for me. Wang Haoran gave a mock bow. Obviously, her moment of pride was brief, quickly eclipsed by anxiety. Where is he? Is he here yet? Give it a moment. He should be arriving soon, he replied, checking an imaginary watch. The masquerade officially began, though the dance floor remained mostly empty. Most students were there for the free food and the chance to gossip. The school had spared no expense, providing a lavish spread of gourmet snacks and drinks. I need to use the bathroom, Wang Haoran announced. Fine, go. Liu Yue nodded absently, her gaze returning to its frantic search of the room. Several male faculty members approached, hoping to secure a dance with the beautiful Professor Liu, but she rebuffed them all without a second thought. She waited until her neck felt stiff from scanning the crowd, her heart sinking with every passing minute. Beautiful lady, would you give me the honor of a dance? The voice came from directly behind her. Liu Yue froze. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She knew that voice, the tone, the cadence, the deep resonance. It was the man she had spoken to on the phone countless times. Her husband. Her hands trembled as she tucked a stray lock of wavy hair behind her ear. Slowly, breathlessly, she turned around. A tall, familiar figure stood before her, reflected in her watering eyes. Chapter 454. Dancing. The man stood tall, draped in a sharp, tailored suit and polished leather shoes. His silhouette reached toward perfection, capped off by the gleam of a Vacheron Constantine watch on his wrist. This outfit alone cost well over $1 million, and the man wore it with the ease of someone born to luxury. He was clearly no ordinary student. A mask concealed his face, leaving his features a mystery. Even with his identity hidden, he commanded the room. His physique and undeniable presence were enough to capture the heart of any girl watching from the sidelines. Liu Yue stared, her cheeks flushing a deep rose. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic rhythm of excitement. The person who had occupied her dreams for months was finally standing right in front of her. Is it really you? Her voice was a soft, disbelieving whisper. She was terrified that in her agitation, she might have mistaken a stranger for him. Can't you recognize the voice of your husband? That deep, masculine tone vibrated through the air. Hearing the specific cadence and the familiar tease in his words, Liu Yue's doubts vanished. This was the man she had longed for. Am I dreaming? She stared into the eyes behind the mask, still dazed. The man reached out, gently catching her hand and pressing it against his chest. A steady warmth radiated through his shirt. As her fingers felt the solid thrum of his heart, the blurred world around her snapped into focus. He was real. He had crossed oceans and mountains to stand by her side. A flood of emotion surged through her. She had prepared 1,000 things to say, yet now her mind was a blank slate. As a professor, she was rarely at a loss for words, but in this moment, her eloquence failed her. She felt clumsy and mute. Beautiful lady, he said, breaking the silence. You still haven't replied to my invitation. I would be honored. Liu Yue responded quickly, her lips curving into one of the seductive, charming smiles she had practiced for hours in front of her mirror. Wang Haoran caught the expression and felt a twinge of inward amusement. Without this elaborate charade, he would never have seen this side of the stern Professor Liu. He tightened his grip on her hand and led her toward the center of the floor. A dozen couples moved to the ballroom music, their shadows stretching across the polished wood. When I was a student, I practiced for a competition with a classmate, Liu Yue whispered as they took their positions. But it's been so long. I've forgotten the steps. Please, don't laugh at me if I'm clumsy. I'm right here, Wang Haoran reassured her. As a child of privilege, he had been enrolled in every social grace class imaginable. Ballroom dancing was second nature to him. While he wasn't a professional, he moved with a practiced, effortless grace that made the difficult look easy. I truly envy the boy who used to dance with you, he murmured into her ear as they transitioned into a smooth glide. It was a girl, Liu Yue corrected him, her smile widening. You are the first member of the opposite sex to dance with me, and you will be the only one. Is that so? To tell you the truth, I used to reject men entirely. I even worried there was something wrong with me. Now, I realize I was just waiting. Her tone was sincere, devoid of any pretense. Wang Haoran accepted this without question. As one of the 7 goddess sisters, her purity was a fundamental part of her story. It made perfect sense that she had kept the world at arm's length. I am honored to be your first, he replied. And what about you? Liu Yue asked, her eyes searching his. Am I your first partner? You are the first woman of the opposite sex to dance with me like this, Wang Haoran whispered, his voice dropping into a husky, masculine register. The first to truly make my heart fall. In Liu Yue's mind, her husband was a high-flying financier living abroad. He had to navigate social galas and business dinners constantly. If he claimed he had never danced with a woman before, she wouldn't have believed him. By framing the answer around his emotions rather than his history, he played the character perfectly. Ding. The host stirs the heart of the heroine Liu Yue, gained 800 villain points. I want to see your face, Liu Yue said softly, her gaze locked on the mask. If it were convenient for me to show my face in public, I wouldn't have come like this, Wang Haoran explained calmly. He wasn't lying. 5 little rabbits were watching from only a few meters away. If he pulled off the mask now, his carefully constructed world would go up in flames. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking, Liu Yue apologized. She assumed he was a public figure, or a famous tycoon whose presence would cause a riot if recognized. Her curiosity about his true identity only intensified. As one of the 3 most popular professors at Qingling University, Liu Yue always drew a crowd. Seeing her dancing so intimately with a mysterious masked man caused a stir. Whispers rippled through the gymnasium. Far across the room, the group of girls watched. "Does that man in the suit look familiar to you?" Yunhan whispered into Sun Weian's ear, pointing toward the dance floor. "You mean he looks like him, don't you?" Sun Weian replied under her breath. "You noticed it too?" "The build is similar," Sun Weian admitted. "But it's not him. It's just a resemblance." Yunhan nodded, her eyes scanning the crowd for a grey wolf hat. It was nowhere to be found. "Where did he disappear to?" "I'd like to know that myself," Sun Weian muttered. Beside them, Mu Zhaozhao and Wen Jing were having a similar conversation. Jing, doesn't that masked man look exactly like Wang Haoran?" Mu Zhaozhao asked. "Not at all," Wen Jing said firmly. She was the most obedient member of the group, and even if she suspected the truth, she knew better than to voice it and cause trouble. Yu Shiqing also watched the couple. The man's movements felt hauntingly familiar, but she shook the thought away. Wang Haoran had just been here wearing a cartoon wolf hat. How could he have changed into a $1 million suit and started dancing with a billionaire professor in a matter of minutes? It was impossible. She watched them for a moment longer, then turned away, convinced it was merely a coincidence. Chapter 455. Showdown. The music faded, and the dance floor began to clear. "I'm so sorry. Your feet must be throbbing, right?" Liu Yue's eyes were wide with apology. In just 5 minutes, her nerves had caused her to step on his toes several times. "It doesn't hurt yet," Wang Haoran teased, "but if we go another round, I might need a wheelchair. Let's head outside for some air." The gym was suffocating, packed with students, and the constant threat of 5 curious little rabbits stumbling upon them. A showdown with Liu Yue required privacy and a quiet stage. Outside, his plan could breathe. "Why go outside?" Liu Yue asked, tilting her head. "Don't you want to see who I really am?" "Of course I do." She nodded instantly. "Then let's go." Wang Haoran took her hand, leading her away from the lights and noise. They walked slowly along the campus paths, the air cooling as they moved deeper into the grounds. With practiced intent, he guided her toward Red Maple Road. The street lamps here were dim, casting long, swaying shadows across the pavement. Aside from the 2 of them, the road was deserted. Silence settled over them, but Liu Yue's pace faltered. She glanced nervously at the dark trees. "I heard a rumor today," she whispered. "People say there's an outlaw near the university, someone preying on women at night. It's too quiet here. Let's find somewhere brighter." "What are you afraid of?" "You aren't alone. I'm right here with you." "I know, but just in case." Wang Haoran stopped and looked directly into her eyes, his expression softening with affection. "If danger comes, I won't let a single hair on your head be harmed, even if it costs me my life." Ding. The host stirs the heart of the heroine Liu Yue, gained 800 villain points. "Don't say things like that." Liu Yue's heart fluttered, but she quickly shook her head to dispel the bad omen. "You're a highly educated woman, Professor. Why so superstitious?" Wang Haoran laughed gently, squeezing her hand as they continued down the maple-lined path. "Everything will be fine." Though her anxiety lingered, her desire to finally see her husband pushed her forward. They walked a bit further until she couldn't take the suspense any longer. She stopped in her tracks. "Can you show me now?" she asked, her voice tight with anticipation. She reached out, her fingers brushing the edge of his mask. Wang Haoran caught her wrist. "What's wrong?" Confusion clouded her face. It was perfectly private here, no one would see. He needed to stall. His actor hadn't reached his mark yet. "If I'm not as handsome as you imagined," he murmured, "will you be disappointed?" Liu Yue paused. She remembered Wang Haoran the student describing this man as incredibly handsome. Perhaps the boy had been exaggerating to please her. Maybe the man behind the mask was plain, or even scarred. "It doesn't matter," she said firmly. "Even if you are ordinary, or ugly, it changes nothing. I love the person, not the face." "Are you sure about that?" "I am." She nodded solemnly. His brilliance, his voice, and their connection far outweighed physical perfection. Wang Haoran slowly released her hand. Liu Yue reached out again, her fair fingers trembling as they gripped the edge of the mask. But before she could lift it, a shadow tore itself away from the darkness of the trees. A man with a covered face lunged onto the path, a blade clutched in his hand. Under the yellow glow of the street lamp, the steel flashed with a terrifying, cold light. Liu Yue froze, her hand hovering inches from the mask. "Qingling University really is a treasure trove," the masked man sneered, his voice a low, guttural rasp. He leveled the knife at Wang Haoran. "I don't have a problem with you, kid. Run now, or I'll take your life instead of just the girl." Wang Haoran snapped into a defensive stance. He shoved Liu Yue behind him. "Run. I'll hold him off." Liu Yue's blood ran cold. The rumors were true. She cursed her own curiosity. If they hadn't come to this dark road, they would be safe in the gym. But there was no time for regret. She kicked off her high heels, preparing to bolt. She knew staying would only make her a liability. If she ran, she could find help. Her husband was fit. Surely he could handle himself for a few minutes. The attacker, Zhang Jiaoxuan, let out a roar and rushed forward. Wang Haoran met him head-on. They grappled, their movements a blur of desperate struggle. To an observer, they seemed evenly matched. Wang Haoran didn't want a clean victory. A hero saving a beauty was cliché. To truly shatter her defenses, he needed the weight of sacrifice. After a few seconds of scuffling, Wang Haoran suddenly let out a sharp gasp. He clutched his abdomen and collapsed weakly to the pavement. Liu Yue hadn't even made it 10 feet. She stopped, screaming as she saw him fall. Zhang Jiaoxuan, seeing his cue, pretended to stumble, turned tail, and vanished back into the dark woods. No. Liu Yue scrambled to her husband's side, dropping to her knees. He was curled on his side, hands pressed against his stomach. Blood seeped through his fingers, staining his expensive suit. The hilt of a knife seemed to jut out from between his ribs. Her world shattered. Trembling, she fumbled for her phone to call an ambulance. Wang Haoran's bloody hand shot out, gripping her wrist with fading strength. I don't think I'm going to make it, he wheezed, his face deathly pale. There's something I lied to you about. Hush, don't talk. You'll be fine, you have to be. She tried to pull her arm away to dial. Listen to me, he gasped, his voice a mere thread. Listen, or I won't get the chance to say it. What is it? What did you lie about? Tears blurred her vision. The mask, take it off. You'll understand. His grip loosened, his eyes fluttering shut. Heart in her throat, Liu Yue reached out and pulled the mask away. A familiar, handsome face was revealed in the dim light. Liu Yue froze, her breath hitching in her chest. Chapter 456. The Showdown. The moment Liu Yue saw that handsome, familiar face, the weight of the husband's words finally landed. The man she had pined for was not across the ocean. He was right here. He had always been within reach. An instant flash of anger surged through her, the sting of being deceived burning in her chest, but the irritation vanished as quickly as it came, swallowed by a wave of terror. I know I've done you wrong, Wang Haoran whispered, his voice cracking like a man reciting his final testament. But I couldn't help it. This is my retribution, isn't it? Can you ever forgive me? I don't blame you. I don't blame you at all. Liu Yue watched him, his life seemingly slipping away. How could she hold a grudge now? Only moments ago, he had moved with desperate courage to shield her from the blade. Even if his lies were great, his sacrifice was greater. Are you serious? Wang Haoran's face seemed to flicker, a hint of color returning to his cheeks. You truly don't blame me? Really, I don't. Just don't talk. Liu Yue's voice was frantic. I'm calling an ambulance. You're going to be fine. She tried to pull her hand away to reach for her phone, but Wang Haoran's grip tightened. I might not make it, he gasped. Can you give me something to hold on to? A final memory? If I have that, I can die without regrets. Liu Yue froze, her mind spinning with confusion until Wang Haoran reached up. He cupped her face with his palms, gently guiding her toward him. She understood then. Her eyelids fluttered shut. She moved with a jerky, nervous hesitation. But as he led her, she found the rhythm. Emotion flooded her, warm and overwhelming. But as the seconds ticked by, a cold realization dawned. If a man was truly at death's door, gasping for every breath while speaking, how could he be so spirited now? Liu Yue pulled back, her eyes narrowing as she inspected him. The knife that had been lodged in his abdomen lay on the pavement, no longer supported by his hand. Blood stained his shirt, but the fabric was only snagged, not sliced through. Through the small tear in the cloth, the dull gleam of a metal belt buckle stared back at her. The blade had hit the buckle dead center. The blood likely belonged to the masked attacker. This man wasn't wounded at all. I thought I'd been stabbed at first, Wang Haoran explained quickly, putting on his best look of bewildered relief. But then I realized it caught the buckle. It looks like it isn't my time to go after all. Liu Yue sat stunned. She could only marvel at his incredible luck. If the strike had been even an inch to the side, it would have been a catastrophe. It's fine, she said, her voice shaky with relief. Just don't ever curse yourself like that again. Ding. The host's ruse against the heroine Liu Yue was successful. Favorability maintained at 70, deep love. The system prompt flashed in Wang Haoran's mind, and he felt a surge of secret triumph. His standing with her as a student had been a mere 40, while his stock god persona held a 70. By merging the two through this bit of theater, her deep affection had successfully transferred to his true identity. You were fine this whole time. Once the terror subsided, indignation took its place. Liu Yue punctuated her words with a few light, frustrated punches to his shoulder. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You scared me to death. Ouch. Wang Haoran groaned, his face twisting in a grimace. Stop it, I barely touched you, she huffed, though her eyes remained worried. How do you feel? The knife missed, but that guy landed some hits. My chest is pretty sore. He played up the misery, leaning into her. We need to get you to a hospital, Liu Yue insisted. No need for that. Let's just head back. I'll have the third sister take a look at me. All right. Liu Yue nodded. Wang Haoran stood up, dusting off his soiled suit jacket. He gestured down the dark stretch of Red Maple Road. Let's finish our walk. A walk? Now? What if that madman comes back? He won't. You saw the blood on the ground, didn't you? He was the one who got hurt. He's probably miles away by now. To sell the story, Wang Haoran pulled out his phone and made a staged call to the police to report the incident. Comforted by the gesture, Liu Yue followed him. They walked the rest of the way in the quiet dark before finally heading back to the villa after 10 o'clock. Fifth sister, why are you so late tonight? Chu Qianwei asked from the sofa. She was leafing through a cookbook, looking up with a curious tilt of her head. The school had a masquerade, Liu Yue replied. She felt a pang of guilt, but kept her expression perfectly neutral. I stayed to enjoy the festivities. You usually hate those kinds of social events. Chu Qianwei paused, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Wait, did he show up? Over the last few days, Liu Yue's new hairstyle and sudden devotion to yoga hadn't gone unnoticed. She had dropped hints about an online partner returning from abroad. Hee hee. You're too smart, seventh sister. I can't hide a thing from you. Liu Yue gave a forced, nervous laugh. Well, how did it go? Yu Shiqing dropped the recipe book, leaning forward. It went very well. Liu Yue's smile was tight, almost twitchy. I'm so happy for you. Yu Shiqing beamed. Did you take a picture? Let me see him. Liu Yue's heart skipped a beat. They had taken a photo together during their walk, but there was no way she could show it to her sister. No, I didn't, she lied, shaking her head. Make sure you get one next time. I'm dying to see the man who finally caught your eye. I will, Liu Yue promised perfunctorily. Tan Taiyi walked through the hall, catching the tail end of the gossip. Fifth sister, ask your partner to join us for lunch tomorrow. I'd like to meet him myself. As the eldest, she felt a maternal responsibility to vet any newcomers. He's taking an early flight back abroad tomorrow morning, Liu Yue said, the lie sliding easily off her tongue. That's a shame. Next time he's in town, be sure to bring him by. I will. It must be hard, Yu Shiqing added, her voice soft with sympathy. Being in a long-distance relationship is so lonely. I can't stand being away from my boyfriend for a single day. I can only imagine how you feel. It's all right, Liu Yue replied. She wasn't worried about the distance at all. After the holidays, they would both be back in the finance department. If she wanted to see him, all she had to do was summon him to her office. Her only real concern was how she was going to manage the fallout once she and the seventh sister realized they were sharing the same man. Chapter 457. The Hidden Video. The afternoon sun hung heavy over the campus. Lin Mo approached the door of Liu Yue's office, his chest tight with anticipation. He reached out to knock, but the door swung open before his knuckles could graze the wood. A familiar figure stepped out. Lin Mo gritted his teeth, a surge of silent resentment boiling in his gut. Assistant teacher Lin, how are you? Wang Haoran smiled, the expression smooth and effortless as he pulled the office door shut behind him. Hello, classmate Wang. Lin Mo forced the words out. He didn't dare confront Wang Haoran directly, so he settled for a mask of polite professional distance. What brings you here, Assistant Lin? Lin Mo found the question strange, but he raised the folder in his hand. I'm here to deliver some materials to Professor Liu. What kind of materials? Wang Haoran pressed. Class materials, of course. Lin Mo's brow furrowed. He couldn't shake a sense of unease. This wealthy heir clearly had no love for him. Why was he lingering to chat? Wang Haoran simply gave a noncommittal hum. He turned his head, his gaze lingering on the office door for a moment. His vision pierced through the wood, confirming Liu Yue had finished dressing. Satisfied, he lost interest in the conversation and walked away leisurely. Lin Mo watched him go, suspicion gnawing at him for a long moment, before he finally turned back to the door. He knocked twice. Professor Liu, it's me, he called out. Come in. The voice from within was steady. Lin Mo pushed the door open and set the documents on Liu Yue's desk. As he looked up, he froze. Professor Liu, why is your face so red? Is it? Liu Yue's hand flew to her cheek. The skin felt hot to the touch. A flash of shame flickered in her mind as she silently cursed a certain bad person, but she kept her voice calm. The weather is just a little hot. Before Lin Mo could dig further into her flustered state, she cut him off. I don't have anything else for you. You can go now, I have work to do. Lin Mo stayed rooted to the spot. Professor Liu, what about your relationship with Wang Haoran? Have you met the elders? Has the matter been resolved? The meeting happened, but the issue remains. Liu Yue looked away. A mask of regret settled on her features. Your teaching position will have to be postponed again. In truth, the promise had already been made. She had told Wang Haoran she would never let Lin Mo teach again. She had wanted to maintain her principles, but the desire to please someone else had proven stronger. It will take more time. Lin Mo's shoulders slumped. I really tried my best. Lin Mo took her helpless expression at face value. Despite the crushing disappointment, he managed a nod. I understand. Thank you for the effort, Professor Liu. It was nothing. Lin Mo turned and walked out of the office, the heavy click of the door echoing his dejection. Ding. The host has successfully manipulated events from behind the scenes. Lin Mo has been prevented from teaching. 1,000 villain points awarded. Lin Mo's protagonist Halo, -50. Host's villain Halo, +50. Walking across the courtyard, Wang Haoran accepted the rewards with a smirk. It was exactly what he expected after Liu Yue's private promise. He glanced down at his hand. A lingering warmth remained there, accompanied by a faint, creamy scent. The irritation he had felt toward Liu Yue's earlier pretenses had vanished. Perhaps he would need to visit her office to ask questions much more frequently in the future. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He checked the caller ID and answered immediately. Qin Fan called me just now, Cheng Rui reported. I didn't pick up, but he likely wants to know when the 500 million will arrive. Keep dragging it out, Wang Haoran commanded. Don't give him a CENT. Qin Fan was already a threat with his combat skills and his knack for grandstanding. If he secured 500 million, there would be no stopping him. That kind of capital would make his pursuit of the local beauties far too easy, and Wang Haoran had no intention of letting that happen. Understood, Cheng Rui replied. She paused, her voice shifting. I have a video here. Do you want to see it? What kind of video? You'll understand when you see it. Her tone was uncharacteristically restrained. Wang Haoran felt a spark of curiosity. Cheng Rui's favorability was at its peak. She would do anything to please him. Was this a video of her? He waited for the file to transfer. When it finished, he hit play. Within seconds, his eyes widened. Have you watched it? Is it wonderful? Cheng Rui's voice sounded strange over the line. Wonderful? It's magnificent. Wang Haoran laughed. At that moment, he truly wanted to give Cheng Rui a bear hug. The video wasn't of her, it was of Qin Fan. And the content was something the legendary fighter would never want the world to see. Wang Haoran never imagined a man of such explosive power had such a peculiar hobby for private entertainment. If this hit the light of day, Qin Fan wouldn't just be embarrassed, he would face total social death. Forget winning over heroines, even a common female partner wouldn't look at him the same way. When I left Qin Fan's mansion, I had secret cameras installed, Cheng Rui explained. I wanted to study his habits to find a weakness, but I didn't expect this. From the surface, you really can't tell he's that kind of person. You did a great job, Wang Haoran praised. Is there a reward? She asked with a playful lilt. What do you want? I don't care. Give me whatever you like. Wang Haoran's mind shifted gears back to the game at hand. Ma Hongsheng has a great deal of respect for Qin Fan, doesn't he? He had already dealt with Tanta Ye once. For now, pushing that relationship further was a slow game. Ma Hongsheng was a better target. As Qin Fan's apprentice, taking him down would yield significant rewards. Yes, he's incredibly respectful, Cheng Rui confirmed. Ma Hongsheng credits his entire career and his way of making money to Qin Fan's teachings. So, turning them against each other will be difficult. Wang Haoran sighed. He could use poison. It would be easy, but it felt like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Qin Fan had 99 apprentices. If he started poisoning them one by one, Qin Fan would eventually notice the pattern and raise his guard. Wang Haoran needed variety. He needed to be surgical. If he could shatter the bond between the two, Ma Hongsheng would stop being a resource for the protagonist. In terms of plot influence and rewards, alienating them was just as effective as a kill, and far more subtle. Even if Ma Hongsheng respects him, it's not impossible to drive a wedge between them, Cheng Rui said softly, her voice cutting through his thoughts. Chapter 458. The poison in the play. Oh, you have a solution? Wang Haoran's eyes lit up. Ma Hongsheng respects Qin Fan, and he's willing to hand over 500 million for free. But respect has its limits, Cheng Rui reminded him over the line. Is he truly willing to give up everything? Wang Haoran understood immediately. If he failed to grasp her meaning now, he didn't deserve the title of villain. In truth, the thought had crossed his mind, but he hadn't wanted Cheng Rui to pay such a steep price. Despite his casual interest in her, the idea of her sacrificing herself made his heart ache with a cold, possessive jealousy. Furthermore, seeing the protagonist benefit from a woman's sacrifice always left a bitter taste in his mouth. Even if it turned Ma Hongsheng and Qin Fan against each other, the cost was too high. I thought about that method, Wang Haoran said, his voice dropping an octave. But the sacrifice is too much for you. We should avoid it. Cheng Rui caught the protective note in his tone. A surge of delight warmed her. It's just a bit of reputation. I don't care what Ma Hongsheng thinks. Sacrificing your reputation. Wang Haoran blinked, taken aback. Otherwise, what did you think I meant? Cheng Rui's soft laugh crackled through the speaker. In the past, she had been a woman who would surrender anything to achieve her goals. But since her heart had been stolen, she had become extraordinarily protective of herself. She wouldn't let another man touch so much as her finger. Even after Ma Hongsheng woke up, she had used every trick in the book to maintain a cold distance. Do you have a better idea? Wang Haoran asked, feeling as though he had discovered a hidden path through a dark forest. Cheng Rui beamed. She took his questioning as a sign of deep concern. She didn't realize it was a man's basic instinct. He couldn't stand the thought of a beautiful woman in his orbit having close contact with another man, especially the protagonist. I have a plan, but two problems remain, Cheng Rui said. Tell me. Ma Hongsheng's residual poison isn't clear, and he falls into a deep sleep in the middle of the night. Is there a medicine that can wake him briefly at a specific time, but leaves him unable to move or speak? Yes, Wang Haoran responded without a second thought. Since he was the source of the poison, manipulating the toxicology was child's play. The other problem is, Cheng Rui's voice faltered, turning nervous. I have a cold nature. I'm afraid I can't summon the right emotions. I might need your help. She paused, her face flushing with shame even though he couldn't see her. Just acting, not for real. Her words were vague, but Wang Haoran caught the drift. What's the specific plan? Ma Hongsheng is recovering at home now. Qin Fan comes regularly to clear the poison. Based on the schedule, he should arrive this evening. When that happens, Cheng Rui whispered the details of her scheme. It was a solid plan. Wang Haoran ended the call and retreated to his secret basement villa to prepare the concoction. By evening, he was driving toward the Ma family estate, the medicine tucked safely in the glove box. Just as he cleared the villa gates, his phone buzzed. It was Tanta Yeu. Be a driver for me. Are you free? She asked. Where is my sister going? Wang Haoran asked carefully. He feared she was heading to see Qin Fan. I just learned a senior brother is ill. I'm going to visit him. A spark of intuition flared in Wang Haoran's mind. I'm free. I'll be there right away. He swung the car around to the neighboring villa and honked. Liu Yue, just returning from school, saw the Pagani and walked over. Hello, fifth sister. Wang Haoran rolled down the window, offering her a respectful greeting. Ding. The host has made the heroine Liu Yue feel jealous. 500 villain points awarded. Taking seventh sister out to play. Liu Yue leaned down, propping her arms against the window frame. No. Eldest sister needs a driver. She's visiting a sick senior. Is that so? Liu Yue nodded. Your socks are torn, Wang Haoran noted, pointing toward her leg. Liu Yue glanced down and shot him a look. I'll check online later, she whispered. I'll spend a bit more to buy a pair that won't break so easily. If they don't break even when they're being torn, that's no fun, Wang Haoran muttered. Liu Yue's eyes widened with realization. She reached in and pinched him, though her strength was so feeble it wouldn't have harmed an ant. She straightened up and smoothed her expression as the eldest sister emerged from the villa. Big sister, is it right to use seventh sister's boyfriend as your personal driver? Liu Yue asked, trying to shield him. What's wrong with it? Tan Taiyu snorted, completely unbothered. He had already taken her greatest advantage, being her driver was a small price to pay. Seeing the eldest sister's mood was foul, Liu Yue fell silent, casting a take-care look at Wang Haoran. Tan Taiyu slid into the passenger seat. Sister, where to? Here. She opened a memo on her phone and showed him an address. It was exactly the location Cheng Rui had given him. He had intended to sneak the medicine in, but now he could walk through the front door of the Ma mansion in broad daylight. He checked the timestamp on her memo. It had been edited only 10 minutes ago. Sister, have you met this senior brother before? No. I only just learned there was a senior brother in Qingling, she replied casually. Wang Haoran made his judgment. Tan Taiyu must have been on the phone with Qin Fan. The protagonist was playing a calculated game, making sure the eldest sister arrived just as he was set to heal Ma Hongsheng. He wanted her to witness his prowess. Unfortunately for Qin Fan, Wang Haoran was already behind the wheel. Chapter 459. The lead in the luxury car. Wang Haoran watched the morning light hit the pavement, his eyes flashing with a cold, unkind light. Qin Fan clearly still harbored designs on Tan Taiyu. For a moment, Haoran considered sending the video Cheng Rui had captured directly to the eldest sister. The footage was high definition, professional-grade surveillance, and completely unedited. Every detail was visible. But after a second thought, he dismissed the idea. He had no desire to contaminate Tan Taiyu's eyes with such filth. Beyond that, he couldn't provide a logical explanation for how he had acquired such a private recording without exposing his alliance with Cheng Rui. At the Ma family mansion, Ma Hongsheng sat in the grand hall. He checked his watch, waiting for Qin Fan to arrive and finish clearing the remaining toxins from his system. Cheng Rui approached quietly, carrying a cup of his favorite tea. She set it on the coffee table with a graceful practiced motion. You should just let the servants handle things like this, Ma Hongsheng said, his voice thick with doting affection. I'm afraid they'll get the measurements wrong, Cheng Rui replied with a soft, virtuous smile. I know exactly how you like it. I feel better doing it myself. Ma Hongsheng watched her, his heart swelling with pride. He felt like the luckiest man alive to have married a woman so young, beautiful, and devoted. Hongsheng, Cheng Rui began, her voice casual as she probed for information to pass to Wang Haoran. Where did your master come from? His medical skills are so incredible. I don't know his full background. He is a hidden expert, a man of the world. And it isn't just medicine, as far as I can tell. My master possesses 1,000 skills. He is almost omnipotent. That's impressive. Cheng Rui leaned in, her eyes wide with feigned surprise. A man like that must have many women around him, right? Actually, no. My master has few worldly desires. He isn't interested in women at all. Cheng Rui maintained her mask of innocence, but internally, she recoiled. She had seen the video, she knew exactly how uninterested he was. Not interested in women? She repeated meaningfully. Perhaps he just hides it very well. There is something though. I don't know if I should say it. What is it? Tell me. Ma Hongsheng sat up, his curiosity piqued. That master of yours. No, never mind. Let's not talk about it. I don't want you to think I'm gossiping or slandering people behind their backs. She looked away, biting her lip in a display of hesitation. Arui, if it concerns my master, you must tell me. I always feel that the way he looks at me is strange, she whispered. Ma Hongsheng frowned. Strange? What do you mean? It's the way a man looks at a woman. Do you understand? Ma Hongsheng's brow furrowed, but he quickly forced a smile, his faith unshaken. Arui, you must have misunderstood. My master is a paragon. He wouldn't have such thoughts about his own apprentice's wife. You're just being sensitive. I hope so. Cheng Rui sighed, letting the subject drop. She had achieved her goal for the moment. She had planted the seed of doubt. A maid entered the hall, bowing low. Sir, a guest has arrived. She says she is your junior sister. Joy lit up Ma Hongsheng's face. He had already heard of Tan Taiyu from Qin Fan. He stood up, feeling stronger than he had in weeks. Though he still felt a lingering mental fatigue, he was capable of handling daily life. He and Cheng Rui walked to the entrance to greet the newcomer. They both froze for a moment when they saw Tan Taiyu. Her beauty was ethereal, almost beyond the realm of mortals. After a beat, Ma Hongsheng recovered his composure and introduced Cheng Rui. Then, his gaze shifted suspiciously toward the young man standing behind her. He recognized the face. Wang Haoran had visited him once before alongside Zhenli. This is my younger brother, Tan Taiyu explained briefly. Ma Hongsheng nodded. He didn't press for more details, instead ushering them inside and ordering the servants to prepare fresh tea. Throughout the exchange, Cheng Rui never looked toward Wang Haoran. She treated him like a complete stranger. Soon after, Qin Fan arrived. A bright, triumphant smile broke across his face the moment he saw Tan Taiyu. Master, she said, her voice respectful but reserved. Qin Fan nodded, then turned a kind, fatherly gaze toward Wang Haoran. He smiled warmly, looking every bit the benevolent elder. Wang Haoran smiled back, playing the part of a naive, harmless teenager to perfection. Yeyu, Qin Fan said, unable to help himself. Have you seen that person recently? Tantai Yeyu had been calm, but the mention of that person brought the memory of her previous grievances rushing back. She caught Wang Haoran in her peripheral vision, her teeth itching with the urge to bite him. Master, I don't want to talk about it, she said coldly. I consider that person dead. There is no future for us. Wang Haoran remained calm. He knew she was just being stubborn. Qin Fan, however, took her words as gospel. He was overjoyed, but kept his expression sympathetic. Look forward, Yeyu. You will meet better people in time. Qin Fan turned his attention to Ma Hongsheng, performing a quick treatment to purge more of the residual toxins. When he finished, he looked around the room. Xiaoma, this mansion of yours is quite large. If you're interested, master, I'll show you around. Ma Hongsheng laughed. Very well. Yeyu, come with us. The group began a tour of the estate, passing through gardens, swimming pools, and sports courts. Eventually, they reached the massive garage. Rows of luxury supercars lined the space, their polished paint gleaming under the lights. Wang Haoran's eyes scanned the collection and stopped on a very familiar vehicle. Qin Fan saw it too. He walked toward the sleek supercar, circling it with interest. Arui, Ma Hongsheng said, turning to his wife with a puzzled look. I don't remember buying this Bugatti Veyron. Wang Haoran suppressed a sigh. The car was his. He had given it to Cheng Rui previously to help Bian Suwen. It had been sitting in this garage ever since. He glanced at Cheng Rui, hoping she could keep her composure and hide the truth. Chapter 460. Take my car as a favor? Facing Ma Hongsheng's doubtful gaze, Cheng Rui remained perfectly composed. Her voice was steady and laced with the weary patience of a parent. My son took a liking to Bugatti cars recently. I bought him a scale model, but he threw a tantrum, demanding the real thing. I couldn't do anything with him, but I happened to hear that a Bugatti Veyron was being resold locally, so I bought it. But children are fickle. Once the car was actually in the garage, he decided he didn't like it anymore. She sighed, a look of maternal sacrifice softening her features as she turned to Ma Hongsheng with an apologetic tilt of her head. You were in a coma at the time, so I couldn't discuss the purchase with you. I'm afraid I've spent tens of millions in vain. Wang Haoran watched the performance from the sidelines, feeling a surge of genuine admiration. This woman's ability to weave a lie on the spot was nothing short of professional. Ma Hongsheng let out a light laugh and patted his wife's hand. If you bought it, you bought it. It's only tens of millions. Don't worry about it. His gaze shifted toward Qin Fan. The master was currently circling the Bugatti, his eyes glued to the sleek, aggressive curves of the carbon fiber body. Master, do you like this car? Ma Hongsheng asked. I like it, Qin Fan replied instantly. The answer seemed to slip out of his mouth before he could catch it. Since master likes it, then let this car be a gift to you. Ma Hongsheng gestured toward the vehicle with a generous sweep of his arm. I prefer business luxury cars anyway. Supercars aren't really my style. He clearly saw an opportunity to pay back a favor using what he thought was his own property. Qin Fan held up a hand in a polite, half-hearted refusal. Why, that's far too much. I couldn't possibly. Master, please accept it as a token of my gratitude. Well, in that case, it would be disrespectful to refuse. Qin Fan accepted the gift with a look of feigned reluctance. A vein throbbed in Wang Haoran's temple. That Bugatti belonged to him. Now, Ma Hongsheng was using Haoran's own property to win points with a protagonist. It was infuriating, yet he couldn't step forward to stop it without blowing his cover. Arui, find someone to handle the transfer paperwork, Ma Hongsheng directed. Cheng Rui nodded dutifully. Of course. And the 500 million in cash? Has that been settled for master yet? The company's cash flow has been tight lately. I haven't cleared the funds yet, but it should be ready by tomorrow morning. Cheng Rui turned her gaze toward Qin Fan. The car title and the bank transfer will both be ready by 8 o'clock. I can have the car and the card delivered to you, or I'll come and get it myself, Qin Fan interrupted, his voice buzzing with excitement. Master, stay for dinner. In fact, stay the night. It's late, and it will save you the extra trip in the morning. What do you think? Ma Hongsheng suggested. That sounds fine. Qin Fan agreed immediately. A subtle glint flashed in Cheng Rui's eyes. If Ma Hongsheng hadn't suggested it, she would have found a way to keep Qin Fan there herself. Her husband had just saved her the effort. Dinner was a grand affair, and Ma Hongsheng insisted that Wang Haoran and Tantai Yeyu remain as well. Once the meal concluded, Tantai Yeyu stood to take her leave. Yeyu, it's already dark. Why don't you stay the night too? Qin Fan asked, clearly hoping for more time in her company. Yes, junior sister, Ma Hongsheng added enthusiastically. We have plenty of guest rooms. There's no need to rush off. Thank you for the kindness, senior brother, but I have things to attend to at home. It's inconvenient for me to stay. Perhaps another time. Tantai Yeyu offered a polite, firm smile. She was the one who constantly lectured her sisters about staying out overnight. She had to set the example. Ma Hongsheng didn't push. All right then, brother Haoran, drive carefully. Watch the road, you hear. Qin Fan's tone was cloyingly kind, as if he already considered himself Wang Haoran's brother-in-law. Wang Haoran caught the underlying meaning and silently cursed Qin Fan's entire lineage. Despite the internal vitriol, he maintained his facade, offering a naive and honest grin. I'll be very careful. He turned to Tantai Yeyu. Sister, shall we? The two left the mansion and climbed into the Pagani. As the car sped down a road running parallel to the river, the city lights danced across the water. What a beautiful night scene. Tantai Yeyu leaned toward the window. Since returning to Qingling, she had rarely ventured out after dark. Wang Haoran noticed her rapt attention. He slowed the car and pulled smoothly to the curb. Tan Taiye turned to him, confusion written across her face. Since you like the view, let's look at it for a while. Wang Haoran stepped out and walked around to open her door. She didn't object. They walked to the railing, the cool river breeze ruffling their hair. Tan Taiye watched the shimmering reflections in the current, while Wang Haoran kept his eyes fixed on her profile. She felt his gaze eventually. She turned her head, her eyes meeting his. What is it? Is there something on my face? Her eyes darted away for a split second before she regained her composure. There's nothing dirty, Wang Haoran said, his voice dropping to a sincere murmur. I just think you are 1,000 times more beautiful than the scenery. I can't help looking at you. The words were honest. Her silhouette against the city lights far outshone the river. Ding. The host has stirred the heart of the heroine Tan Taiye. 1,000 villain points awarded. Tan Taiye was the eldest sister, but her life experiences had left her shielded from such direct flattery. Hearing those words from the person she secretly admired made her heart hammer against her ribs. You, why would you suddenly say that? What do you mean by it? She looked at him with a hidden, desperate expectation. Wang Haoran saw the look in her eyes and felt a pang of hesitation. He needed to restrain himself. The habit of sweet-talking was becoming a liability. It doesn't mean anything special. I just think you look better than the night sky. He played the part of the oblivious younger brother once more. Can you stop calling me sister? Her voice sharpened with an inexplicable annoyance. But you are my sister. What else would I call you? Wang Haoran kept the mask of stupidity firmly in place. Qin Fan was still far too powerful a threat to provoke into a direct confrontation over a woman. For now, he had to maintain the safety of their familial bond, regardless of how beautiful Tan Taiye looked in the moonlight. Tan Taiye's temper flared. In her mind, she was already imagining throwing him into the river just to watch him struggle. Go home, she snapped. She turned on her heel and climbed back into the passenger seat, her movement stiff with frustration. Chapter 461. Little Ma, where is the discomfort? Ma family mansion. In a dimly lit bedroom, Ma Hongsheng sat propped up against the headboard, the pages of his book rustling as he turned them. The door creaked open, and Chang Rui hurried in. Her silk pajamas shimmered under the lamp, but her expression was one of pure shock. Ma Hongsheng looked up, his brow furrowed. Rui, didn't you say we would sleep in the same room only after I'd fully recovered? Just now. Chang Rui's voice trailed off. She stood there, trembling, her face a mask of pale terror. What's wrong? Ma Hongsheng set the book aside, his voice sharpening with concern. I was taking a shower, she whispered, her hands clutched together. Someone was peeking at me. Peeking at you? Who wants to die? Ma Hongsheng's temper flared, his face reddening with fury. Then, a cold realization settled in. The mansion was staffed entirely by maids. There was no reason for a woman to watch her in the shower, and certainly no reason for Chang Rui to be this terrified of a servant. Aside from himself, only one other man stayed under this roof. Was it my master? Chang Rui nodded slowly. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Ma Hongsheng gripped the bedsheets. It was just a flash, a shadow in the glass. I didn't see a face, but it was definitely a man. Ma Hongsheng's heart sank. He fought against the rising tide of suspicion, trying to keep his voice steady. Master is a gentleman of the highest order. He wouldn't do such a thing. He must have passed by the bathroom unintentionally. A gentleman doesn't do those things in secret, Chang Rui muttered under her breath. What was that? Nothing. Chang Rui shook her head, looking away. Rui, if you found out something, you have to tell me. Ma Hongsheng's anxiety spiked. She bit her lip, looking conflicted. I shouldn't say it. It's private. It's filthy. Tell me. With a look of profound reluctance, Chang Rui pulled out her phone and hit play on a video. Ma Hongsheng watched the screen, his jaw dropping. His entire worldview seemed to crumble in real time. Where did you get this? He gasped. The former owner left hidden cameras in the guest wing, Chang Rui explained, her voice small. The temporary housekeeper found the footage. He didn't know what to do, so he brought it to me. That's how I saw it. I never would have believed it. Ma Hongsheng stared at the frozen frame of the video. Master he's entertaining himself. And he's shouting a name. Is he calling for my junior sister? The video showed Qin Fan in a moment of private, frantic excitement, his voice clearly crying out the name Yeyu. Ma Hongsheng's respect for his master curdled into something dark and ugly. Be careful from now on. Keep your distance from him. I'll handle all contact with him personally. I'm too scared to sleep in my room tonight, Chang Rui said, her shoulders shaking. Stay here. Sleep beside me. Okay. Chang Rui nodded, though a flash of genuine disgust crossed her mind at the thought of being near him. She checked the time internally. Exactly 10 seconds after she spoke, a heavy, chemical drowsiness washed over Ma Hongsheng. The residual toxins in his system acted like a physical weight, dragging him down. He barely had time to slide under the covers before he fell into a profound, unnatural sleep. The frightened expression on Chang Rui's face vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating stillness. Late in the night, the silence of the room broke. Ma Hongsheng drifted into a state of vague, hazy consciousness. He couldn't open his eyes, but his ears picked up a rhythmic, muffled sound coming from the edge of the bed. At first, he thought Chang Rui was simply restless, perhaps overwhelmed by her own needs. But the sounds changed. There was a second person. A low, muffled interaction filled the air right beside him. Anger exploded in his chest. He fought to snap his eyes open, to roar at the intruder, but his eyelids were leaden. His limbs refused to twitch. He couldn't even groan. He lay there, trapped in a paralyzed nightmare, listening to the betrayal until his strength gave out, and he slipped back into the black void of sleep. The next morning, the sun climbed high, casting bright streaks across the bedroom floor. Ma Hongshen's eyes snapped open. He sat up, his head spinning. Chen Rui sat nearby, composed and quiet. "Rui, who were you with last night?" His face twisted with suppressed rage. He stopped himself before the accusation fully left his lips. He remembered the last time he had doubted her. She had tried to take her own life to prove her loyalty. A woman that devoted wouldn't betray him. Yet, the memory of the night was too vivid to be a dream. He softened his tone, watching her closely. "Rui, did you sleep well?" "I slept perfectly," she replied, her face a mask of calm. "I didn't wake up until dawn." She didn't look like she was lying. Ma Hongsheng began to consider a more terrifying possibility. Perhaps she didn't even know. "Do you feel any discomfort?" he asked, his voice trembling. "No, not really." Cheng Rui looked away, a faint blush creeping up her neck. "Tell me the truth." "It's embarrassing," she whispered. "Maybe because you've been ill so long. I had a very vivid dream last night. When I woke up, I felt a bit sore. An endocrine issue perhaps. It's nothing serious." The words hit Ma Hongsheng like a physical blow. He felt as if a heavy, invisible weight had settled onto his head. He knew it wasn't a dream. Someone had touched his wife while he lay paralyzed beside her. And in this house, only one man possessed the skills to move like a ghost and confuse a woman's senses. Qin Fan knew his medical condition. He knew Ma Hongsheng wouldn't wake up. But the master had been wrong. Ma Hongsheng had regained consciousness for just a few minutes, long enough to witness his own disgrace. "Hongsheng, what's wrong?" Cheng Rui asked, reaching out to him. "Nothing. Just a bit of a headache." Ma Hongsheng forced a brittle smile. He couldn't tell her. If she realized what had happened, she would surely try to kill herself again. He couldn't lose her. He had to carry this secret alone. Cheng Rui picked up a black bank card and a folder of documents from the nightstand. "The 500 million is in this account. The Bugatti title is transferred. You mentioned you wanted to handle Qin Fan yourself, so you should be the one to give these to him." Ma Hongsheng took the items. His fingers shook with a violent, murderous urge. Money, cars, business, he would have given anything to the man who saved him. But a wife was off limits. Even the man he respected most had crossed a line that could only be washed away in blood. Outside, in the manicured gardens, the air was fresh and sweet. Qin Fan stood among the flower beets, breathing deeply. He heard footsteps and turned to see Ma Hongsheng approaching. The leisurely joy of the morning filled Qin Fan's heart. He was ready to take the Bugatti and the 500 million and head straight for the city's luxury districts. He wanted to feel the weight of real power in his pockets. But as Ma Hongsheng drew closer, the usual humble, bowing apprentice was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the man's face was a mask of cold, dark fury. "Little Ma, you don't look well," Qin Fan said, his tone patronizing and casual. "Is there some discomfort?" Chapter 462. The Art of Betrayal. Ma Hongshen's fists clenched. The leather of his gloves groaned under the strain. He had respected Qin Fan. He had been willing to offer money, cars, and loyalty. But a man's threshold ended where his wife was concerned. Touching Cheng Rui was an unforgivable transgression. Anger surged, hot and violent, screaming at him to strike the man down. But cold reason anchored his feet. He was an ant before a giant. Qin Fan could end his life with a flick of a wrist. Worse, the lingering poison in his veins required the master's touch to clear. "Little Ma, what's wrong with you?" Qin Fan's brow furrowed at the sight of his apprentice's contorted face. Ma Hongsheng forced his fingers to uncurl. He squeezed out a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "It's fine. Just a sudden dizzy spell." Qin Fan didn't buy the excuse, but he lacked the patience to dig deeper. His mind was elsewhere. He didn't care about Ma Hongshen's health nearly as much as the promised rewards. Cheng Rui had said 8 o'clock. The sun was already high, and his pockets were still empty. "Have you settled the matters with the money and the car?" Qin Fan's voice was sharp with a greedy edge. Aggrievement washed over Ma Hongsheng. "You defiled my wife and still demand your payment. Simply shameless." Fear of Qin Fan's overwhelming power kept his tongue in check. He needed the cure, but he wasn't going to make it easy. "There have been some complications. The funds in the car will take a while longer." He couldn't tear his face away from the master yet, but he could stall. He would wait until the poison was gone. Then, he would settle the debt. No man could bear such a slight. Ma Hongsheng had already begun to contemplate murder. Qin Fan was strong, but the world was full of desperate men who would do anything for a high enough price. Ding. The host has successfully manipulated events from behind the scenes. Alienation successful. Ma Hongsheng now harbors murderous intent toward the protagonist, Qin Fan. Plot trajectory shifted. 2,000 villain points awarded. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo, -100. Host's villain Halo, +100. It will take more time. Qin Fan's shoulders slumped. In a sprawling city like Qingling, a man without capital was a ghost. He had pinned his hopes on that 500 million to finally elevate his status. "The company is facing a capital crisis," Ma Hongsheng lied, his voice thick with feigned despair. "A senior executive fled the country and took a massive portion of our liquid assets. I had to use the 500 million to plug the hole, and it barely touched the surface. I'm going to have to mortgage the house and the cars just to keep the lights on. I might go bankrupt." He looked at his master with watery, pleading eyes. "I hope you understand, master. It's a bolt from the blue." Qin Fan stared at him, stunned. The disappointment was a physical weight. If he had known the well was dry, he wouldn't have wasted these days waiting around. Then I will take my leave, Qin Fan said, his voice flat. Ma Hongsheng wasted no time. He signaled a servant to escort the master out. He allowed Qin Fan to keep the business car and the driver for now. He couldn't afford to be overtly hostile while his life still hung in the balance. Once the car cleared the gates, Ma Hongsheng returned to the hall. Why did you hold back the money and the car? Cheng Rui asked, playing the part of the confused, dutiful wife. I have my reasons. Don't ask. Ma Hongsheng looked at her, his heart aching at the thought of her suffering the night before. He couldn't bring himself to tell her she had been violated. As you wish, she replied with a supportive nod. That video of Qin Fan, is it still on your phone? Yes. Good. Send it to me. Cheng Rui guessed his intent immediately. She transferred the file, checked her watch, and reached for her handbag. I need to head to the company. Go ahead. You've worked so hard. Once I'm better, I'll take the burden off your shoulders. As she walked toward the garage, Ma Hongsheng pulled up the video. He watched Qin Fan's private moment again, a cold sneer forming on his lips. He wouldn't fight the man in the streets, but he would destroy his reputation. If this video hit the internet, the Grandmaster would become a laughingstock. Ma Hongsheng already had a plan to cover his tracks. The mansion had previous owners. He would leak the footage under the guise of an anonymous blackmailer. If Qin Fan suspected anything, he would look toward the past, not at his loyal apprentice. Cheng Rui drove away from the estate. Halfway to the office, she pulled over on a deserted stretch of road. She dialed a familiar number. Everything went according to the plan, she reported. It was flawless. Your Bugatti Veyron has been saved. Good job. Wang Haoran's voice came through, smooth and satisfied. He had already seen the system notification, but hearing the confirmation was better. He thought back to the previous night. It had been a dangerous gamble. Qin Fan's senses were legendary. Sneaking into the villa to perform that play with Cheng Rui had required every ounce of his stealth. What about the reward you promised? Cheng Rui asked, her voice dropping. Have you decided what to give me? Why did you lie to me? Wang Haoran's tone shifted, turning playful yet firm. Lie? About what? You said you were cold by nature. You didn't seem cold at all yesterday. If she hadn't claimed to be so distant, he wouldn't have risked the live performance. He would have let her handle it alone. I swear, I didn't lie, Cheng Rui whispered, her voice becoming as small as the chirp of a cricket. Shamed heat flooded her cheeks. I was always cold. I don't know why, but the moment you touched me I couldn't help it. Chapter 463. Qin Fan makes money. Cheng Rui spoke in hushed, hurried tones, but the implication was unmistakable. Wang Haoran lingered in silence. A woman with a mind as deep and calculating as hers could weave a lie as easily as drawing breath. You warned me yourself that Qin Fan is dangerous, Wang Haoran said, his voice smooth and measured. If your presence in the Ma Villa is discovered while I'm there, the fallout hits us both. How could I bear to put you in that position? He paused, letting the weight of the words settle. Or perhaps you think I'm the type of man to intentionally sabotage myself. I just worry, Cheng Rui whispered. I believe you. The suspicion that had flickered in his mind died down. Her favorability was at its peak. Betrayal was a physiological impossibility for her now. It seemed that filling her favorability meter had the side effect of thawing her legendary coldness. It was a fascinating development. By the way, Cheng Rui added, her tone shifting back to business. Ma Hongsheng asked for the video of Qin Fan. If I'm right, he intends to leak it. If he wants to do the heavy lifting, let him. Wang Haoran laughed softly. He had already been planning the protagonist's social execution. Having Ma Hongsheng act as the executioner only made the game cleaner. I understand. I'll stay in touch. After the heavy gates of the Ma estate closed behind him, Qin Fan's mind turned toward cold, hard cash. He had wasted days waiting for Ma Hongshen's 500 million, only for the man to suddenly collapse into a financial crisis. It was time to rely on himself. With his vast array of skills, amassing wealth should have been a triviality. He had maintained an air of detached, high-level dignity because he expected a payout, but a man had to eat. He currently occupied a mansion provided by Ma Hongsheng, complete with a car and a personal driver, but the man's company was failing. Who knew when the banks would come for the titles? Relying on others was a fool's errand. Qin Fan considered his options. Most of his methods for building an empire took months to bear fruit, and he lacked the patience for a long-term corporate cycle. He needed quick money. His first thought, medicine. Specifically, medicine for the desperate and the wealthy. He picked up the landline in the mansion and dialed Ma Hongsheng. Little Ma, Qin Fan said, bypassing pleasantries. Who in your circle is suffering from an incurable disease? Introduce me to a few. On the other end of the line, Ma Hongshen's teeth ground together with a sharp, audible grit. He forced his voice into a flat, calm monotone. My associates are all wealthy men with private doctors and monthly check UPS. None of them are currently dying. He wasn't a fool. He knew exactly what Qin Fan was doing, hunting for a payday. There was no way he was going to hand the man a gold mine. Not a single one? Qin Fan pressed. I've thought it over. Truly, no. Qin Fan hung up, the dial tone buzzing in his ear. By lunchtime, his stomach grumbled. He took his assigned car to a high-end hotel he had frequented over the past few days. The staff already recognized the arrogant man with the Supreme membership card. Sir, what can we get for you today? A waiter hurried over, extending a menu with both hands. Qin Fan scanned the list, his finger tapping the leather cover. These dishes. Start with that. I'll order more if I'm still hungry. Right away, sir. The food arrived shortly after. Qin Fan took a single bite and recoiled. The seasoning was off, the texture limp. He tried another dish, then a third. His dissatisfaction peaked. He raised a hand, snapping his fingers at the nearby waiter. The waiter rushed back, menu ready, expecting the usual picky revisions. Instead, Qin Fan pulled his hand back and looked the man in the eye. Get your chef out here. Now. The waiter hesitated, but a supreme VIP wasn't a man to be questioned. Minutes later, he returned with a middle-aged man wearing a tall, starched white hat. Hello, sir. I am the head chef of the Jinhao Hotel. Is something not to your liking? The chef's voice was professional, but his eyes were wary. It's unpalatable, Qin Fan declared, his voice carrying across the dining room. In fact, it's rubbish. You're serving waste. The chef's jaw tightened. Only the knowledge of Qin Fan's VIP status kept him from retaliating. If you are unsatisfied, sir, I can personally prepare a replacement. No. Take me to the kitchen. I'm doing it myself. The chef and waiter exchanged a look of pure absurdity. Yet, privilege had its perks. Since you have the interest, sir, follow me. Qin Fan smirked as he was led toward the back of the house. God-level cooking was one of his most refined skills. He had been suffering through mediocre meals for too long, and the idea of Monetizing his palate had finally clicked. The hotel's chef was amateur compared to him. Once he showed his hand, the staff would be on their knees in worship. From there, he would summon the owner. He could act as a guest consultant or sell his secret recipes for millions. The money would flow like a river. As he walked, a memory surfaced. I wonder where she is now. He thought of his female apprentice, the girl who had followed him up the mountain to learn the culinary arts. She hadn't been as stunning as Tantayeyu, but she possessed a rare beauty, underscored by long, captivating legs. She had finished her studies and descended the mountain years ago. With the skills he had gifted her, she must have achieved greatness by now. He just didn't know which kitchen she called home. Chapter 464. Zhenli's birthday. Noon. The villa was quiet after lunch. After finishing the meal prepared by Feng Anna, Wang Haoran set off toward the university. He was halfway there when his phone vibrated. It was Zhenli. My dear son, remember to come back for dinner tonight, Zhenli said as soon as he picked up. Wang Haoran slowed his pace. Mom, why the sudden call for dinner? Is there a special occasion? It's my birthday today. Did you really forget? Zhenli's voice was stunned. Wang Haoran searched his memory. A wave of embarrassment washed over him. It really was her birthday. Mom, how could I forget? I have your gift already. I was actually planning to surprise you later tonight. My son is so thoughtful. Zhenli's voice brightened with pride. If you like, you can invite Wei Wei along too. I still haven't given her that gift I mentioned. Wang Haoran hesitated. She might have classes tonight. I'm not sure if she's free, but I'll check with her later. He kept his answer vague. Although Chu Qianwei was a professor in the music department, her schedule was far more flexible than Liu Yue's or Ji Shuiyao's. She rarely had evening classes. If she heard about the invitation, she would drop everything to be there. The problem was the risk of a car crash. Too many women in the same room at the same time. Mom, who else is on the guest list? Just a few close friends. Is Tang Bingyun coming? Of course she is, Zhenli replied, her tone turning into a sigh of surprise. Somehow, her attitude toward me has become incredibly kind lately. You know, I wanted to buy a new piece of jade jewelry for Wei Wei. I picked out a top-quality necklace listed for 5 million, but Tang Bingyun actually gave me a massive discount. Maybe the value wasn't actually that high. If the cost was only 500,000, she might have just sold it to you at cost. Wang Haoran knew the truth, but he couldn't let his mother in on the secret. I have better eyes than that, son. That necklace cost at least 3 million to produce. I'm certain of it. Wang Haoran moved the conversation along. Besides her, who else is invited? Is Uncle Qin coming? Yes, he's coming. Will he be bringing his daughter, Qin Yunhan? I just spoke with him. He specifically mentioned he was bringing her along. Wang Haoran felt a cold prickle of sweat at the base of his neck. If he brought Chu Qianwei to the party, she would be receiving a gift from his mother while Tang Bingyun and Qin Yunhan watched from the sidelines. The mere thought of that scene made his hair stand on end. A commercial vehicle drove past him just then. Behind the open window, a beautiful face looked out at the passing scenery, her eyes lingering on Wang Haoran as he stood by the roadside with his phone. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a stroke of immense luck. First encounter with the heroine Song Siwi. Super Peach Blossom Halo triggered, second class effect. Love at first sight. Ding. Song Siwi's favorability has increased to 50. Love from the heart. Ding. Plot direction affected. 3,000 villain points awarded. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo, minus 150. Host's villain Halo, plus 150. Wang Haoran froze. 3 system messages in a row. He blinked, confused, and scanned the street. He looked for any sign of a woman named Song Siwi, but only passing cars and ordinary pedestrians met his gaze. She must have been in the car that just passed. She had seen him, even if he hadn't seen her. It seemed the Super Peach Blossom Halo only required the heroine to lay eyes on him to trigger. For a fleeting second, he imagined posting his photo on every billboard in the city to catch more fish, but he dismissed it. The condition was a first encounter. They had to be in the same space. Son, why are you quiet? Zhenli asked. I'm here, Mom. I'm listening. Your father spent a fortune on this banquet. He even hired a world-famous international chef. Tell me what you want to eat and I'll add it to the menu. I don't have any specific cravings. Whatever is fine. Are you sure? This chef is incredible. He's cooked for the Queen's birthday and royal banquets in England. He even has a knighthood. Most people could never dream of eating his food, but your father really paid through the nose for this. Are you sure you don't want to order something? I'm sure, Mom. I really don't have a preference. His mind was elsewhere. Between the sudden appearance of Song Siwi and the impending disaster of his various girlfriends meeting at a birthday party, he had no appetite for gourmet food. All right then, just remember to be home for dinner. I'll be there. He hung up and began strategizing. Chu Qianwei didn't know was Zhenli's birthday yet. If he kept his mouth shut, she had no other way of finding out. He could keep her away safely. Tang Bingyun was already invited, and Qin Yunhan would be coming with her father. He dialed Qin Yunhan first. Hey dear, what's up? Her voice was sweet and bubbly. Skip class. I'm taking you to the movies. I'm on my way. Wang Haoran decided to skip school as well. He messaged Liu Yue to handle his absence, then returned to the villa to swap cars. He drove the Lamborghini out and headed back to the road outside the university. Qin Yunhan was already there, dressed in her best clothes with perfect makeup, looking around expectantly. Wang Haoran pulled up beside her. Get in, he said, rolling down the window. She hopped into the passenger seat, her face glowing with joy. Why the sudden movie date? Take a guess. Wang Haoran flashed a mysterious smile and floored the accelerator. The Lamborghini roared to life, turning into a silver blur as it vanished down the road. Chapter 465. The Nanny and the Master. The house was quiet. Feng Anna finished her chores and found herself with nothing to do, so she sank into a chair and began scrolling through her social media feed. A post from a contact named Siwi caught her eye. Grinning, Anna immediately hit the video call button. A few seconds later, the connection established. A beautiful woman appeared on the screen. The rhythmic movement in the background suggested she was traveling in a car. Hello, Master, Anna joked, her voice bright. Anna, don't make me feel old. Call me Siwi. The woman on the screen rolled her eyes with a playful huff. I learned all my cooking skills from you. It's only right to call you Master. Then I'm expelling you right now. Song Siwi's face turned mock serious. Anna laughed and leaned closer to the phone. When did you get back to the country? 2 or 3 days ago. A wealthy man in Qingling hired me to prepare a birthday dinner. Preparing a birthday dinner for a businessman? Isn't that beneath you? Anna asked, her eyebrows shot up in surprise. I didn't want to agree at first, but the offer was too high to refuse. Song Siwi shrugged, looking like a shameless lover of petty wealth. Fair enough. Are you still on Fragrant Island? Siwi asked. Actually, I'm in the same city as you. You're in Qingling. Siwi's eyes widened. That's perfect. Are you free tomorrow? Let's meet up. It's been far too long. The two had met abroad while Anna was studying culinary arts. Siwi had been her mentor, but they had quickly become close friends, almost like sisters. After Anna returned to China, the distance had made meetings rare. I want to see you too. It's just that I'm working for someone now. I'll have to ask for leave. Anna's voice carried a hint of helplessness. You aren't kidding, are you? The little princess of the Feng family is working for someone else? What are you doing? I'm a nanny. Anna felt a flush of shame heat her cheeks as she admitted it. Stop teasing me. Siwi looked skeptical. I'm serious. Anna's expression went flat and stern. Seeing the gravity in Anna's face, Siwi's smile faded. What happened? I owe someone money. A lot of it. So much that I can never pay it back. He told me I have to work as a nanny to clear the debt. Anna couldn't bring herself to tell the full truth, so she leaned on the fabrication. Who is he? Siwi asked, her brow furrowing. A rich second-generation heir named Wang Haoran. Wang Haoran? People with that name are never any good. Siwi snorted. Why do you sound so prejudiced against the name? Back when I was abroad, I met a businessman with that name, Siwi said, her voice dripping with resentment. He was ugly, with a fat head and a belly like a woman 10 months pregnant. He actually tried to take care of me. It took me ages to shake him off. She paused, then peered at the screen. Is this rich heir who made you a nanny just as hideous? Well, he's not ugly. Anna wanted to complain, but she couldn't bring herself to lie about his looks. She simply chose not to mention how handsome he actually was. Wait. This Wang Haoran, is his father Wang Xiang? Is it that Wang family? Siwi suddenly looked alert. Yes. How did you know? My god. Wang Xiang is the one who hired me to cook for his wife's birthday. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job for any amount of money. Siwi sighed in regret, then a spark lit her eyes. Anna, do you want me to put something in the food? I could ruin the whole party for them. Don't you dare. You'll ruin your own reputation. Don't throw away good money. Anna dissuaded her immediately. Deep down, Anna knew Wang Haoran had saved her life. She was grateful to him, even if she played the role of the reluctant servant. She couldn't let her best friend sabotage his mother's celebration. I suppose you're right. Siwi wanted to stand up for her friend, but Anna's lack of conviction made her drop the idea. Besides, taking a massive payment from the Wang family was its own form of revenge. Are you still single? Anna pivoted the conversation to gossip. Still alone, Siwi sighed dramatically. Do you have someone you like? Siwi's mind flashed back to the handsome man she had seen talking on the phone by the roadside. Her pulse quickened. There's someone, isn't there? What does he do? Is he handsome? Anna pressed, noticing the reaction. I wish I knew. What does that mean? Do you believe in love at first sight? Siwi asked. Not really. Anna shook her head. I didn't believe it either, until a few minutes ago. Now I do. Siri was always cheerful and open, especially with her best friend. How handsome could he be to fascinate a long-legged beauty like you? He's incredible. He perfectly matches my taste. Siri's face took on a dreamy, dazed look as she recalled the moment. If there's a chance, I really want to meet him. I'm not even sure if I'll ever see him again. Siri looked downcast. Anna, if fate made you fall in love at first sight, fate will bring you back together, Anna comforted her. Siri remained sad but resigned herself to the whims of destiny. Just see if you can get that leave. Let me know if you can meet tomorrow for some shopping. I will, Anna nodded. They ended the call. It wasn't yet time for afternoon classes. Anna found Wang Haoran's contact on WeChat and sent a video call request. Beep. The call was rejected. She waited until after classes would have ended and tried again. Rejected again. Anna didn't dare disturb him a third time, deciding to wait until he returned home. On the other side of the city, Wang Haoran finished his work. He hadn't rejected the calls out of spite. He simply hadn't been free. Once he finished his business at the Love Hotel, he dialed Tang Bingyun. I'm going to a movie. Are you free? Tang Bingyun was buried in paperwork, but she dropped everything to meet him. Time slipped away as they enjoyed their evening. Finally, as night began to fall, Wang Haoran left her and drove alone toward the Wang family mansion. Chapter 466. Inheritance and Ambition. The silver Lamborghini Bull roared through the open gates of the Wang estate, tires crunching on the gravel before coming to a smooth halt in the expansive courtyard. Wang Haoran stepped out, the door swinging upward in a sharp, mechanical arc. He reached back into the passenger seat, retrieving a lush bouquet of crimson roses and fragrant perfume lilies. The open space was already crowded with luxury sedans and sleek SUVs, most belonging to business associates. The early arrivals for Zhenli's birthday banquet were already making their presence known. Clutching the flowers, Wang Haoran headed for the main entrance. Hello, young master. Servants bowed respectfully as he passed. He offered a short nod, stopping one to ask where his mother was holding court. Armed with a location, he navigated the familiar quarters toward the grand living room. Laughter and the clink of glasses drifted from the lounge. Zhenli stood at the center of a small circle of friends, looking radiant. Wang Haoran walked straight toward her with a bright smile. Mom, happy birthday. He extended the bouquet. Thank you, dear son. Zhenli took the flowers and pulled him into a warm, sidelong embrace. They are absolutely beautiful. I love them. To the casual observer, it was a simple arrangement worth a few $100s at most. But to Zhenli, the price tag was irrelevant. The joy was in the giver. It's not just flowers, Wang Haoran whispered, his eyes dancing with mischief. Zhenli paused, her curiosity piqued. She peered into the cluster of lilies and found a sleek, gold bank card tucked among the stems. Her eyebrows shot up in a silent question. There are 300 million inside, Wang Haoran murmured directly into her ear. The password is your birthday. Spend it on whatever your heart desires. Zhenli's breath hitched. She went stiff for a fraction of a second, but years of social grace took over. With guests watching, she tucked the card away and didn't press him. Wang Haoran spent the next few minutes working the room, greeting family friends, uncles, and aunts with polite, practiced ease. Sensing her husband's gaze, Zhenli caught Wang Xiang's eye and signaled for them to pull their son away. The family of three slipped into a vacant study on the first floor, the heavy oak door clicking shut behind them. Son, is there really that much in this card? Where did you get such a staggering amount of money? Now that they were alone, Zhenli's worry surfaced. Her voice was low and tense, fearful that her son had dipped his toes into something illegal. I earned it by playing the stocks with the pocket money you gave me, Wang Haoran explained. He pulled out his phone, opened a trading app, and displayed the verified income of his personal account. Zhenli and Wang Xiang leaned in, their eyes widening as they scrolled through the figures. The doubt vanished, replaced by a surge of paternal pride. I almost forgot. Zhenli hurried to a side table and produced a small, velvet-lined box. This is the necklace for Wai Wei. Why didn't you bring her along tonight? She has evening classes and couldn't make it. She asked me to pass along her congratulations. Zhenli gave a slow, knowing nod. She pressed the box into his hand. Then give this to her for me. See if it suits her. If not, I'll have Tang Bingyun exchange it for something else. Understood. Wang Haoran pocketed the box. A sudden trill of music filled the room. Zhenli checked her caller ID and tapped the screen. Sister Zhen, I'm so sorry. Something urgent came up and I won't be able to make it to the party. Tang Bingyun's voice came through the speaker, sounding uncharacteristically frail. What's wrong? Are you ill? Zhenli's face clouded with concern. The two women had grown quite close lately, just a little uncomfortable. My body isn't quite up to a party. Have you seen a doctor? Don't let it linger, Bingyun. It could turn into something worse. It's really fine. No doctor needed. It's just. Tang Bingyun trailed off, searching for the right words. A look of realization dawned on Zhenli's face. Oh, is it that time of the month? The monthly discomfort? Yes. I suppose I can't hide anything from you, Sister Zhen. Tang Bingyun let out a small, embarrassed laugh. Boil some brown sugar water and rest. It'll help the cramps, Zhenli advised, speaking from experience. I will, thank you. The call ended. Miles away, Tang Bingyun hung up and immediately dialed her personal assistant. She didn't ask for brown sugar. Instead, she gave a very specific order. Go to the pharmacy. I need ointment for swelling and pain relief. Hurry. Back in the study, Wang Haoran looked at his parents. I didn't see Uncle Qin out there. Is he not coming? He called a moment ago, Wang Xiang replied. He was delayed by some business but said he'd be here shortly. Wang Xiang and Qin Kai were old friends, the kind who frequently traded home visits with their children in tow. Tell the truth, son, Zhenli said, watching him closely. Are you really asking about your Uncle Qin, or are you wondering if his daughter is coming? Mom, why would you ask that? Don't try to play me. Wei Wei is a music professor. Music professors don't have mandatory night classes, and even if she did, she would have dropped them in a heartbeat to be here for your mother's birthday if she knew about it. Zhenli stepped forward, crossing her arms. You didn't tell her about tonight at all, did you? Wang Haoran went quiet. She had missed the mark on the first half of her theory, but she was dead on with the second. You really are too sharp, Mom. He gave a wry smile. You're eating from the bowl while staring at the pot. Zhenli's tone turned stern. Tell me, do you like Yunhan or Wei Wei? If you had to choose right now, who would it be? Wang Haoran looked down, assuming a thoughtful expression. Before he could answer, Zhenli reached out and patted his shoulder. Silly boy. Why are you even trying to choose? You should want them both. What? Wang Haoran stared at her, genuinely floored by the suggestion. Both of them are wonderful, beautiful girls. You lose either way if you pick just one. So, take them both. Zhenli spoke as if she were discussing a simple business merger. Wang Xiang stepped up, clapping a heavy hand on his son's shoulder. His voice was earnest and deep. Son, the Wang family tree is getting thin. You are the only child of your generation. The heavy responsibility of our lineage rests entirely on your shoulders. Find as many as you can. Fill the halls with children. It's up to you to revitalize the Wang name. Exactly, Zhenli chimed in. Our family isn't exactly hurting for resources. We can support as many as you bring home. Don't worry so much. Chapter 467, Cousin Zhen Wei. Wang Xiang and Zhenli tag-teamed their son, layering word upon word of bizarre family education. Wang Haoran stood there, speechless. It was strange listening to his parents advocate for a life of calculated debauchery. Then again, considering their roles as villains, it made total sense. Without such unconventional morals, they never could have raised a villainous son like him. Haoran decided to go with the flow. He nodded, accepting their instruction. Overjoyed by his compliance, Wang Xiang and Zhenli hurried back to the living room to resume their hosting duties. Dinner was still a while off. Haoran had no interest in entertaining the older generation, so he bypassed the lounge and wandered through the sprawling corridors of the Wang mansion. Cousin Haoran, a familiar voice barked from behind. Haoran turned to find his distant cousin, Zhen Wei. Back in their middle school days, Zhen Wei had been Qin Yunhan's most pathetic, loyal dog. After a few sharp lessons from Haoran, the boy had abandoned his pursuit of the school flower. They hadn't spoken much since the college entrance exams. Zhen Wei's grades were abysmal. His family had bought his way into some private university out of town, though the name of the school was a blur. Cousin, it's been months. You've somehow managed to get even more handsome. Zhen Wei ran up, his face splitting into a sycophantic grin. Nonsense. Haoran offered only 2 words. Zhen Wei's smile remained forced and oily, a clear sign that he wanted something. Cousin, you and Qin Yunhan both went to Qingling University. You must have her wrapped around your finger by now, right? Did you take any videos? Come on, let me admire your style. Zhen Wei leaned in, his eyebrows dancing suggestively. Fuck off. Haoran delivered a sharp kick to Zhen Wei's backside. Even if such recordings existed, he wouldn't share them with a bottom feeder like this. The comment was practically begging for a beating. If you don't want to show me, just say so. Why the kick? Zhen Wei hissed. He rubbed his sore rear and muttered under his breath. Mention that again, and I'll toss you into the Qingling River to feed the fish. Fine, fine. I'm dropping it. Zhen Wei waved his hands in a frantic gesture of surrender. By the way, Haoran asked, his tone shifting. Are there any beautiful women at that private school of yours? He was fishing for information. A school like that was exactly the kind of place where a hidden heroine might appear in a web novel. Too many. You wouldn't believe it. Zhen Wei's excitement returned, his speech punctuated by flying saliva. I haven't been there long, and I already have 3 beautiful girlfriends. Haoran's lip curled in contempt. Zhen Wei's standards were famously low. Anyone with a pulse and a bit of makeup qualified as a beauty in his eyes. Do you even know what a beauty is? I'm talking about women on Qin Yunhan's level. Does your school have anyone like that? Of course not. Qin Yunhan is a goddess. Our place doesn't have that. Most of the girls there just love to play. It's easy to make friends, but it's a mess. Haoran nodded. It made sense. A private university like that was little more than a pheasant school where wealthy parents parked their children. In most stories, a true heroine would never be found in such a chaotic environment. Even a dropout heroine would have more dignity than that. Cousin, our school might be a bust, but the university town is huge. There are key universities nearby, not to mention the famous drama and art academies. There are definitely goddesses there. I'll keep my eyes peeled and report back to you. Which city is your school in? Magic City, Zhen Wei replied. Haoran's eyes lit up. The Magic City, a glittering international metropolis, was far more prosperous than Qingling. It was a breeding ground for protagonists and heroines alike. In many novels, the main character's rise to power began in those neon-lit streets. If you find anyone at Yunhan's level, let me know. You got it, cousin. After parting ways with Zhen Wei, Haoran wandered the grounds for a few more minutes before retreating to his bedroom. He needed to make a couple of calls to soothe the women he had neglected that afternoon. He knew he had been a bit excessive, but at the time, he hadn't seen a better path forward. While Haoran made his calls, Zhen Wei continued his aimless trek through the mansion until he found himself in the back kitchen. The staff was a blur of motion, washing and dicing vegetables for the grand banquet. A woman stood in the center of the chaos, her long legs accentuated by a crisp chef's robe. She moved with authority, inspecting ingredients and ordering reprocessing for anything that didn't meet her standards. She was currently focused on a massive bluefin tuna, her knife moving with practiced, surgical precision. Zhen Wei stopped in his tracks. He watched her for a long time, mesmerized by her grace. He knew his own worth. He wasn't delusional enough to think he could win over a goddess like this. Then, a thought struck him. If he couldn't have her, he could introduce her to Haoran. If his cousin was happy, the rewards would be substantial. He stepped into the workspace with a confident stride. "Hello, beauty. Want to exchange WeChat?" Song Siwi didn't look up from the tuna. Her expression remained fixed and serious. "Sorry, I'm busy." Zhen Wei didn't leave. He waited patiently until she finished the delicate processing. As she wiped her gloves with a towel, she finally turned to look at the intruder. Wretched. That was her immediate impression of the man standing before her. "I'm sorry, I have things to do. Please don't disturb me," she said, her voice cold. Zhen Wei felt a surge of irritation. It was one thing to be brushed off when she was working, but now her hands were free. Was a simple contact exchange really that much to ask? "Please step aside. You're blocking the path and delaying the staff," Siwi added, her patience thinning. "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" Zhen Wei's face flushed. He couldn't let his ego take a hit in front of the kitchen staff. Chapter 468. Beauty Chef. Song Siwi watched Zhen Wei's face twist. She subconsciously began to guess his identity. Her mind quickly jumped to the person her best friend Feng Anna had mentioned, the rich second-generation heir, Wang Haoran. "Oh, tell me then. Who exactly are you?" Song Siwi kept her voice low, testing the waters. "I am." Zhen Wei started to boast, but the words died in his throat. His confidence crumbled. He realized his standing wasn't nearly enough to impress someone like her. He was just a distant relative of Zhenli, a fringe guest who had stumbled into a birthday party rather than being a guest of honor. Even if he gave his name, this beauty wouldn't care. Trying to salvage his pride, Zhen Wei stood tall and spoke sternly. "You will know my identity soon enough. Just you wait." He turned and marched out, resentment simmering in his step. Song Siwi watched him go with a frown. She didn't think he was bluffing. Because she already assumed he was Wang Haoran, she believed he was going to run to his parents to complain. But she wasn't afraid. Wang Xiang had practically begged her to come here. She had the leverage. Even if the son cried to his father, she was no pushover. Song Siwi went back to work, dismissing the wretched, ugly guy from her thoughts. Zhen Wei stormed out of the kitchen in search of Wang Haoran. He checked the halls and questioned several servants, but no one had seen the young master. Eventually, the time for the banquet arrived. Wang Haoran finally emerged from his bedroom. He had spent the last hour on the phone, soothing his various interests with sweet talk. He made his way to the dining area. There were two main tables, one for Zhenli's inner circle, and another for the relatives. Wang Haoran took his seat at the relatives' table. Zhen Wei immediately slid into the chair beside him. "Cousin, I saw a long-legged beauty in the kitchen just now. She is stunning," Zhen Wei whispered, leaning in close. "As beautiful as Qin Yunhan?" Wang Haoran asked. "Yes, and she's taller too. Her legs go on forever." Zhen Wei's eyes took on a wretched, hungry look. Wang Haoran's interest peaked. Qin Yunhan stood at 1.75 meters, which was tall for a girl. A beauty even taller than that was a rare find. He wanted to go see for himself, but it was impossible to slip away while the banquet was starting. "Did you take a photo?" "No." Zhen Wei shook his head and immediately pivoted to a complaint. "I saw her and tried to get her contact information for you, cousin, but she was totally ungrateful. She ignored me completely. I even brought up your name, but she said you were a nobody. She mocked you with some really ugly words." Wang Haoran narrowed his eyes. He knew exactly how Zhen Wei operated. He didn't believe a word of the exaggerated insult. "Is that so? I'll ask her later if she actually said those things. If she did, I'll educate her. If she didn't, I'll have to educate you." "Don't." Zhen Wei panicked, his voice jumping an octave. "Cousin, I might have exaggerated a tiny bit. She didn't mock you. She just gave me a very cold look. You said she's in the kitchen. What's her role?" "She looks like the chef," Zhen Wei replied. "Do you know her name?" "No idea." Wang Haoran dropped the subject. He would find out for himself once the meal was over. As the first courses were served, the banquet truly began. He picked up a piece of bluefin tuna sashimi. The moment the fish hit his tongue, his taste buds exploded. It was incredible. Wang Haoran's eyes widened, and he quickly reached for several more pieces. At the other table, the older guests were having similar reactions. "Pharaoh, where did you find this chef?" Qin Kai asked, his voice full of disbelief. "I've eaten delicacies all over the world, but this is on another level." Wang Xiang beamed with pride. "Old Qin, you have no idea. I hired an internationally renowned chef for this. This is world-class talent. Compared to her, a 5-star hotel chef is just a hobbyist." "Which chef is it?" "Song Siwi," Wang Xiang announced. "The world-renowned genius. The beauty in her 20s? The one knighted by the queen?" Qin Kai's eyebrows shot up. "The very same." The table erupted in surprised whispers. At the side table, the chopsticks in Wang Haoran's hand trembled. The name Song Siwi rang through his head like a bell. This was the heroine who had fallen for him at first sight. He had been wondering how to track her down, and here she was, working in his own home. The long-legged chef Zhen Wei had mentioned was his mystery woman. A chef like that isn't easy to book, Qin Kai noted, looking at Wang Xiang curiously. How did you manage it? It took quite a bit of effort and some old friendships, Wang Xiang lied smoothly. He didn't want to admit he had simply paid a staggering fee. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, where is Yunhan? You said you were bringing her. We had a plan. I sent a driver to pick her up, but she called at the last minute saying she wasn't feeling well, Qin Kai explained. He looked over at the other table. Haoran, when you go back to school, check on her for me. If she's really sick, make sure she sees a doctor. I will, Uncle Qin, Wang Haoran replied with a nod. So, how are things going between the two of you? Qin Kai asked. He knew his daughter and Haoran were close, but every time he tried to ask her about it, she avoided the topic. Wang Haoran's heart skipped. He couldn't exactly tell the man the truth. If he did, Qin Kai would likely try to kill him on the spot. He quickly masked his expression, putting on a dejected face. Uncle Qin, Yunhan is so cold. She mostly ignores me. Right now, we're barely more than ordinary friends. Chapter 469. The Long-Legged Chef. Qin Kai sat stunned for a moment, before a look of understanding softened his features. Yunhan has been pampered since she was a child. She has that classic young lady temperament, but her heart is in the right place. He offered an encouraging smile. Haoran, she doesn't have other male friends. The fact that she spends time with you at all means she holds a unique opinion of you. You must do your best. Your uncle is rooting for you. The Wang and Qin families shared a long history. Since the children grew up as neighbors, they were practically childhood sweethearts. To Qin Kai, it was a perfect match. He watched Wang Haoran with genuine satisfaction, hoping the two would unite the families. I will definitely give it my all, Wang Haoran replied, flashing a dutiful smile. Privately, his thoughts took a darker turn. Give it my all? If I hadn't been careful, you'd already be a grandfather. He realized he was running low on supplies, and made a mental note to restock his discreet purchases online as soon as possible. The final dishes hit the table, the aroma of world-class cuisine filling the hall. Pharaoh, don't you have a relationship with this beautiful chef? Qin Kai asked, clearly moved by the meal. Why not introduce us? I'd love to have her handle my future banquets. Wang Xiang felt a prick of guilt. He had lied about the old friendship, but he bit the bullet and nodded. Proper etiquette demanded the chef be invited to join them now that the work was done. Uncle, let me go get her, Zhen Wei volunteered. Wang Xiang gave a sharp nod. Remember to be polite. Of course. Zhen Wei scrambled out of the banquet hall and hurried toward the back kitchen. He found Song Siwi just as she was shedding her white chef's robe. Hello, my uncle invites you to join us for dinner, Zhen Wei said, managing a respectful tone. Your uncle? Wang Xiang, Zhen Wei clarified. Song Siwi relaxed slightly. So the wretched man before her wasn't Wang Haoran after all. Still, if the cousin was this unappealing, she assumed the nephew must be just as bad. She had met Wang Xiang, who was now middle-aged and stout, losing the sharp handsomeness of his youth. Without seeing photos of his younger days or the beauty of Zhenli, she assumed the family genes were lackluster. I still have something to do, so I won't stay for dinner. Please pass along my thanks. Because of her best friend Feng Anna's situation, she harbored a deep distaste for the name Wang Haoran and the family attached to it. The job was done, the birthday was organized, and she wanted to be gone. She had already called her assistant to bring the car around. Without waiting for a response, Song Siwi turned and walked toward the estate gates. Zhen Wei, mindful of his uncle's orders, didn't dare block her path. He ran back to the hall to report her departure. It's a pity. Such a talented chef has a busy schedule, Wang Xiang said with feigned regret. In truth, he was relieved. If Song Siwi had joined the table, the truth about his old friendship might have slipped out. He didn't want to lose face. However, to maintain the appearance of a gracious host, he stood up. Excuse me, everyone. I'll see her out and try one last time to persuade her to stay. Wang Xiang headed for the gate. Wang Haoran, knowing his father's claims were mostly bluster, felt a spark of curiosity. He wanted to see this genius chef everyone was talking about. He wanted to see if her legs truly lived up to Zhen Wei's description. He rose and followed his father. Wang Xiang reached the gates first. Song Siwi stood with her back to the mansion, clutching a designer bag as she waited for her ride. She turned at the sound of footsteps. Miss Song, are you sure you won't stay for the banquet? Thank you for the kindness, but I really must go. Her tone was polite but firm. Very well, Wang Xiang said, nodding with staged disappointment. I'll have the balance credited to your account tomorrow morning. Thank you. A red Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle pulled up to the curb. Her assistant stepped out to open the door. I'll see you off then, Wang Xiang added. Song Siwi offered a brief, dismissive smile and prepared to climb into the car. Suddenly, a figure walking behind Wang Xiang caught her eye. Her movement froze. She stood with one foot on the ground and one in the car, her gaze locked on the approaching young man. A radiant smile slowly bloomed across her face. Wang Haoran activated his perspective ability as he approached. Song Siwi was striking. She looked to be at least 1.8 meters tall, carrying herself with the grace of a supermodel. Despite her height, her curves were perfectly balanced. Her legs, encased in skinny jeans, were impossibly long and well-proportioned, neither too thin nor too heavy. Her skin was a natural, flawless white, as smooth as a porcelain doll's. As Wang Haoran stepped up beside his father, Song Siwi felt her heart hammer against her ribs like a trapped bird. Miss Song, The female assistant held the door open, waiting. Song Siwi remained paralyzed in her half-in, half-out pose for a long beat. When she finally snapped back to reality, she averted her eyes quickly and stepped back onto the pavement. She walked back toward Wang Xiang. Wang Xiang raised an eyebrow. Is something wrong? Boss Wang, I've had a change of heart. You invited me so graciously. It would be disrespectful of me to leave without sharing a meal. She kept her head slightly turned as she spoke, her sudden bashfulness preventing her from looking directly at Wang Haoran. Chapter 470. The Supermodel Chef. Wang Xiang's heart plummeted as he heard Song Siwi's sudden reversal. To be honest, he really wanted her to leave. He was terrified that she would unintentionally expose his lies once she sat down at the banquet table. However, since she had volunteered to stay, he couldn't exactly drive her away. Haha, well, please, after you. Wang Xiang forced a welcoming smile and suppressed his anxiety, leading the way back into the mansion. Wang Haoran remained silent, though he noted the sharp shift in the chef's attitude. As they walked through the corridors, Song Siwi glanced at the young man beside her before turning to Wang Xiang. Who is this next to you? This is my son, Wang Haoran. Wang Xiang replied with a brief nod. Song Siwi had been guessing ever since the handsome stranger appeared, but hearing the name confirmed out loud left her astonished. She never imagined that her best friend's supposed creditor was actually the man she had fallen for at first sight. She remembered complaining to Feng Anna about how ugly Wang Haoran surely was. The memory made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She couldn't resist looking at him again. Sensing her gaze, Wang Haoran turned his head. Their eyes collided in the air. He remained perfectly calm, but Song Siwi felt her pulse quicken. She took a deep breath to steady herself and offered a bright smile. Hi. Hello. She took the initiative, extending a slender hand toward him. Hello. Wang Haoran reached out and grasped it. Her skin was softer and smoother than he expected. It stood to reason that a professional chef would have rougher hands from the heat and the knives, but perhaps she wore special gloves or followed a strict maintenance routine. Or, more likely, it was simply the influence of her heroine halo. Her fingers felt like those of a pampered young lady who had never touched dishwater in her life. As they released each other, Haoran noticed a distinct tremor in her touch. Wang Xiang watched the exchange with a hint of confusion. Song Siwi hadn't even offered to shake his hand, yet she was so eager to greet his son. On second thought, he decided it was a good sign. The three entered the banquet hall. Song Siwi took the reserved seat at the friend's table. Wang Xiang, still playing the part of the close associate, bit the bullet and introduced her to his circle with practiced warmth. He spent the entire meal on edge, waiting for her to reveal that they were total strangers. Surprisingly, she didn't. Throughout the banquet, she was remarkably polite to both Wang Xiang and Zhenli. By the time dessert was finished, the guests didn't doubt Wang Xiang's story for a moment. Outside, the sky had turned completely dark. Wang Xiang stood at the entrance, seeing off his friends one by one. As the crowd dispersed, Song Siwi realized it was finally time to move. Boss Wang, it's time for me to head out as well. Goodbye. Miss Song, it's getting late, Wang Xiang said, holding up a hand to stop her. You just arrived in Qingling and likely don't have a permanent place to stay yet. Why not spend the night here? What do you think? He offered the invitation partly out of gratitude for her silence earlier and partly out of sheer courtesy. Then I'll be bothering you. Song Siwi responded instantly, as if afraid he might take the offer back. Good. Then I'll send. Wang Xiang started to offer himself as an escort, but he caught the way his son was looking at her. Sensing an opportunity for an assist, he quickly corrected himself. Haoran, why don't you show Miss Song to the guest room? Okay, Wang Haoran replied. He shot his father a subtle look of approval and made a polite gesture toward the hall. Follow me. Excuse me for the trouble. Song Siwi followed closely behind, a triumphant smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. They reached a quiet guest wing a few minutes later. Haoran pushed open a heavy door and stepped inside with her. The room is cleaned regularly. The linens are all new, so you should be able to sleep peacefully. If you need anything else, just let me know. His tone was solemn and helpful. Thank you. Song Siwi lowered her head, her white, pointed chin dipping as she nodded. Once she realized they were alone, her restrained, formal persona vanished. She was naturally outgoing and lively, and this quiet, handsome boy seemed like the perfect target for her wit. Are you still a student? She asked. Yes. I'm a freshman at Qingling University. Wang Haoran kept his expression modest. A freshman, she mused. That would make him 19, 3 years younger than her. She wondered if she was being an old cow eating tender grass. She quickly dismissed the thought. As the old saying goes, a woman 3 years older is like holding a gold brick. You're very handsome. I'm sure there are many girls chasing you. Do you have a girlfriend? No. No girlfriend. Wang Haoran looked down, averting his eyes as if he were too shy to maintain contact. Song Siwi's eyes flashed with joy. Seeing his apparent bashfulness made her feel even bolder. She leaned in slightly, catching his dodging gaze with a teasing, half-joking smile. Then what do you think of me? Wang Haoran blinked, surprised by how direct the heroine was being. You are very beautiful. Then I'll be your girlfriend, okay? She felt he was being a bit dull, so she decided to speak plainly. Wang Haoran almost agreed on the spot, but he suddenly remembered his previous analysis of Qin Fan. Among the protagonists' 99 god-level abilities was cooking. Song Siwi was likely one of Qin Fan's disciples. If he jumped into a relationship with her now, he would be painting a massive target on his back for the protagonist's hatred. Actually, I was joking. I do have a girlfriend. Wang Haoran suddenly changed his tune. Song Siwi rolled her eyes. She didn't believe him for a second. She took it as a clumsy excuse to reject her because of his shyness. Then, she said, staring at him with a charming, playful grin, "Do you mind having an extra girlfriend?" Chapter 471. Is it easy to bully? Meeting Song Siwi's provocative gaze, Wang Haoran felt a familiar line bubble up in his chest. "Woman, you will be mine." But that was just an internal flicker. On the surface, he maintained his facade of naive sincerity. "I'm serious. I really do have a girlfriend." "I'm serious too. I don't mind if you have a girlfriend." Song Siwi's expression was the picture of earnest devotion. "Are you sure?" "Sure." Wang Haoran listened to her pledge, but he didn't believe a word of it. Song Siwi was caught in the rush of a new crush. She was unlikely to tolerate a rival to such an extent. Most likely, she simply assumed his honesty was a clumsy lie. "How is the food I made? Does it taste good?" Seeing him stunned into silence, Song Siwi suddenly pivoted. "Delicious. This is the first time I have eaten such a dish. Your craftsmanship is truly incredible," Wang Haoran praised. He wasn't lying. Her cooking skills were unparalleled, leaving an unforgettable richness on the tongue. "From now on, as long as you want to eat, I will make it for you at any time. However, there is a premise," she said, her voice dropping into a persuasive lilt. "What's the premise? Tell me." Wang Haoran already had a vague guess, but he played the part of the slow-wit, honest youth. In her eyes, a delayed reaction was only natural. Song Siwi felt a surge of embarrassment. Facing such a shy guy, she had no choice but to take the lead. She gritted her teeth, steeled her nerves, and let it out. "Of course, the premise is that you want me to be your girlfriend. Does it have to be that way? Is there any other option that lets me eat your cooking?" Wang Haoran didn't respond directly, dangling the hook to sharpen her appetite. "Yes, give me money. It's not too much to ask for $1 million per meal," she countered. "That is far too expensive." Wang Haoran's eyes widened. Watching his reaction, Song Siwi felt a twinge of resentment. It seemed this guy cared more about the food than her. Still, she remembered the old adage, to grab a man's heart, you must first grab his stomach. As long as he ate her cooking a few times, he would become inseparable from her. By then, his heart would naturally follow. "If you don't want to spend money, you could always consider my proposal." Song Siwi flashed a teasing smile, looking very much like a predator offering a lollipop to a child. "But it's too fast. We only met for the first time today," Wang Haoran said, his voice twitching with hesitation. "This is the second time," she corrected. "Second time." He feigned confusion. "Yes, the first time," she quickly amended. He had been in the car earlier and hadn't seen her. "Let me think about it for a while," Wang Haoran murmured. "Hey, a girl like me has taken the initiative. Why are you being so squeamish? Aren't you a man?" Song Siwi was becoming anxious. She closed the distance, her footsteps heavy as she forced Wang Haoran into a corner. "I want your reply now, or you aren't leaving." She hadn't intended to be so bold, but she had laid her pride on the line, and he was still dragging his feet. She was annoyed, but more than that, she felt emboldened. This guy was just too shy. He looked like he was easy to bully. Wang Haoran felt his back hit the wall. Cornered and unable to move, he felt a sudden urge to drop the act and teach Song Siwi a lesson. But doing so would undoubtedly draw Qin fans' hatred. Unless, of course, he could take advantage of the situation, while keeping Song Siwi from breathing a word. Was such a perfect arrangement possible? He turned his head away quickly, an idea forming. "Think about it. Answer me quickly," Song Siwi urged. She was shy underneath, but she kept her face fierce. "My parents won't let me fall in love. They told me to study hard at university and wait until after graduation." Wang Haoran looked like the ultimate good boy, his face clouded with awe and fear. "My parents are very strict. If they knew I secretly found a girlfriend, I would definitely have nothing to eat." "Your parents are too pedantic. You're an adult. They're being way too lenient. Haven't you defended yourself?" Song Siwi asked, surprised. "I tried." It ended in a mixed doubles match of discipline. Wang Haoran looked terrified. Song Siwi sighed. No wonder he was so timid, a repressed upbringing. It made her worry, but it also offered a glimmer of hope. Judging by his tone, he wasn't uninterested in her, he was just afraid of a scolding. "I'm asking you a question. Answer me honestly," she said sternly, wanting to confirm his feelings. "Go ahead." Wang Haoran nodded. "Do you like me, or not?" Song Siwi didn't care about decorum anymore. Her dignity was already gone, so what was the point of being thin-skinned? Besides, this shy guy wouldn't go around gossiping. If he didn't say anything, who would know? She stared into his eyes, waiting for the spark of a response. Wang Haoran's eyes dodged hers. His hands toyed nervously with the corner of his shirt, and he remained silent for a long time. But for Song Siwi, the silence was an answer in itself. "I have an idea for the best of both worlds. Do you want to hear it?" "What's your idea?" Wang Haoran asked curiously. "I'll be your girlfriend, but we hide it from your parents. Simple as that. Just waiting for you to say it." Wang Haoran wanted to applaud. He had been playing this part for a long time, all to lead her to this moment. However, he kept the excitement out of his voice. "There is no wall in the world without a crack. We can hide it from my parents, but if others see us and tell them, I'll be miserable." Song Siwi pondered for a few seconds before finding the solution. "That's simple. We talk in secret. We don't tell anyone. In front of people, we are ordinary friends. When we're alone, we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Is that enough?" Wang Haoran let a silly, relieved smile spread across his face. Is that a yes? Song Siwi was overjoyed. It is. Wang Haoran nodded. Then it's official. I am your girlfriend. Please give me your guidance in the days to come. Song Siwi raised her snow-white chin and gave him a sassy, confident smile. She reached out her soft, white hand. Please give me more advice. Wang Haoran scratched his head, then reached out and took her hand. Ding. The host successfully trapped the heroine Song Siwi, gaining 1,800 villain points. Jing fans protagonist Halo, -90. Hosts villain Halo +90. Chapter 472. Fraud Call. Song Siwi watched Wang Haoran's shy, retreating figure, a hint of pride curling the corner of her mouth. Finally, after all this time, she was no longer single. Better yet, she had a boyfriend who seemed remarkably easy to push around. She possessed a certain assertive, even slightly dominant streak. Seeing the young man before her act like a docile little sheep only heightened her mood. Wang Haoran, catching her expression out of the corner of his eye, felt a secret wave of amusement. After a few more minutes of small talk, they parted ways. He didn't head straight to his room. Instead, he made a detour to find Wang Xiang and Zhenli. He needed to coordinate with them. After all, Song Siwi was under the impression he was a product of a terrifyingly strict household. He couldn't have his parents accidentally blowing his cover by being too relaxed. A rhythmic buzzing vibrated against his thigh once he finally returned to his bedroom. He pulled out his phone to see Feng Anna's name on the screen. She had called twice during the day, but he had been preoccupied. Curious, he swiped to answer. What is it? It's about tomorrow. Feng Anna's voice came through softly. A friend I haven't seen in a long time just arrived in Qingling. I'd like to take a leave of absence tomorrow to go see her. Is that all right? Wang Haoran didn't give an immediate yes. Male or female? Feng Anna paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her mind. She had lived in the villa for some time now, cleaning and cooking to pay off her debt. He had never seemed particularly interested in her before. Why did he care about the gender of her friend? She didn't dare voice the question. A woman. My best friend. Then go. Just stay safe. I will. Thank you. Feng Anna let out a breath of relief. She had been bracing herself for a rejection. In the guest wing of the Wang family mansion, Song Siwi lay flat on her bed, staring at the ceiling. Her original plan had been simple: help the Wang family organize the birthday gala, visit her best friend, and then head back abroad. But meeting someone she actually liked changed everything. After years of drifting through foreign countries, she felt a sudden, heavy fatigue. She wanted to settle down. Qingling seemed like a perfect place to start a life. Her phone began to chime with an incoming call. Seeing the caller ID, she answered immediately. Anna, did you get the leave? I did. I was surprised. He was actually quite cheerful about it, Feng Anna replied, her voice bubbling with excitement. Song Siwi frowned slightly. She knew Feng Anna's creditor was Wang Haoran, and the way Anna spoke made it sound as if she were a bullied servant. Is your creditor being harsh to you? Not really. I just cook and sweep. He isn't cruel. Then, has he ever taken advantage of you? Song Siwi asked, her pulse quickening. She knew they lived under the same roof. No. He hardly even looks at me. He doesn't seem to care at all. Anna told the truth. Song Siwi felt a wave of profound relief. Her assumptions about Wang Haoran were being validated at every turn. Her best friend was a beautiful woman who owed him an unpayable debt, yet he treated her with nothing but distance and propriety. I really found a treasure, she thought. To her, this was proof that her boyfriend was a man of integrity. Any other man would have used that debt to torment or coerce a girl as pretty as Anna. Where should we meet tomorrow? Anna asked. Let's meet at the Jinhao Hotel tomorrow morning. Song Siwi had a room booked there, even if she was staying the night at the Wang residence. Sounds good. Elsewhere in the city, beneath the velvet night sky, another mansion sat quiet. Qin Fan reclined on a hall sofa, a wide smile spreading across his face as he checked his bank balance. 5 million. He had earned the sum by selling secret recipes to the owner of the Jinhao Hotel. He had a new phone and a fresh bank account. Although he was technically an undocumented resident, Ma Hongsheng had smoothed over the identification issues weeks ago. 5 million was a far cry from 500 million, but it was more than enough pocket money. The days of having empty pockets were over. Now that he had capital, he could make the money work for him. The only thing left to solve was his loneliness. He was tired of being alone. He had made up his mind to find a partner, and his target was set Tantayeyu. She was emotionally vulnerable after her recent heartbreak. It was the perfect time to step in. The landline phone on the side table rang, breaking his train of thought. He shifted his weight and picked up the receiver. I have your secret in my hand, a bizarre, cartoonish voice hissed. It was clearly distorted by a voice changer. If you don't want it spread, deposit 10 million into the account I send you. Qin Fan burst out laughing. Secrets? He didn't have any secrets worth 10 million. It was a pathetic attempt at a scam. Crazy person. He hung up without another word and immediately blocked the number. He pulled out his new mobile phone and dialed a number Tantayeyu had given him previously. Yeyu, are you free for lunch tomorrow? Let's grab a meal together. Is senior brother Ma coming? She asked. No, just the two of us. Qin Fan wanted her all to himself. The line went silent for several seconds. Tantayeyu knew he was a master, but he was also a young man. She had no interest in him and didn't want to give him the wrong impression. However, she felt obligated to show respect to her master's associate. All right, master, Tantayeyu said finally. I'll bring Haoran along. Your brother has school, doesn't he? He's probably busy, Qin Fan countered, trying to steer her away from the idea. He has no classes at noon. He's definitely free. It's settled. She hung up before he could argue further. Chapter 473. Invitation. Night had fallen. Wang Haoran leaned against the headboard of his bed, engrossed in a mobile game with Yunhan. Suddenly, a small notification frame slid across the top of his screen, announcing an incoming call. He paused the game and swiped to answer. Come to dinner with me tomorrow at noon, Tanta Yeye said, skipping the pleasantries. Sister, why the sudden invitation? Wang Haoran asked, curious about her true intentions. My master invited me to dinner. I really don't want to go alone, so I'm calling you. Is that a problem? No problem at all. See you tomorrow at noon, Wang Haoran replied. Wait, is talking to me that uncomfortable? Are you in such a hurry to hang up? Her tone carried a distinct edge of bitterness. How could that be? Speaking with you is the highlight of my day. What would you like to talk about? What are you doing right now? Playing games. Which one? A battle royale mobile game. You know, eating chicken. Eating chicken? Tanta Yeye repeated, confused. Having spent the last several years isolated in the mountains, she was effectively cut off from modern pop culture. Wang Haoran spent the next hour patiently explaining the mechanics of mobile gaming. They chatted back and forth, until the lateness of the hour caught up with her. Worried about disturbing his studies the next day, she finally ended the call. On the other side of the game lobby, Yunhan had been waiting anxiously. The moment the line went dead, Wang Haoran jumped back into the match. They played until her eyes grew heavy, and she finally admitted defeat to sleep. It was only 11 o'clock. I saw that Yunhan logged off. Come play Honor of Kings with me. Sumlian's message popped up almost instantly. Wang Haoran sighed, closed the Battle Royale app, and logged into the next game. By 1 o'clock in the morning, Sumlian finally grew tired and retired for the night. At last, he had a moment to himself. Despite the late hour, he remained full of energy. He opened a shopping app on his phone and placed an order for a box of protection, specifically selecting the largest size available. The next morning, Wang Haoran finished breakfast and prepared to leave the villa. He found Song Siwi in the foyer, also ready to depart. She hadn't called her assistant for a ride yet. Haoran, give Miss Song a lift, Wang Xiang said, sliding in a subtle assist. Okay, Dad. Wang Haoran nodded with practiced obedience. Go to school and study hard. Remember what I taught you. Do you hear me? Wang Xiang's voice turned stern. I know, Wang Haoran responded quickly. You'd better. I have eyes at that school. If I find out you've stepped out of line, I'll give you a lesson you won't forget. Wang Xiang narrowed his eyes, playing the role of the fierce, unyielding father to perfection. Standing nearby, Song Siwi felt a pang of pity for her boyfriend. She wanted to speak up, but feared exposing their secret. So she remained silent, watching the interaction with an aching heart. Wang Xiang continued his lecture for another minute before finally waving them off. As the Lamborghini roared out of the driveway and vanished from sight, the stern mask crumbled. A wide, triumphant grin spread across Wang Xiang's face. Go get M, son, he thought silently. He prayed his boy would successfully win over the beautiful chef. If she joined the family, he would never have to pay for a high-end banquet again. The thought was purely wonderful. Inside the car, the atmosphere was much softer. Your father is so fierce. I can't believe a parent would act like that. I really feel sorry for you, Song Siwi said, her voice laced with injustice. I'm used to it. It's nothing. Wang Haoran offered her a carefree smile. Anyway, where am I dropping you? I have a room at the Jinhao Hotel. You can drop me there. If you need to find me, just come straight to the hotel, she said. The Jinhao Hotel? Wang Haoran's eyelids twitched. He knew from Cheng Rui that Qin Fan had been frequenting that specific hotel. If Song Siwi was staying there, a run-in was statistically inevitable. However, he wasn't overly concerned. He had already won her heart, and they were officially together. Qin Fan couldn't stir up much trouble now. Besides, the protagonist's focus was currently locked on Tanta Yeye, who would also be dining there today. Minutes later, the Lamborghini pulled up to the hotel entrance. Song Siwi didn't move to get out. I'm leaving now, she hinted. Okay, see you later, Wang Haoran replied. I said I'm leaving. She repeated the words with more emphasis. Right. Have a good one. He nodded politely. Song Siwi sighed. Was this guy made of wood? How could he miss such a blatant cue? Exhausted by his innocence, she decided to be direct. I said I'm leaving, which means I want you to give me some kind of sign. Do you understand? She opened her arms, making the request impossible to ignore. Oh, Wang Haoran feigned a moment of realization. Looking appropriately embarrassed, he leaned over and gave her a brief hug. Satisfied, Song Siwi waved at him and stepped out of the car. Just as Wang Haoran prepared to drive away, a familiar figure caught his eye. In the distance, Qin Fan spotted Song Siwi and began sprinting toward her like a dog chasing a treat. Wang Haoran watched the scene with a sense of weary familiarity. Siwi, is that you? Qin Fan asked, a beaming smile on his face as he reached her. Master, I can't believe I've run into you here. When did you come down from the mountain? Song Siwi's surprise was genuine. It's been a while, Qin Fan replied. He glanced at the car idling at the curb. Haoran, how do you two know each other? Oh well. Song Siwi began her explanation. She carefully omitted their romantic involvement, describing Wang Haoran as the son of a client who had simply offered her a ride on his way to school. Qin Fan laughed, seemingly buying the story. What a coincidence. Haoran is actually the younger brother of one of your fellow disciples. Really? Song Siwi blinked, marveling at the smallness of the world. You haven't met your junior sister yet. I invited her and Haoran to dinner here at noon. Why don't you join us? It's the perfect time to get acquainted. Qin Fan had originally hoped for a private date with Tan Taiyu, but since that plan had already been compromised by Wang Haoran's presence, he saw no harm in adding Song Siwi. Truthfully, he had harbored feelings for his long-legged apprentice for years. He had even spent many lonely nights on the mountain thinking about her. He told himself that after he secured Tan Taiyu's heart, he would make his move on Song Siwi. I actually made plans with my best friend today. Can I bring her along? Song Siwi asked, remembering her date with Feng Anna. Of course. The more the merrier, Qin Fan agreed cheerfully. Song Siwi was a stunning woman, and he reasoned that her best friend was likely just as beautiful. He was more than happy to expand his social circle. After all, a wider net caught more fish. Chapter 474. The secret ingredient. Okay, then I'll bring my friend here. Song Siwi responded to Qin Fan's invitation with a nod. Siwi, you've been down the mountain for a few years now. How is your career going? Qin Fan asked. It's going well, but I owe it all to the skills you taught me. Song Siwi gave a brief overview of her journey, describing her rise to fame in the elite culinary world. Qin Fan nodded with an air of relief, before pivoting to the question he was truly eager to ask. Siwi, your career is thriving, but what about your personal life? Have you found a boyfriend yet? I have. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught Wang Haoran's silhouette, casting him a subtle, hidden glance. Ding. The host has damaged the mentality of the protagonist Qin Fan, gaining 1000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo, -50. Host's villain Halo, +50. You have a boyfriend. Qin Fan's voice trailed off, his disappointment palpable. He forced a smile, quickly adjusting his mask of composure. Who is he? Your master would like to get to know him. Even as the words left his mouth, he was already calculating. Once he knew the man's identity, he would find a way to undermine him. If he didn't break them apart, how could he ever have a chance? Master, he's a foreigner. He lives too far away. We can talk about it when the opportunity arises. Song Siwi remembered her promise to Wang Haoran. She didn't dare breathe a word about the truth. If her boyfriend's strict parents found out, they would surely tear the couple apart. Qin Fan's resolve to deal with this mystery man only strengthened. A foreigner? Most likely white, he assumed. Song Siwi didn't seem the type for anything else. Is this your first boyfriend? How long have you been together? Song Siwi felt a flicker of unease. Her master seemed far too invested in her romantic history. She brushed the thought aside, reminding herself that he had always been a righteous gentleman, not some voyeur. He's my first love. We haven't been together very long. Qin Fan let out a small "oh," and a surge of joy warmed his chest. If the relationship was fresh, it meant things hadn't progressed to a serious stage yet. His mind began to race with new possibilities. Watching the shift in Qin Fan's expression, Wang Haoran felt a cold sneer forming. Song Siwi might be blind to the man's motives, but he saw right through them. Whether it was for Tan Taiyu or Song Siwi, Qin Fan's intentions were far from pure. Master, I'll see you at noon. Bye. Song Siwi noticed Wang Haoran was still waiting and didn't want to linger. She worried he might be getting jealous and didn't want any misunderstandings to grow. Have you had breakfast? We could eat together, Qin Fan offered. I've already eaten, she replied, cutting the conversation short and disappearing into the hotel lobby. Qin Fan turned his head toward the car. Haoran, have you eaten? I have. Then remember to come to dinner with your sister at noon. With a final nod, the protagonist walked into the hotel. Wang Haoran drove away, his mind turning toward the video of Qin Fan's private entertainment. He had expected Ma Hongsheng to leak it by now, but the man had remained strangely silent. Qin Fan was becoming a nuisance, sticking to them like cheap candy. Tan Taiyu viewed their relationship through the lens of tradition, assuming her master's associate was a man of honor. Because of that, she lacked any real defense against him. While Wang Haoran's presence kept her at a distance, having Qin Fan constantly hovering was a problem that needed a permanent solution. Tan Taiyu needed to see the real Qin Fan. That video was the perfect weapon. Not only was the footage damning, but Qin Fan's voice could be heard clearly, uttering the word Yuiyu. If she heard that, the fallout would be spectacular. Wang Haoran drove toward Qingling University, but bypassed the campus for an internet cafe. He found a private terminal, pulled the footage onto his phone, and began coding a script to process and mask the upload. Just as he was about to hit send, he found the same video already circulating in a dark corner of the web. A wave of satisfaction washed over him. Ma Hongsheng had finally moved. However, the video was buried on obscure forums. Without a push, it would take days to gain traction, and even then, it would likely be flagged and removed. Qin Fan wasn't a celebrity, the algorithm wouldn't favor him. Wang Haoran wasn't in the mood to wait. He felt a sharp irritation every time he pictured Qin Fan, and he was determined to crush him today. He leaned into the keyboard, his fingers flying. Using high-level hacking techniques, he bypassed the security of major media platforms, short video apps, and news forums. He didn't just upload the video, he forced it into the headlines. He turned it into a digital virus, pushing it directly to the top of every user's feed. It took 3 hours to complete the task. By the time he logged off, the footage of Qin Fan was spreading across the internet at a terrifying speed. The man himself remained blissfully unaware. At that very moment, Qin Fan was in the back kitchen of the Jinhao Hotel, laboring over a series of exquisite dishes. These were secret recipes he hadn't even shared with Song Siwi. He was convinced this meal would finally win Tantayeyu over. As noon approached, Wang Haoran pulled up outside Liu Yue's villa to pick up Tantayeyu. They drove straight to the hotel. Inside the private dining room, Song Siwi and Feng Anna were already seated, having spent their morning shopping. When Wang Haoran walked in with Tantayeyu, he and Feng Anna locked eyes for a split second. Both felt a jolt of surprise at the unexpected reunion. "You must be the junior sister Master mentioned," Song Siwi said, standing up to greet the newcomer. "Hello, it's nice to meet you." "Hello, senior sister." Tantayeyu acknowledged the greeting. While they practiced different disciplines, Song Siwi had entered the master's circle first, granting her seniority. "Junior sister, you are breathtaking. Even as a woman, I find myself moved by how beautiful you are." Song Siwi stared for a moment, genuinely dazed. Feng Anna, recovering from the shock of seeing Wang Haoran, couldn't help but agree. She had lived under the same roof as incredible beauties, but Tantayeyu was in a league of her own. Still, she kept her composure. She was used to seeing world-class beauty, even if this was a new peak. Chapter 475. A Toast to the Moon. "Senior sister, you are also very beautiful." Tantayeyu felt a flush of embarrassment at the sudden praise and quickly returned the compliment. The two women shared a smile, trading polite words for a few moments before Song Siwi turned her attention to the young man standing at Tantayeyu's side. "Senior sister, this is my younger brother, Wang Haoran," Tantayeyu said, offering a brief introduction. Song Siwi gave a formal nod, signaling her understanding without a hint of recognition. She played her part perfectly, pretending they were total strangers. "You two aren't biological siblings, are you?" She remembered Zhen Li's birthday celebration from the day before. Tantayeyu had been nowhere to be found. If they were truly brother and sister, she certainly would have attended. Besides, their different surnames made the reality quite clear. "No, we aren't siblings," Tantayeyu confirmed. "But our relationship is exactly like siblings," Wang Haoran interjected. The words struck a painful chord in Tantayeyu's heart, though she kept her expression neutral, refusing to let her internal ache show. Song Siwi took his statement at face value, her gaze toward Tantayeyu growing even more warm and sisterly. "Junior sister, come sit next to me." Song Siwi gently pulled Tantayeyu into the chair beside her, taking her hand and launching into an eager conversation. Wang Haoran took the remaining seat on the other side of Tantayeyu. Soon, the service began. Waiters moved in a synchronized line, placing a series of exquisite plates on the table. A powerful, rich fragrance filled the air, sharp enough to make everyone's appetite stir. "This is master's handiwork," Song Siwi declared. As a connoisseur, she only needed a single breath of the aroma and a glance at the presentation to judge the quality. No five-star hotel chef could match this level of artistry. Since Qin Fan was still missing from the room, the source was obvious. Tableware was already set. Everyone felt the urge to dive in, but Tantayeyu was the most eager, her hand reaching for her chopsticks. "Sister, wait a moment." Wang Haoran caught her wrist. He knew exactly what was coming and didn't want her to have a stomach full of food when she inevitably felt the urge to retch. Tantayeyu's hand stiffened. She lowered her chopsticks, feeling a bit sheepish for being so forward before the host arrived. She forced herself to wait. Finally, the last dish was set. Qin Fan stepped into the private room with a confident stride. He exchanged greetings with the two women before his eyes landed on the unfamiliar beauty sitting with them. Song Siwi's friend was indeed a rare find, but he quickly reined in his curiosity. Tantayeyu remained his primary target. He didn't want to jeopardize his chances by appearing distracted by other women. Qin Fan scanned the seating arrangement. He wanted to sit next to Tantayeyu, but she was already flanked by Song Siwi and Wang Haoran. Short of asking someone to move, he was stuck. He hesitated for a heartbeat before choosing the seat next to Wang Haoran. He wasn't ready to make a move on Feng Anna yet, so he kept his distance. "Is everyone ready? Can we start?" Tantayeyu asked, her eyes fixed on the feast. "No rush." Qin Fan raised a hand, gesturing toward a specific plate. "Why don't you try to guess the name of this dish first?" Wang Haoran watched the performance with a quiet sneer, waiting for the moment to dismantle the mood. The three women leaned in to inspect the dish. It was stunningly crafted, featuring a cup-shaped shellfish shell perched on the side of the plate. A delicate steam rose from the soup within the shell, carrying a deep, savory scent. In the center lay a mound of perfectly minced seafood, decorated with vibrant, multicolored vegetables. Feng Anna remained quiet and cautious. Seeing Wang Haoran there made her nervous, and she felt like an outsider among the others. Song Siwi studied the arrangement for a moment. "The stars accompany the moon?" "No." Qin Fan shook his head. He stole a slow, meaningful smile at Tantayeyu. "The name of this dish is A Toast to the Moon." "Poetic. Very impressive, master," Song Siwi praised. Tantayeyu felt a flicker of surprise. Two characters from her own name were right there in the title. She dismissed it as a coincidence and didn't dwell on it. "Guess again." "What about this one?" Qin Fan pointed to another beautifully plated creation. Song Siwi tried another guess, but Qin Fan shook his head again, revealing the answer with a flourish. "This one is a cup to invite the moon's shadow among drunken flowers." Song Siwi nodded in genuine admiration, though a small seed of suspicion began to take root. She glanced at Tantayeyu. Both names featured inviting the moon. Was it a coincidence, or something more? "And this one? Give it a try." Qin Fan pointed to a third dish, looking thoroughly entertained. This time, Song Siwi didn't even try. She asked for the answer directly. This dish is the moon shadow invited through the sparse curtains, Qin Fan replied. Even Song Siwi found it hard to offer a compliment this time. 1 dish was a coincidence. 2 were a pattern. 3 made his intentions undeniable. Everyone must be hungry. Let's eat, Qin Fan said, his smile widening. He had orchestrated this entire meal as a massive hint. While training her in the mountains, the system's constraints forced him to play the role of the perfect, disinterested gentleman. He assumed Tantaiyeyo had likely suppressed any romantic feelings for him because of his stoicism. Now, he wanted to break that barrier. He wanted her to know, Yeyu, your master actually likes you. He was confident. With his vast array of skills, what man could possibly compete with him? He waited for her to process the message and give him the response he craved. Tantaiyeyo was far from stupid. She understood exactly what he was doing, and the realization brought a wave of intense discomfort. Her heart was already occupied by someone else. There was no room for her master's associate in that way. She viewed him only with the respect due to his position. She wanted to disappear. Still, she couldn't just insult him. She decided to play dumb, acting as though the poetic names went right over her head. Don't just stare at it, everyone. Move your chopsticks, Qin Fan said, trying to lift the heavy atmosphere. He took a large bite of his own cooking to lead the way. Tantaiyeyo, Song Siwi, and Feng Anna finally picked up their utensils. But in that exact second, a sharp sound cut through the room. Ah, this is. Wang Haoran's voice was thick with feigned shock. They all turned to see him staring at his phone as if he were witnessing a miracle or a catastrophe. Haoran, what are you looking at? Qin Fan asked, leaning in with genuine curiosity. When Qin Fan's eyes hit the screen, they bulged like lanterns. He lunged forward to grab the phone, desperate to stop the video, but he was a fraction of a second too late. The audio blared through the quiet room, unmistakable and clear. It was Qin Fan's voice. Ah, Yeyu, Yeyu, ah. The sounds rose in a frantic, unmistakable crescendo of private ecstasy. Qin Fan's entire body went cold. His scalp felt as though it might burst from the sheer pressure of the shame. Beside him, the 3 women froze, their expressions shifting from confusion to absolute, soul-crushing horror. Chapter 476. Qin Fan is on fire. In this era of rapid information dissemination, even the most avoided secrets find a way to surface. Some things simply can't be ignored. Tantaiyeyo, Song Siwi, and Feng Anna were grown women, not children. The moment that strange, rhythmic sound filled the air, their minds went to a dark place. Tantaiyeyo felt the sharpest sting. Her own name had been moaned in that recording. Haoran, what are you looking at? Tantaiyeyo had a suspicion, a sickening knot in her gut, but she needed to be sure. She looked at Wang Haoran, demanding confirmation. Nothing. I didn't see anything. Wang Haoran shook his head, his face a mask of awkward conflict. Despite his words, the short video on his phone continued to play. Qin Fan lunged forward, desperate to snatch the device and kill the feed. But Tantaiyeyo was faster. She intercepted the phone with a sharp movement, pulling it out of reach. Qin Fan's hands stalled in midair. He covered his eyes in agony, wishing the floor would open up and swallow him whole. He wanted to vanish, to cease to exist in this lifetime. Tantaiyeyo stared at the screen for a few seconds. The doubts died, replaced by a horrific reality. Her face flushed a deep, burning red. A wave of nausea rolled through her. Curiosity got the better of Song Siwi and Feng Anna, who leaned in to see the cause of the commotion. The imagery was unmistakable. Even with the mosaic coating blurring the most graphic details, the context was undeniable. They saw exactly what Qin Fan had been doing. Boom. Tantaiyeyo slammed the phone onto the table with enough force to shatter the screen. Spiderweb cracks raced across the glass. Wang Haoran winced at his broken device. It wasn't his fault, so why was his phone the victim? Still, seeing the sheer humiliation etched into Qin Fan's features made the loss of a phone feel like a bargain. The appetite for dinner vanished instantly. The large table of gourmet dishes, once mouthwatering, now looked like a spread of poison. The women couldn't stop the mental images, Qin Fan using the same hand that performed those acts to chop the vegetables, to stir-fry the meat, to plate their meal. Their stomachs churned. Ding. The host manipulated events from behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Qin Fan's image to be severely damaged. Gaining 4,000 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -200. Host's villain Halo +200. Haoran, let's go. Tantaiyeyo stood abruptly. She didn't spare Qin Fan a single glance as she marched toward the exit of the private room. Wang Haoran scooped up his shattered phone and hurried after her. Song Siwi and Feng Anna followed in a silent, disgusted procession. Qin Fan sat alone. He stared at the mountain of untouched food, his mind spinning in a vacuum of disbelief. Then, a spark of desperate survival flickered. He had to explain. He had to fix this. He scrambled out of the chair and sprinted toward the door, hoping to catch her. Hey, isn't that the guy from the video? It's definitely him. Look at the face. Man, that guy's got some unique hobbies. The whispers started before he even reached the lobby. Some male passersby recognized him and burst into laughter. That technical video was currently trending as the top result on every major short video app. If someone swiped 3 times, they were practically guaranteed to see Qin Fan's handiwork. Qin Fan was famous, but for all the wrong reasons. Women turned away as he passed, their quiet giggles more cutting than the men's jokes. Qin Fan's scalp felt tight. His entire body went numb. Halfway to catching Tantaiyeyo, the the weight of the collective gaze became too much. He covered his face with his hands and fled the hotel like a wounded animal. A Lamborghini roared out of the hotel garage and merged into the evening traffic. Inside the cabin, Wang Haoran kept his eyes on the road while stealing glances at Tan Taiyu. Her flawless features were set in a mask of rigid tension. I didn't expect him to be so filthy, she whispered. The words were cold, like ice chips. Back in the mountains when they studied art together, she had viewed Qin Fan as a refined gentleman, a mentor, a man of honor. It had all been a lie. In private, he was a beast. The thought of him harboring those unhealthy fantasies about his own apprentice made her skin crawl. Was this the first time? Or had he been doing this for the entire 3 years they spent in isolation? The disgust settled deep in her bones. She made a silent vow: total distance. No contact. No dinners. No more Qin Fan. It's true that you can know a person's face, but not their heart, Wang Haoran said, letting out a heavy, performative sigh. Sister, you really should stay away from him from now on. Of course, she replied with a solemn nod. Sister, back when you were in the mountains, did he ever actually do anything to you? Wang Haoran pressed the point intentionally. Now that the gentlemanly facade was gone, it was time for a new strategy. He wanted the points, the halo, and the physical confirmation of his victory. I told you before, she declared, her voice rising in frustration. He never touched a finger to me. Oh, Wang Haoran replied. His tone was flat, sounding intentionally unconvinced. Tan Taiyu caught the skepticism. Why are you asking that? You don't believe me? I'm just asking, Wang Haoran said, forced a smile that looked painfully fake. She frowned, her eyes searching his face. Didn't you feel it that time? I am. She trailed off, the words catching in her throat. You're what? I haven't thrown the sheets away. They're hidden in my bedroom. You'll know when you see them, she said, her face deepening to a scarlet hue. Forget it, there's no need. Wang Haoran shook his head. You must see them. Her persistence was absolute. Wang Haoran played the part of the reluctant, helpless bystander. He steered the car toward Liu Yue's villa. When they arrived, Chu Qianwei and the others were already eating in the dining room, but Tan Taiyu ignored them. She grabbed Wang Haoran by the arm and hauled him toward room 7. She pulled out her collection and presented it to him. You have common sense. Do you believe me now? Wang Haoran looked down, his posture slumping as if under a great weight. Ah, so you. I'm so sorry. I'm such an idiot. He lowered his head, his voice thick with feigned pain. Tan Taiyu stood frozen for a second. Then it clicked. This man had thought she was experienced, that she was just another random person. That was why he had been hesitant to take responsibility. Her fists clenched. For a moment, she wanted to strike him. But then Wang Haoran raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot. Tears shimmered on the edge of his lashes. Tan Taiyu's anger evaporated instantly. Her heart felt as though it were melting into a puddle. Chapter 477. Knowing the face, not the heart. I'm sorry for you. I. Wang Haoran's face twisted with remorse. He looked like a man standing on the edge of a life-altering decision, but the words stalled in his throat. He trailed off into a heavy, lingering silence. Tan Taiyu watched him, her eyes filled with a desperate, unspoken anticipation. She leaned in, waiting for the confession she felt was coming. Seconds ticked by. The silence stretched until it became unbearable. Her patience snapped. Unable to take the tension any longer, she spoke the words for him. Do you want to take responsibility? Wang Haoran nodded slowly, then, as if struck by a painful thought, he shook his head. Nodding then shaking your head. What is that supposed to mean? Tan Taiyu's voice rose with anxiety. Why Wei? Wang Haoran looked away, his expression plagued by guilt. You just need to explain it to her clearly. Wai Wei is gentle and generous. She'll understand. It won't be a problem. I'm just a fool. I wouldn't know how to convince her. He looked defeated, as if he had already given up. Tan Taiyu huffed, her frustration boiling over. Fine. Let me tell her. Does that settle it? Is that really possible? Surprise sparked in Wang Haoran's eyes. I'm her eldest sister. She respects me. I'll find the right moment to talk to her. It should be fine. She nodded, more to convince herself than him. I feel like such a scoundrel. I've failed you all. Ashamed, Wang Haoran raised a hand as if to slap his own face. Tan Taiyu lunged forward, catching his wrist before he could make contact. It was an accident. You didn't want this to happen, right? It's already done. Beating yourself up won't change the past. Do you understand? She spoke with bitter relief, trying to soothe him. But as the words left her lips, a strange realization hit her. She was the one who should be comforted, yet here she was, desperately trying to ease his conscience. I understand. Wang Haoran nodded, then his voice dropped to a cautious whisper. Just please, don't let your master know about us. If he finds out, I'm a dead man. He's not. Tan Taiyu started to defend Qin Fan, the instinct to protect her teacher still lingering. But the image of that disgusting video flashed in her mind. The defense died in her throat. She used to believe Qin Fan was a man of honor. Reality proved otherwise. Knowing the person and their face is easy, but knowing their heart is impossible. If Qin Fan grew jealous, Wang Haoran wouldn't stand a chance. She knew the terrifying extent of Qin Fan's martial prowess. If he wanted Wang Haoran dead, no one could stop him. For the sake of the man standing before her, she knew what had to be done. Our business stays secret. Don't let anyone know. It's better if we don't even tell Wai Wei for now. Whatever you say. Wang Haoran nodded sharply. Ding. The host successfully manipulated the heroine Tan Taiyu, gaining 1,600 villain points. Qin Fan's protagonist Halo -80. Hosts Villain Halo plus 80. Tan Taiye carefully tucked the stained sheets away. She led Wang Haoran out of the bedroom and into the dining area. Big sister? I thought you went out for dinner. Why are you back so soon? Chu Qianwei looked up from her plate, her brow furrowed in confusion. Don't even mention it. I feel nauseous just thinking about it. Tan Taiye sat down, looking drained. Did you eat it all? Liu Yue asked. No, I have no appetite. I'm actually a bit hungry, Wang Haoran chimed in. Tan Taiye immediately stood up. She went into the kitchen, packed a fresh bowl of rice, grabbed a pair of chopsticks, and set them gently in front of him. The group at the table exchanged suspicious glances. What are you all looking at? Tan Taiye snapped, her voice defensive. I made him drive me around all evening. A bowl of rice is his reward. Is that so strange? The others quickly looked back down at their food, avoiding her sharp gaze. After dinner, Wang Haoran lingered for a short while before heading out to school. While driving, his phone buzzed. It was Song Siwi. Have you eaten? Her voice crackled through the speakers. Just finished. I ate with Anna. There was a pause. Look, even though I studied cooking with Qin Fan in the mountains, there's nothing between us. Please don't get the wrong idea. You're my first love. She had seen the video. And though Qin Fan had been calling Tan Taiyeu's name, the thought that he might have been thinking of her while doing such things made her skin crawl. She needed Wang Haoran to know where she stood. It's a modern era, Siwi. I'm not that narrow-minded. You don't need to explain. Her voice turned frantic. To her, his indifference sounded like a man who had already made up his mind that she was tainted. I'm telling the truth. I can swear it. Don't you believe me? I don't have a complex about these things. It really doesn't matter to me if you are or aren't. How can I make you believe me? Okay. I believe you. You are. Wang Haoran's voice was perfectly perfunctory. Song Siwi felt a wave of helplessness. He was just humoring her. I know words are useless right now, but when the facts are finally in front of you, you'll understand I was telling the truth. What facts? Wang Haoran asked, sounding genuinely puzzled. It's. She fumbled for the words, blushing furiously. She caught sight of Fang Anna approaching. Anna's coming back. I have to go. Just don't spend all your time reading like a nerd. Learn some basic common sense, otherwise, well, you won't know what to do. Goodbye. The line went dead. Wang Haoran tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. A slow, knowing smile spread across his face. He knew plenty. He was going to give her a very big surprise. Qin Fan fled the hotel as if the building were on fire. He hailed a taxi, desperate to get back to the safety of his mansion. But there was no escape. The driver kept glancing at him in the rearview mirror, his eyes darting between the road and the man, who was currently the most famous person on social media. Qin Fan felt like he was sitting on a bed of hot coals. When they finally arrived, he paid the fare and bolted inside. He stormed into the bedroom and tore the room apart until he found the hidden camera. Then he scoured the rest of the house. He found multiple pinhole lenses tucked into secret crevices. He didn't just remove them. He stomped them into dust, venting his rage on the tiny glass eyes. Once the adrenaline subsided, he dialed Ma Hongsheng. Xiao Ma, Qin Fan growled into the phone. Why the hell are there pinhole cameras all over the mansion you gave me? Chapter 478. The Master's Regret. What pinhole camera? What are you talking about, Master? Ma Hongshen's voice crackled through the phone, sounding genuinely stunned. I found multiple cameras inside and outside the mansion. Qin Fan growled, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. Did you install these things? Master, why on earth would I do that? I have no reason to spy on you. Of course I didn't install them. Qin Fan fell silent, processing the denial. It made sense. Ma Hongsheng was his loyal subordinate. There was no motive for such a betrayal. Master, tell me what happened. Ma Hongshen's tone shifted, oozing concern. Do you have a short video app on your phone? Just open it and swipe a few times. You'll see. Qin Fan forced the words out, his dignity crumbling. He knew the video was spreading like wildfire. There was no point in trying to hide the shame from his own people anymore. I have the app. There was a brief silence on the other end as Ma Hongsheng followed the instructions. Within seconds, the rhythmic sounds and familiar scenery of the mansion filled his speakers. He saw Qin Fan, clear as day, demonstrating his private craftsmanship to the world. Ma Hongsheng kept his face perfectly neutral, though the man on the other end of the line couldn't see him. Master, how could you do such a thing? Ma Hongshen's voice was a masterpiece of feigned shock and disbelief. Don't lecture me. I just want to know who put those cameras there. Qin Fan's teeth ground together with enough force to crack bone. I bought that mansion only recently, Ma Hongsheng explained quickly. A famous star lived there before you. I suspect some obsessed fan, or a paparazzo planted those bugs to catch a glimpse of their private life. It must have been leftover surveillance. Ma Hongsheng sighed, the sound heavy with manufactured guilt. This is my fault. I bought the place and left it empty. I didn't have a professional crew sweep the rooms or clean it properly. If I had been more thorough, your privacy wouldn't be, well, destroyed. I am so sorry, Master. He paused, letting the weight of the situation settle before twisting the knife. But Master, why would the person who found the footage post it? You aren't a celebrity. There's no profit in exposing you unless they have a grudge. It's so strange. Who would have the time for this? I received a call on the landline a while ago. Qin Fan remembered, the memory surfacing like a drowned corpse. The caller used a voice changer. They claimed to have my secrets and demanded 10 million yuan. And what did you do? I thought it was a scam. A random fraudulent call. I ignored them and blocked the number. Regret, sharp and bitter, flooded Qin Fan's chest. They must have retaliated because the extortion failed, Ma Hongsheng said, his voice dripping with false sympathy, while he deliberately pricked at Qin Fan's conscience. Master, why didn't you investigate the threat at the time? Why just hang up and block them? Qin Fan's remorse intensified. He felt sick. But the past was set in stone. He needed a solution. Xiaoma, find a way to scrub those videos. I want them off the internet. Every last one of them. The sooner, the better. Understood. I'll use every connection I have to quiet the storm, Ma Hongsheng promised. But in the silence of his own mind, his thoughts were venomous. Keep dreaming. I hope this ruins you. The call ended. Qin Fan collapsed onto his bed, feeling the weight of 1,000 eyes on his back. He had millions in assets now. He had planned to go out, buy designer clothes, and build a sophisticated image to enhance his charm. Now, with his face plastered across every mobile screen in the country, he didn't even dare to walk to the mailbox. The afternoon sun streamed into a classroom in the finance department. At the podium, Liu Yue stood with her usual quiet dignity, delivering a lecture to the gathered students. Most sat straight-backed, pens moving in rhythm with her words. Wang Haoran sat near the back, relaxed and upright. He didn't have a notebook out. Instead, he tapped away on a brand-new phone, deep in a mobile game. Liu Yue looked in his direction, her eyes lingering for a moment, before she turned back to the chalkboard. She didn't say a word. She had already granted him a special privilege in her class. He was free to do as he pleased. A chat notification popped up over his game interface. It was from Xiao Wanwan. Gu Yure destroyed a painting worth 500,000 yuan at the art exhibition. Wang Haoran's expression remained flat. The heroine was a natural magnet for trouble. It was a classic trope: the female lead creates a mess, and the male lead arrives to save the day. But since he was currently wearing the mask of the male lead, was he expected to play the hero? He found the prospect incredibly tedious. I don't care if she lives or dies, he began typing. Let her handle it. Just tell me how it ends. He was about to hit send when a system prompt flashed across his vision. Warning: this action will be considered as abandoning the role of the fake male protagonist. Previous rewards of 3,200 villain points and 160 villain halo points will be revoked. Confirm. Wang Haoran's thumb froze above the screen. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't blink at a few thousand points. But after the recent drain on his resources, every point was precious. If I stay in character and deal with Gu Yure's mess, will there be a payout? He asked the system mentally. Response: yes. The faster you conclude Gu Yure's main storyline, the greater the reward. Once the arc is finished, she will lose her status as a protagonist and her associated aura. Wang Haoran's eyes brightened. That changed things. If there was a profit to be made in ending her story quickly, he was suddenly very interested. He deleted his previous message and started over. Was the painting damaged by her own clumsiness, or was she framed? In the world of female-centric web novels, it was always one of two things: she was either an airhead who tripped, or a jealous rival had set a trap. Xiao Wanwan replied almost instantly. Gu Yure claims a woman pushed her, but there are no witnesses. I'm looking into it now. Wang Haoran smirked. It was a setup. Paying the fine would be the easy way out, but it wouldn't stop the underlying problem. A rival would just strike again, dragging the story out for dozens of tedious chapters. He didn't have time for a long-term babysitting job. He needed to find the source and eliminate it. Don't bother investigating the truth of the accident, he messaged back. Find everything you can on the girl Gu Yure identified. I want her name and her history. Chapter 479. The Beauty Sin. The classroom of the Language and Literature Department at Qingling Normal University felt stifling. Gu Yure sat at her desk, a volatile mix of anger and grief boiling in her chest. The situation was a nightmare. If she hadn't been pushed, that painting in the exhibition would still be intact. The blind spots of the surveillance cameras had betrayed her. No one at the scene had stepped forward to testify. Without proof, the world saw a clumsy girl instead of a victim. Gu Yure was forced to swallow this bitter, silent loss. Damage required compensation, and the price tag was devastating. Her family was no longer the powerhouse it once was. The days of being a pampered daughter were gone. Her home life was ordinary, bordering on strained. 500,000 yuan was an impossible sum. They didn't even have 100,000. Failure to pay meant a lawsuit. It meant a prison cell. Her parents were helpless. Her former relatives were worse. Back when the Gu family was brilliant, those people lived like parasites, sucking blood from her family's success. After the bankruptcy, they showed their true colors. They vanished, cutting off all contact to ensure they weren't asked for a single cent. The fickle nature of human affection had never been more evident. Borrowing from relatives was a dead end. Gu Yure's mind raced through her personal connections. Who could she turn to? Her close friends were all from ordinary backgrounds, students with limited pocket money and no disposable wealth. They offered sympathy, but they couldn't offer a 500,000 yuan lifeline. Cornered and desperate, a specific face flickered in her mind. A complicated, heavy look settled in her eyes. She hadn't seen him since they parted in that private restaurant room. He hadn't bothered to come looking for her. Logic dictated she should resent him. He was the architect of her most painful, shameful memories. Yet, a strange, lingering ache remained. Even in the dead of night, her dreams were occupied by his evil, charming appearance. No matter how hard she tried to scrub him from her thoughts, he remained. She knew it was wrong, but her heart refused to obey her conscience. In her moment of absolute desperation, the thought of asking him for the money took root. Backbone. I must have a backbone. The thought was like a cold splash of water. He had bullied her so ruthlessly. How could she crawl to him for help? Gu Yura stiffened her resolve. She would rather rot in jail than beg that man for a favor. The sharp ring of the bell echoed through the halls. Class was over. Gu Yura packed her books with a gloomy expression and stepped out of the building. She intended to head straight for the dormitories, but a girl blocked her path. She was beautiful, but her face was twisted into a mask of pure malice. Gu Yura's teeth ground together. This was the one. This was the girl who had pushed her, sending her stumbling forward to tear through the canvas of the painting. Gu Yura, you look so unhappy. Whatever is the matter? Chen Linlin's voice dripped with false concern. She suddenly tapped her forehead in a mock gesture of realization. Oh, I almost forgot. You destroyed a famous painting. That's a 500,000 yuan mistake. Why are you so careless? Gu Yura turned pale with rage. Her hand twitched with the urge to slap that triumphant smirk off the girl's face. She forced herself to endure. Chen Linlin was a third-year student, the daughter of a hotel chain tycoon with billions in assets. She was the quintessential rich girl, living in a luxury mansion off campus while Gu Yura lived in the dorms. They shared a department, but they should have been in different worlds. In this world, beauty is a sin. Before Gu Yura arrived at the university, Chen Linlin was the undisputed school beauty. Her position had been unshakable. Then Gu Yura appeared, and the crown changed hands. Chen Linlin had started trouble during Gu Yura's freshman year, but back then, it was just petty bickering. Gu Yura had stayed patient. She had tolerated the bullying for 2 years. But her patience only fed Chen Linlin's aggression. Now, the stakes had escalated to criminal charges. Chen Linlin, people are watching, Gu Yura said, her voice trembling. Be careful of your retribution. The anger of the weak is a pathetic thing, Chen Linlin replied with a wicked smile. Just wash your face and wait for your time in jail. A woman like you is terrifying. No man will ever want you. Gu Yura's only weapon was her words. Men? They're just dogs. I don't need them. It's only a shameless woman like you who spends every waking hour dreaming about them. Gu Yura's mouth snapped shut. The barb hit home. A wave of guilt washed over her because, in a way, Chen Linlin was right. She had been thinking about a certain boy recently, a bad boy who had taken her purity. She felt a deep sense of shame. Unable to win a war of words and unwilling to start a physical one, Gu Yura turned and walked away in silence. Chen Linlin watched her go, a smug smile lighting up her face. She was pretty, certainly, but she knew she couldn't match Gu Yura's radiance. Soon it wouldn't matter. With Gu Yura behind bars, she would reclaim her throne as the most beautiful girl on campus. Chen Linlin, happy birthday. A boy interrupted her victory, scurrying forward with a bouquet of roses. He looked hopeful, his face full of flattery as he extended the flowers. Chen Linlin blinked. It was strange that this stranger knew her birthday, but it didn't stay strange for long. She reached out and took the bouquet. The boy's face lit up. He opened his mouth to invite her to dinner. A dull thud cut him off. Chen Linlin dropped the roses into the dirt. She raised a designer heel and stomped the blooms into a colorful pulp. The motion was practiced and fluid. It clearly wasn't her first time. Go away, she said, her voice cold and flat. The boy's face fell. He looked at the ruined flowers, then back at her, before retreating in despair. Chen Linlin snorted. As a wealthy, beautiful heiress, there was no shortage of suitors. But she looked at them all with the same disdain. To her, men were nothing more than dogs. Disgusting, predictable dogs. Chapter 480. The Price of a Face. The afternoon air at Qingling University felt heavy. In the finance department, the schedule was relentless. The second period had just ended, leaving 2 more hours of lectures ahead. Class began. Wang Haoran felt his phone buzz. A new message from Xiao Wanwan waited on the screen. The girl Gu Yura identified is Chen Linlin, a third-year student at Normal University. Her father, Chen San, owns the Jinhao hotel chain. It's a massive group with locations nationwide. While the company isn't publicly listed yet, the asset valuation sits somewhere between 30 and 35 billion yuan. Wang Haoran leaned back, his expression flat. It was exactly what he expected. In the world of the female protagonist, a villain rarely arrived without a significant background. Either the family was a titan of industry, or the villain possessed a terrifying strength of their own. Jinhao hotel chain. The name felt familiar. He recalled the scene of Qin Fan's disastrous dinner. That had been a Jinhao hotel. A quick search confirmed the headquarters for the entire group was located right here in Qingling. Wang Haoran wasn't particularly thrilled at the prospect of driving over to the Normal University. He didn't actually want to see Gu Yura. After a moment of deliberation, he opened his contacts and dialed his father, Wang Xiang. Dad, do you know the boss of the Jinhao Hotel Group? Chen San? We aren't close, but we move in the same circles. I can talk to him, Wang Xiang replied, his voice dropping into a protective rumble. Why are you asking, son? Did he offend you? Do you want me to find someone to put the squeeze on him? No, nothing like that, Wang Haoran said. Chen San has a daughter named Chen Linlin. She's been targeting a stupid friend of mine. Contact him, tell him to rein in his daughter, and make sure she leaves my friend alone from now on. And the name of this friend? Gu Yura. Wang Xiang paused, momentarily confused by his son calling a friend stupid, but he didn't push for details. Understood. I'll call him now. The elder Wang flipped through his address book until he found the number. In the world of high-stakes business, men like them were acquaintances by necessity, attending the same galas and board meetings. As long as they weren't direct rivals, a level of professional courtesy existed. The phone rang 3 times before a booming voice answered. Pharaoh, to what do I owe the pleasure? Old Chen, your hotel business is booming. I was starting to get jealous, Wang Xiang joked. Don't mock me. The Wang family has its hands in everything. I don't believe for a second you'd want to jump into the hotel business. It's saturated in Qingling. Nothing but a money pit right now. Chen San's tone turned pragmatic. If you have something on your mind, speak plainly. No wonder your business thrives. You have sharp instincts, Wang Xiang complimented before shifting to the main topic. Your daughter, Chen Linlin, has been making things difficult for a friend of my son at school. Her name is Gu Yura. I'd like to ask you to have a word with your daughter. Ask her to raise her hand and let this go. I can't give you an answer immediately, Chen San replied, hesitating. He knew his daughter was willful and arrogant. There was no guarantee she would listen. Give me a moment to look into it. I'll wait for the good news then. Wang Xiang hung up with a satisfied smile, assuming a father's word would be law. Chen San dialed his daughter immediately. The call was cut off before the second ring. He sighed, assuming she was in the middle of a lecture, and sent a text asking her to call back. 10 minutes later, his phone rang. Linlin, are you out of class? Chen San's voice was warm, almost doting. I was in the middle of a match. Chen Linlin's shrill, annoyed voice filled the speaker. Your calling made me lose. It's so irritating. Chen San didn't flinch at the disrespect. He was far too used to it. Linlin, have you been having some trouble with a girl named Buyura at school? How do you know about that? Wang Xiang from the Wang group called me. It seems his son is friends with this girl. He wants you to stop targeting her. What do you think? Surprise and then a sharp, hot annoyance flared in Chen Linlin's chest. She hadn't realized Buyura had connections to a wealthy second-generation heir. If this boy paid the 500,000 yuan, her plan to send Buyura to prison would crumble. She couldn't let that happen. It's absolutely impossible, Chen Linlin snapped. I'm not stopping. Linlin, the Wang family is powerful. There's no need to provoke them over a school grudge. Just give them some face. You're the boss of a multi-billion-dollar corporation. Why are you so afraid of them? Chen Linlin's voice rose to a scream. The Wang group is nothing. Why should I care about their face? And that son of his? Who does he think he is, telling me what to do? Tell him to rot. Is there really no room for discussion? No. Fine. I'll relay your answer to Wang Xiang. Chen San gave in easily. He had spent years indulging her every whim. While the Wang family was formidable, he wasn't exactly weak. Why should his daughter be unhappy just to please a neighbor? He called Wang Xiang back. Pharaoh, I'm sorry. My daughter is adamant. She won't stop targeting Gu Yura. There's nothing more I can do. Wang Xiang's smile vanished. His face clouded over, his features tightening with anger. He cared about his son's reputation just as much as Chen San cared about his daughter's whims. To fail at such a simple request made him look weak in front of his boy. Chen San, we've known each other a long time. Wang Xiang's voice turned icy. He dropped the friendly nicknames. I don't want to burn bridges, but are you sure you won't talk to her again? Wang Xiang, it's not your place to tell me how to handle my family, Chen San countered with a sneer. Chen San, you just wait. Wang Xiang slammed the phone down and immediately called Wang Haoran. In the classroom, Wang Haoran ducked behind his desk to answer the call in a whisper. Son, that bastard Chen San wouldn't give me the time of day. But don't you worry, I'm handling this. I'll find someone to snatch his daughter off the street. Let's see how arrogant he is then. Don't interfere, Wang Haoran hissed into the phone, his eyes darting toward the teacher. I'll handle this myself. He hung up and stood, walking out of the lecture hall without a word. With Liu Yue in the room, his absence wouldn't be questioned. He reached the parking lot and climbed into his Pagani. The engine roared to life as he pulled out, setting a course for the normal university. He had tried to be efficient, to solve the problem with a phone call. Since that hadn't worked, he would have to deal with it in person. Chen Linlin. Wang Haoran gripped the steering wheel. He was determined to give this rich girl an education she wouldn't forget. If he was making the trip, he was going to make it count. Chapter 481. Is a person so arrogant? Under the horrified eyes of 100 watching students, a Pagani roared onto the campus of the normal university. It screeched to a halt in an open space beside the campus road, its engine humming like a tethered beast. The wing door of the driver's seat lifted. Wang Haoran stepped out. Tall, sharp, and effortlessly handsome, his presence sent a wave of elation through the passing girls, while the boys cast glances heavy with envy and jealousy. Wang Haoran ignored them all. Chen Linlin, a third-year student and a wealthy socialite. Although the information was brief, finding someone like that at normal university was a simple task. He approached the nearest group of girls to ask about her. They didn't know her personally, but they knew of her. In this school, Chen Linlin was regarded as the campus legend. Famous, or perhaps infamous, she was the kind of person everyone recognized even if they had never met. Several of the girls belonged to the student union. They reached out to a junior member to dig for specifics. Not long after, the news came back. Chen Linlin's class had no schedule for the afternoon. She was currently in the girls' dormitory. The junior student led Wang Haoran to the front of the building. Being a man, he couldn't easily enter. The third-year girl who had helped him volunteered to go up and fetch her. She hurried inside, climbed the stairs, and made her way to a bedroom on the third floor. Inside, Chen Linlin was locked in a mobile game battle with a few other girls. Sister Linlin, someone is looking for you downstairs. The girl spoke cautiously, her voice trembling slightly. Chen Linlin was a rich girl with a notoriously foul temper. She walked sideways through the halls of the school, answering to no one. No one dared to cross her. At this moment, she stared at her phone screen, her face twisted in a scowl. She was in a foul mood. Her character, Sun Shangxiang, was already dead. A few of her teammates tried to guard the perimeter around her, but they were useless. To be fair, the other girls weren't the problem. Chen Linlin was simply a terrible player. She was the type who always insisted on playing the glass cannon marksman roles despite lacking the skill. Since it was the junior year, the course load was light. With her one afternoon class finished, Chen Linlin had nothing but time. She hadn't bothered going back to her mansion outside the school. Instead, on a whim, she had invaded this dormitory to drag these girls into a game. Who is looking for me? Chen Linlin watched the respawn timer tick down. She didn't look up as she responded. A boy. He's driving a Pagani, the girl whispered. Must be rich, Chen Linlin muttered. Then, her lip curled in disdain. Pagani is amazing? I have a pink Ferrari Leifa. Limited edition, worldwide. Her character resurrected. Her attention snapped back to the screen. Seeing her dive back into the game, the messenger realized Chen Linlin had no intention of moving. Sister Linlin, the boy is very handsome. Are you really not going to see him? I don't care how handsome he is. I'm playing. Tell him I'm busy. Let him cool his heels. What the hell? This is so annoying. As she spoke, her character stepped off the high ground and was immediately shredded by an invisible King Lamling. She let out an irritable, sharp cry of frustration. Sister Linlin, he clearly isn't from our school. He came here specifically for you. He must be interested. If he wants to chase you, shouldn't you at least take a look? The girl didn't want to disappoint the handsome stranger waiting below. Chasing me? I think you just want to fall in love yourself. Don't I know what kind of virtue boys have? Chen Linlin said contemptuously. She had never been in love, but she considered herself transparent. To her, love was a joke. Boys chasing girls was always about the same singular idea. She hated them. She never paid attention to their pursuits, no matter how good-looking they were. She never even thought about dating. To her, falling in love meant being controlled. The messenger saw the wall going up. It was useless to argue. If she kept pushing, Chen Linlin might turn that rage on her. Reluctantly, the girl left the room and returned to the dormitory gate. Handsome guy, Chen Linlin is busy with something. She can't come down right now. The girl softened the blow. Chen Linlin's actual words were too ugly to repeat, so she tried to be diplomatic. Wang Haoran's brow furrowed. He hadn't come all this way to return empty-handed. Go back and tell her this. I will wait for exactly 10 minutes. If she isn't down by then, I am coming into that dormitory to get her out myself. Wang Haoran's voice was deep, his patience wearing thin. Do you really want me to tell her that? The girl looked shocked. Yes, please tell her my exact words. What's your name? The girl asked. She wondered if knowing his identity would change the situation. Wang Haoran hesitated. He and Chen Linlin were strangers. A name likely wouldn't mean much, but it couldn't hurt. Wang Haoran. The girl nodded and hurried back upstairs. She found Chen Linlin still brooding over her phone. Sister Linlin, that guy says his name is Wang Haoran. Do you know him? Wang Haoran? What a generic name. Chen Linlin grumbled. Then, a spark of memory hit her. You said he drove a Pagani? Yes, a Pagani. Chen Linlin snorted coldly. She remembered her phone call with Chen Sen earlier. He had mentioned that name. So, this was the wealthy second-generation brat who wanted to stand up for Guyura. She hadn't expected him to show up himself instead of sending his father to negotiate. Did he think she was an easy target? If so, he was dead wrong. Did he say anything else? She asked. The messenger felt the tension in the air. She braced herself. He said he'll wait 10 minutes. If you don't go down, he's coming in to arrest you. How many people did he bring? Chen Linlin's face grew solemn. He's alone. Alone? He is so arrogant alone. Chen Linlin burst into a sharp, mocking laugh. She glanced at her 0-9-0 game score. The base was about to explode anyway. She hit the surrender button and stood up. As a domineering heiress, she never traveled truly alone. She had her own small team. Most of them were recruits from the sports department, tall, powerful girls who were stronger than the average man. She began calling them to her side. Chapter 482. The Arrogance of a Legend. Wang Haoran stood in the open space outside the dormitory building, eyes fixed on his phone as the seconds ticked by. He had been waiting for about 4 minutes when the girl, who had acted as his messenger, scurried back out of the building. Her movements were frantic, her eyes darting toward the entrance. Chen Linlin went to call for backup, the girl whispered, her voice trembling. She's planning something against you. You should leave while you still can. She kept looking over her shoulder, terrified of being caught tipping him off. Thank you for the warning. Wang Haoran offered a calm, kind smile. He made no move to leave. The girl froze, momentarily dazzled by the expression on his face. She felt lightheaded, her pulse quickening. Recovering her senses, she tried again. Why won't you listen? Chen Linlin is dangerous. If you stay here, you're going to get hurt. Wang Haoran shook his head, his posture relaxed. I'll be fine. The girl realized her persuasion was useless. Fearing Chen Linlin's wrath, she couldn't afford to be seen with him any longer. She retreated into the shadows of a nearby building, finding a vantage point in a second-story room, where she could watch the confrontation from a safe distance. Moments later, the dormitory doors swung open. A phalanx of 8 or 9 athletic, muscular girls marched out. In their center walked a striking girl with an air of cold authority. Wang Haoran had never seen Chen Linlin before, but the hierarchy of the group made it obvious. This was the woman he was looking for. Chen Linlin stopped a few meters away, her eyes narrowing as she appraised him. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3. No system prompt chimed in his mind. Wang Haoran realized the Super Peach Blossom Halo had failed to trigger. Even with the doubled odds for female supporting characters, his luck had run dry this time. He wasn't particularly disappointed. The halo had already served him well twice today, even affecting a main heroine. Expecting a perfect streak was unrealistic. Besides, Chen Linlin wasn't a heroine. The lack of a natural trigger actually simplified things. He reached out to the communication system and issued a direct command. Ding. The host has successfully used the charm halo on a female partner Chen Linlin, an important villain of the female frequency plot. Chen Linlin's favorability toward the host has been raised to the maximum value of 100. The moment the prompt cleared, Wang Haoran focused on Chen Linlin's face. The scowl she had been wearing evaporated, her jaw loosened, and her eyes glazed over with a sudden, intense infatuation. How could someone like this exist? The thought echoed in Chen Linlin's mind. She had spent her life dismissing boys, often comparing them to common animals. She had committed herself to celibacy, viewing romance as a messy, degrading ordeal she wanted no part of. To her, falling in love was synonymous with losing control. But as she stared at the boy before her, that lifelong philosophy crumbled. The idea of being with someone suddenly didn't seem so repulsive. If it was him, she decided, everything would be acceptable. Sister Linlin? One of the athletes beside her shifted uncomfortably. She was confused by the sudden silence and the way her leader was staring. Sister Linlin, do you want us to move in? Chen Linlin snapped out of her trance. She looked down shyly, trying to hide the heat in her cheeks, but her gaze drifted back to his face almost immediately. He was too charming to ignore. Are you Chen Linlin? Wang Haoran's voice was steady. Yes, I am. Hello. Chen Linlin reached out a hand, her movements cautious and uncharacteristically polite. The girls surrounding her exchanged bewildered looks. They were here to teach this guy a lesson, yet Chen Linlin was acting like a smitten schoolgirl. This was a girl who had always been immune to handsome faces. Wang Haoran glanced at her outstretched hand but didn't take it. Don't target Guyura anymore. Do you understand? The mention of the name caused a flash of thick jealousy to flicker in Chen Linlin's eyes. Reality crashed back into her fantasy. The only reason they were meeting was because of another woman. What is your relationship with Guyura? Chen Linlin asked, her brow furrowing. I'm the one asking questions, not you. Wang Haoran kept his tone sharp. He knew her nature. Being polite with a villain like Chen Linlin was a waste of breath. A harsh attitude was far more effective. The wicked, he figured, needed to be ground down by someone even more uncompromising. Chen Linlin flared with a brief moment of anger. No one spoke to her like that. But then she looked at his face again, and the anger hissed out of her like air from a punctured tire. Fine, she said softly. I won't target her anymore. Are you satisfied? Wang Haoran waited. The system remained silent. There were no rewards, no notifications. He knew immediately that she was lying. If she had truly intended to stop, the plot thread between her and Guyura would have concluded. Suddenly, Chen Linlin's gaze shifted to something behind him. Her expression twisted into one of pure resentment. Wang Haoran turned to follow her line of sight. Guyura was walking toward the dormitory. She looked miserable, her head down and her shoulders slumped. When she reached the entrance, she sensed the crowd and looked up. Her eyes went wide as she took in the scene, Wang Haoran standing defiantly against Chen Linlin and her squad of enforcers. Confusion washed over her face, but she didn't stop. She lowered her head and hurried past them into the building. She didn't go far. She ran to a room on the second floor, one that overlooked the entrance. Silence fell over the group outside. Chen Linlin glared at the spot where Guyura had disappeared. Wang Haoran, using his perspective ability, could see Guyura hiding behind the second floor window, watching them intently. The situation felt like a scene from a melodramatic romance novel. Wang Haoran felt a flicker of annoyance at the cliché, but he played his part for the sake of the mission. He turned back to Chen Linlin, his voice booming so it would carry clearly to the windows above. Whatever grievance you have with Guyura ends now, he warned, his voice deep and commanding. Do not target her again, or I won't let you off easy. Chapter 483. Happy cooperation. Him. What does he mean by that? Guyura crouched by the second floor bedroom window, hidden from view. Wang Haoran's words sent ripples of confusion through her heart. He had bullied her so ruthlessly that day. She was certain he found her unpleasant, even hateful. Why would he defend her now? Does he like me? The thought bloomed in her mind, bringing an involuntary burst of joy. Ding. Female protagonist Guyura's favorability has increased by 5. Current total, 55. Love from the heart. Ding. The host successfully manipulated the protagonist's narrative, advancing the main storyline. Obtained 900 villain points. Guyura's protagonist halo, minus 45. Host's villain halo, plus 45. Wang Haoran felt the rewards settle in. The lingering irritation from navigating this melodramatic plot began to dissipate. His eyes, briefly unfocused as he processed the system prompts, cleared and sharpened. He turned his gaze toward Chen Linlin. A flash of intense jealousy burned in Chen Linlin's eyes. She had always envied Guyura's beauty, but seeing the boy she liked focus so much attention on her rival made that envy curdle into pure loathing. Wang Haoran caught the shift in her expression. This was going south. He had come here to handle Chen Linlin and ensure she stopped targeting Guyura, but the current drama had only fueled her spite. If things continued this way, Chen Linlin's schemes would grow longer and more tedious than an old woman's foot-binding cloth. He didn't have the time or the patience to constantly clean up Gu Yura's messes. He could simply poison Chen Linlin and be done with it, but that felt sloppy. She was a wealthy girl, the apple of her father Chen San's eye. If he played his cards right, she wouldn't just be out of the way, she would be a powerful asset. Her favorability was already maxed out, so loyalty wasn't the issue. However, Gu Yura was still eavesdropping from above. This wasn't the place to make Chen Linlin surrender. Come with me, Wang Haoran said. He turned on his heel and walked away from the dormitory building. Chen Linlin didn't hesitate for a second. She followed. Sister Linlin. The group of tough girls shouted after her. Don't follow us, Chen Linlin snapped, stopping them in their tracks before jogging to catch up with Wang Haoran's retreating figure. They walked along the campus trail until they reached a secluded, quiet corner. No one else was in sight. Wang Haoran stopped and turned to face her. I told you to follow, and you did. Aren't you afraid? He flashed an intriguing, sharp smile. Chen Linlin felt a momentary flutter of panic, but she quickly shook it off. Could he actually beat her? If he tried, she would just beg for mercy. Surely he wasn't the type to strike a girl. And if he didn't plan on hitting her, then he must want something else. Expectation replaced fear. She raised her chin, her voice loud and defiant. What's there to be afraid of? Are you going to eat me? Gu Yura and I aren't actually what you think, Wang Haoran said, cutting straight to the point. Chen Linlin frowned, her suspicion rising. If you don't like her, why speak for her? Did you come here specifically to warn me to stay away from her? On the contrary, I don't just dislike her. I hate her, Wang Haoran said, his voice dropping into a solemn tone. Oh, so you're playing the long game? Deceive her, make her fall for you, and then crush her? Chen Linlin's villainous mind immediately jumped to the most ruthless conclusion. Exactly. That's why I need your cooperation. Name your price. I'll pay whatever you want. I have plenty of money, Chen Linlin countered, her eyes narrowing as she bargained. Can I make a different request? Tell me. If it's within my power, I'll consider it. Chen Linlin took a deep breath. Do you have a girlfriend? Yes. The answer hit her like a physical blow. Disappointment clouded her face, her shoulders slumping. But I don't mind having one more, Wang Haoran added. He watched her expression shift. They were both villains, so there was no point in being coy. If his requirements were a bit much, so be it. You're a total scumbag, aren't you? Chen Linlin gasped, genuinely stunned. I didn't ask you to agree. He found her shock almost funny. Chen Linlin blinked. He had a point. If she didn't agree, his being a scumbag didn't affect her. Besides, compared to guys who lied and cheated behind a girl's back, he was strangely honest. He was laying all his cards on the table. Pick another condition, Wang Haoran prompted. No, I want that one. Chen Linlin struggled with herself for a moment, before her resolve hardened. What? Wang Haoran feigned ignorance. Make me your girlfriend, and I'll leave Gu Yura alone. Her face burned a deep crimson. She wanted to curse herself for being so easy, but despite her logic, she wanted this. She wanted to be part of his world, even if he was a scoundrel. Happy cooperation. Wang Haoran extended his hand, sealing the deal like a business executive. Chen Linlin felt the absurdity of the moment, but she reached out and took his hand anyway. Ding. The host successfully neutralized a threat to the female protagonist by ending Chen Linlin's antagonism. Obtained 2200 villain points. Gu Yura's protagonist Halo, minus 110. Host's villain Halo, plus 110. Having secured the reward, Wang Haoran started to pull his hand away, but Chen Linlin held on tight. Are you busy? Let me show you around the university. The scenery is beautiful this time of year, she invited, a sweet, genuine smile lighting up her face. Wait, I forgot to ask you something, Wang Haoran said, a thought occurring to him. Anything. Just ask. Have you ever been in a relationship before? Are you still? He didn't finish the sentence, but his pointed look said it all. Chen Linlin understood immediately. Of course I am. I don't believe you. Wang Haoran let out a short snort, his eyes scanning her from head to toe. Tell me which hotel nearby is the cleanest? Chapter 484. Into the dog blood plot. Wang Haoran's blunt question hung in the air, leaving Chen Linlin stunned. She stood frozen for a long moment before her mind finally caught up. Was he serious? A scumbag was one thing, but this was blatant. It was too much, too fast, and entirely too nasty. The urge to shove his hand away and tell him to get lost flared within her. But when she opened her mouth, the defiance died. I have a mansion nearby, she whispered, her voice betraying her. I live alone. Shame washed over her the second the words left her lips. Yet, despite the embarrassment, a spark of expectation flickered in her chest as she waited for his response. Wang Haoran dropped his skeptical act and flashed a sudden, bright smile. Okay, I believe you. No need to prove it. Chen Linlin felt a wave of dizziness. He had baited her into a confession, and then immediately backed off. The loss of face she felt in that moment was 10 times greater than every embarrassment she had suffered in her 20 years combined. Then just walk with me outside. Can you at least do that? Her tone had shifted from defiant to pleading. She sounded small, almost pitiful. If anyone from her social circle saw her now, they would be horrified. Chen Linlin herself couldn't believe she had turned into such a desperate follower. No, she corrected herself silently. This wasn't desperation. It was devotion. But Wang Haoran started to agree, softened by her crestfallen expression. Before he could finish, a flicker of movement behind a distant tree caught his attention. His specialized vision pierced through the foliage. Gu Yura was crouched there, peeking at them. Gu Yura is watching from over there, he whispered, leaning closer to Chen Linlin. We can't let her see this kind of connection. Next time. Chen Linlin cut her eyes toward the tree and spotted the edge of a long skirt. She recognized it instantly as the one Gu Yura was wearing today. Okay, please remember your promise, Chen Linlin murmured. She wasn't about to ruin his plans. A malicious glint entered her eyes as she leaned in to offer her own advice. That girl is hateful. Since you're going to deal with her, make sure you do it right. Count me in. After you win her over, get her pregnant a few times and then dump her. Hard. She paused, her expression darkening with spite. Actually, record it. Post the video online and let the world watch her ruin herself. Wang Haoran stared at her for a few seconds, momentarily taken aback by the sheer venom in her voice. Then he remembered she was a villainous supporting character. This was exactly how she was supposed to think. I'll do my best, he answered perfunctorily. Suddenly, he raised his voice, his tone turning harsh and cold. Chen Linlin, remember what I said. If you ever target Gu Yura again, I will never let you go. Stop it, I won't do it anymore. Chen Linlin cried out, feigning terror to play along with his performance. Get lost. Wang Haoran barked. Chen Linlin turned and hurried away, heading in the opposite direction of Gu Yura's hiding spot. Wang Haoran watched her go before turning to leave as well. He took a path that led him directly past the large tree. As he reached it, he reached out and pulled the hiding girl into the open. Did you see all that? He asked, already knowing the answer. I saw it, Gu Yura snapped. She was secretly glowing with joy, but she kept her face set in a mask of disdain. She looked at him as if he were her sworn enemy. But don't think for a second that this makes up for what you did. I won't forgive you. Wang Haoran wasn't surprised. The love-hate entanglement in these types of stories was always thick with melodrama. In a typical female-centric novel, the leads were never allowed to be happy until the final page. Most of that friction came from the heroine's stubbornness. They were defined by their refusal to admit their feelings, treating the person they loved like a villain while wallowing in their own self-inflicted misery. Gu Yura was the textbook definition of that trope. To keep the act going and secure his rewards, Wang Haoran stepped into the role of the arrogant male lead. He organized his thoughts and put on his best cold front. Woman, don't overthink this, he said, looking down his nose at her. I simply don't like Chen Linlin. Whatever I said to her had nothing to do with you. He turned to walk away, projecting an air of total indifference. The words hit Gu Yura harder than she expected. He didn't do it for her? A wave of sadness and loss crashed over her, followed quickly by a surge of anger as she remembered his previous bullying. You bastard! She screamed at his back. Just leave then. I never want to see you again. What happened last time? I'll just pretend I was bitten by a ghost. Wang Haoran paused at the sound of her voice, gritting his teeth against the sheer absurdity of the dialogue, and kept moving. Rapid footsteps thudded behind him. A second later, a shoulder slammed into his. He turned to find Gu Yura standing there. The path was wide and her vision was fine. There was no way that collision was an accident. I wasn't looking. Don't you dare try anything. Gu Yura stammered. She had acted on impulse and was now pale with panic as she met his expressionless gaze. Yet, beneath the fear, that same inexplicable expectation returned. Wang Haoran felt a flare of genuine annoyance. He had a sudden, vivid urge to tie her up and leave her to dry in the sun. Then he remembered her lucky halo. Whenever she was persecuted, she escaped unscathed, and the misfortune was redirected onto the one who harmed her. He had seen Yunhan suffer through it firsthand. He dismissed the idea of a physical lesson, but the embarrassment of the situation remained. If it weren't for the villain points, he wouldn't spend another second in this ridiculous plot. Wait, he realized. A lesson didn't have to be persecution. Gu Yura's character was special. Her entire storyline was built on being mistreated and indebted to the male lead. It was an abusive cycle. As long as he stayed within the bounds of the narrative and didn't trigger her defensive aura, he could still vent his frustration. Follow me, he said, his voice dropping into a low, icy command. Go. Where? Gu Yura asked, her fear warring with her curiosity. Stop talking and move. Follow me, or stay here and take the consequences. Wang Haoran walked away without looking back, his expression fierce. Terrified of being left behind, Gu Yura scrambled to follow him. Chapter 485. Classical Beauty? Ding. Female protagonist Gu Yura's favorability has increased by 5. Current total 60. Love from the heart. Ding. The host manipulated the protagonist's narrative and successfully advanced the main storyline. Obtained 900 villain points. Gu Yura's protagonist halo, -45. Host's villain halo, +45. Wang Haoran accepted the rewards with a comfortable sigh. He exited the hotel room quickly, settled the bill at the front desk, and vanished into the evening air. Inside the room he left behind, the air felt heavy. Gu Yura's face flushed a deep, frantic crimson. She retched, a harsh sound in the empty space, before stumbling into the bathroom to rinse her mouth. The sky deepened into a bruised purple by the time Wang Haoran reached the parking lot. He swung into the driver's seat of the Pagani and brought the engine to life. A message from Liu Yue glowed on his phone screen. It had arrived 30 minutes ago. She was hurting, the text said, and she needed someone to talk to. He could guess the cause. He pulled out of the lot and sped toward the Art Institute. When he found Liu Yue, the sight of her pulled at him. Her expression was haggard, her frame noticeably thinner than before. My brother, she began, her voice cracking with grief. He's dead. What? When did this happen? Wang Haoran injected a tone of sharp, calculated surprise into his voice. A few days ago. I was so afraid of ruining your mood that I kept it to myself. But the weight of it. I just needed to hear your voice. I'm not disturbing you, am I? Don't be a fool. Wang Haoran sighed, pulling her closer. How could you disturb me? You should have told me sooner so I could carry some of this burden with you. He paused, his tone shifting to gentle inquiry. How did it happen? A needle between the eyebrows, Liu Yue whispered. The police can't find a lead. The case is just sitting there. In a few days, I have to claim his body and make the arrangements. Tell me when the time comes. I'll handle everything. I'll find a place with perfect feng shui to lay him to rest. He reached out and smoothed her hair, offering a silent comfort. He meant it, though not for the reasons she thought. He already had the perfect spot in mind, the summit of Qingling Mountain. Lin Chen and Yan Yuntian were already buried there. Lu Chen would have plenty of company. Thank you, Liu Yan murmured, leaning her weight into him. The exhaustion that had defined her week seemed to lift slightly, replaced by a surge of gratitude. She burrowed into his chest, seeking the warmth she had missed. I told him that Villa was unlucky. He just wouldn't listen. It's over now. Don't torture yourself with the past. Liu Yan nodded obediently. She took a breath, trying to steady her emotions. There's a cultural performance at the academy tonight. Would you stay and watch it with me? It was a transparent excuse to keep him near, but she hoped he wouldn't mind. I'd love to, Wang Haoran agreed instantly. Liu Yan was in a tragic position. Her brother was cold in the ground, and her grandfather didn't have much time left. She was currently the only heroine with a favorability score of 100, a literal life and death devotion. She cared for him with a selflessness that made their time together effortless. If she wanted a simple evening at a show, he would give it to her. Besides, an art school performance was bound to have a few sights worth seeing. He looked her over again, noting the hollows in her cheeks. Have you eaten? I haven't had an appetite lately. You have to eat, Liu Yan. You're wasting away. Even the curves you're so proud of are starting to shrink. Haven't you noticed? Liu Yan's eyes went wide. She looked down at herself, suddenly self-conscious. I think you might be right. Her silhouette was still striking, but the thought of losing her perfection for the man she loved was enough to spark her motivation. I'm hungry too. Let's find a restaurant. As they drove off to eat, the Academy of Arts was a hive of activity. Backstage, the air was thick with the scent of hairspray and makeup. Students in various stages of costume hurried through the halls. Near the campus men's room, a figure stepped out that stopped traffic. A student walking toward the restroom froze, his jaw dropping. A woman with a flawlessly sculpted face and a graceful, lithe body stood before him. She didn't seem bothered by the fact that she had just exited the men's room. She remained calm, moving past the staring boy with an ethereal air. She wore a traditional hanfu, the flowing silk accentuating a delicate, classical beauty that felt like a painting come to life. Who is that? Someone whispered as she passed. She's on the same level as Liu Yan. Why haven't we seen her before? Must be a guest performer. Dressed like that? She has to be in the show tonight. The whispers followed her like a trail of smoke. An hour later, Wang Haoran and Liu Yan returned to the school. A full meal had returned the color to Liu Yan's face. She led him toward the main square, which was already teeming with people. The performance was about to begin. Wang Haoran scanned the crowd. The art academy was famous for its aesthetics, and the square was packed with attractive faces. He filtered out the men, his eyes searching for top-tier beauty. At first, he felt a twinge of disappointment. While there were many pretty girls, none seemed to match the elite school flower status of those at Qingling University. Then he saw her. A woman in hanfu drifted through the crowd, her classical charm acting like a magnet for his gaze. She wasn't quite on the level of transcendent beings like Feng Suenso, but she could easily hold her own against Yu Shiqing. A heroine, he decided. She had to be. He admired her for a few moments, appreciating the way the silk moved against her skin. Then, almost by habit, he activated his perspective vision. His heart rate spiked with anticipation, but the heat quickly turned to ice. Something appeared in his field of vision that had no business being there. Wang Haoran's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He shoved his hands into his hair, gripping his skull as if his brain might explode. A cold shiver raced down his spine, followed by a wave of pure, visceral revulsion. It was the physical equivalent of taking a large bite of a gourmet meal, only to realize too late that you were chewing on a mouthful of filth. He felt like he was going insane. He wanted to scream. He wanted to look away, but the image was burned into his mind. Everything was wrong. Chapter 486. The Women's Clothing Tycoon. Wang Haoran felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his eyes and quickly deactivated his perspective. Even with his vision returned to normal, the lingering sense of dread didn't fade. This beautiful woman, whose appearance rivaled even Yu Shiqing, was actually a man. A total fraud in women's clothing. If it wasn't for his perspective ability, Haoran wouldn't have been able to tell the difference. Just moments ago, he had been lost in his own fantasies about this beauty. Thinking back on it now, it was revolting. He had encountered a protagonist who turned into a stream before, which had been uncomfortable enough, but this cross-dressing boss was on a completely different level. As Haoran's thoughts shifted, the communication system immediately began its investigation. Protagonist, Ling Nangsu. Combat Strength 65. Charm 383. Protagonist's Halo 4879. Skill, Goldfinger Women's Big Brother System. While dressed in women's clothing, earning the favor or confessions of male characters generates points. Points can be used to directly increase charm, or unlock various abilities. Note 1. The higher the appearance of the targeted male character, the more points are obtained. Note 2. The system can improve charm to a maximum of 999. At that level, the host becomes a universal heartbreaker. Success rates for pursuing women while in men's clothing, or men while in women's clothing, reach 100%. Currently unlocked voice changing, imitation of any female voice, full level classical dance. Unlocking ability perspective, current progress 1%. Information flooded Haoran's mind, making his scalp tingle with irritation. Before he had used his perspective, he genuinely thought Ling Nangsu was a female lead. He'd had some strange thoughts, which apparently counted as favor. Ling Nangsu was harvesting points from him. Because Haoran's own appearance was so high, those points were likely substantial. He was being fleeced for wool. Usually, he was the one plucking the protagonist's wool, but today, the roles had reversed. It was infuriating. Haoran wanted to subject Ling Nangsu to a set of physical restraints right then and there to settle the score. However, he suppressed the urge after a second. Ling Nangsu's halo was nearly 5,000. This was a fat sheep, and killing him now would be a waste of potential villain points. He needed those points desperately. Besides, he had to keep a close eye on that perspective ability. Haoran didn't want any other man to possess that power. Anyone who did had to be eliminated. Fortunately, 1% progress was a long way off. In fact, he'd make sure it never reached 100%. If Ling Nangsu needed to show off in women's clothing to get points, the solution was simple: keep him off the stage. Zhang Jiaoxuan had been resting for a few days. Surely that was enough time off. A light tap on his arm broke his train of thought. Haoran tilted his head to see Liu Yan watching him with watery, attentive eyes. That girl is really pretty, Liu Yan said. She gestured toward the classical beauty in Hanfu standing in the distance. Her world revolved around Haoran, so she had noticed him staring blankly in that direction for quite some time. Her tone wasn't angry, just slightly sour. She looks fine, I suppose, Haoran replied. Internally, he felt nothing but disgust, but he couldn't let that show. Liu Yan misunderstood his lack of enthusiasm. She assumed he was just trying not to make her jealous. Her face flushed slightly as she offered a generous, tolerant smile. If you like looking at her, go ahead. I won't blame you. If you want her social media, I can even get it for you. Girls aren't as defensive around other girls, so my success rate would be higher than yours, right? Her voice was soft and sincere. She wasn't joking. Haoran was stunned for a moment, then sighed. Was this the result of full favorability? She was clearly jealous, yet she was willing to help her boyfriend flirt with another girl just to please him. It was sensible to a heartbreaking degree. I'm actually quite bored with that person. Don't overthink it, Haoran said. He couldn't exactly tell her that the beauty was a man. If he pointed out Ling Nangsu's secret, he'd have to explain how he knew. He couldn't admit to having X-ray vision, and he couldn't claim to know the guy personally since he was from a different school. To save himself the trouble, it was better to pretend he was just disinterested. I'm serious, I'm not joking, Liu Yan insisted, her expression solemn. I'm serious too, Haoran emphasized. A bright smile finally broke across Liu Yan's face, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of rose. She believed him. While they spoke, Ling Nangsu was basking in the joy of his rising points. This art academy square was a prime location, packed with handsome men. Standing there in his hanfu, he attracted stares of admiration and desire from every direction. However, just standing around had its limits. At this rate, it would take months to unlock his perspective skill. To truly harvest points, he needed to perform. He had a classical dance routine scheduled for the art show later. That would be the real windfall. Since the show hadn't started yet, Ling Nangsu decided to pass the time by flirting. His eyes scanned the crowd, dismissing the average-looking guys immediately. He wanted a top-tier target. Chapter 487, Digging the Wall. Ling Nangsu searched for a short while before finding his mark. An uneasy feeling settled in his chest. Was this guy a bit too handsome? Nangsu muttered a silent curse, his gaze shifting to the beautiful girl standing beside the top-tier heartbreaker. He knew her. In fact, every student at the art academy knew her. Liu Yan was the only recognized school beauty in the entire institution. In a place overflowing with aesthetic talent and striking features, standing out as the definitive school flower was a testament to her extraordinary looks. She was the dream girl for 90% of the boys on campus. Ling Nangsu was one of them. Watching them now, Nangsu noticed the intimate way they spoke. A surge of jealousy flared in his heart. Judging by their body language and the soft expression on Liu Yan's face, they were clearly a couple. The school beauty actually had a boyfriend. Ding. The host has damaged the mentality of the protagonist Ling Nangsu. Obtained 800 villain points. Ling Nangsu's protagonist halo -40. Host's villain halo +40. Nangsu felt a fracture in his confidence, but he forced himself to calm down. There had been no rumors of Liu Yan dating anyone. He reasoned that this must be a brand new relationship. Their intimacy had to be limited, a few hand-holding sessions, or a stray kiss at most. That was acceptable. He would simply dig out the foundation of this wall and take her for himself. Following his impulses, Nangsu drifted toward the couple. He slowed his pace as he neared Wang Haoran, pretending to be a distracted passerby. Oh, a sweet, melodic exclamation escaped his lips. Nangsu staged a stumble, pitching forward as if about to fall. He counted on the handsome stranger to reach out and catch him. This was his strategy. He wasn't going to hook up with Liu Yan directly. He was going to charm Wang Haoran. Nangsu wasn't stupid. He knew his advantages. As a boy, he was merely handsome, nothing special in a sea of artists. Compared to Liu Yan's boyfriend, he was leagues behind. But in women's clothing, everything changed. His charm scores skyrocketed. His figure and temperament were enough to rival Liu Yan herself. He had even crafted his silhouette to be more provocative, using props to ensure his curves were as prominent as large grapefruits. He knew exactly what attracted men. With these enhancements, he felt more charming than the school beauty herself. To his shock, as he stumbled, the boy only spared him an indifferent glance. There was no move to help, no outstretched hand. In the heat of the moment, Nangsu had to abandon the act and awkwardly regain his balance. Standing straight, he deliberately puffed out his chest, presenting his silhouette clearly to the handsome man. It was bizarre. Why wasn't the guy reacting? Was it because Liu Yan was watching? It had to be. No red-blooded male could resist a curve like that combined with a beautiful face. Yet, as the seconds ticked by, the system remained silent. He wasn't receiving a single point from the man in front of him. "Beauty, are you from our school? I haven't seen you around before," Liu Yan asked, her voice filled with genuine curiosity. It stood to reason that a woman this striking wouldn't be a stranger. "I'm a freshman, just transferred," Nangsu replied, his voice a delicate, pitch-perfect female soprano. "Oh, that explains it." Liu Yan smiled warmly. "I'm Liu Yan. What's your name?" "Ling Nangsu." He gave his real name without hesitation. The academy was large, and since he wasn't famous in his male form, he wasn't worried about being recognized. Besides, his name worked perfectly well for a girl. "What a lovely name," Liu Yan praised. "Yours is nice too," Nangsu returned the compliment. He glanced at the expressionless Wang Haoran. "Is this your boyfriend?" "Yes." Liu Yan beamed with pride, looping her arm through Haoran's and swaying slightly. The movement caused her to press against him, a display of affection that made Nangsu's blood boil. Ding. The host has damaged the mentality of the protagonist Ling Nangsu. Obtained 800 villain points. Ling Nangsu's protagonist halo -40. Host's villain halo +40. Wang Haoran watched the woman silently. He felt a powerful urge to punch this cross-dressing boss right in the face, but the crowd made it inconvenient. Besides, Nangsu probably couldn't survive a single serious blow from him. Killing him now would ruin the harvest. As the system notification chimed again, Haoran realized exactly how to maximize his gains. He abruptly slid his arm out of Liu Yan's grasp and draped it heavily over her shoulders, pulling her close in a blatant, possessive display of affection. Ding. The host has damaged the mentality of the protagonist Ling Nangsu. Gained 1200 villain points. Ling Nangsu's protagonist halo -60. Host's villain halo +60. Nangsu's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. He felt a sudden, suffocating tightness in his chest. In public? Right in front of everyone? This guy was a beast, a total animal. He condemned Haoran's behavior from a position of moral superiority, but deep down, he was dying to trade places with him. Nangsu opened his mouth to criticize the display, but realized he had no ground to stand on. What a boyfriend and girlfriend did was none of his business. He could only hope that Liu Yan would be annoyed by the sudden, disrespectful contact and slap him. He waited, but the expected slap never came. Instead, Liu Yan pursed her rosy lips, her eyes shimmering with a soft, watery affection. There wasn't a trace of anger or blame in her expression. Nangsu felt like his heart was about to clog. Ding. The host has damaged the mentality of the protagonist Ling Nangsu. Obtained 800 villain points. Ling Nangsu's protagonist halo -40. Host's villain halo +40. Chapter 488. The Master Plan. The more Ling Nangsu watched, the more a toxic mix of anger and panic churned in his gut. He finally averted his eyes, unable to stomach the display of affection a moment longer. A new plan began to take shape. Originally, he had been obsessed with unlocking his perspective ability as quickly as possible. Now he pivoted. He desperately needed to push his charm value to 999. At that level, Liu Yan's boyfriend wouldn't stand a chance. It didn't matter if the guy was a straight man of steel. Under the weight of that much charm, he'd be bent until he lost interest in women entirely. Nangsu wasn't gay, of course. This was purely strategic. If the boyfriend lost interest in Liu Yan, they would break up, and he could swoop in to claim the prize. Raising his charisma to the maximum required a mountain of points, but he was fueled by a fresh surge of spiteful energy. He looked toward the stage, counting the minutes until the art show began. Beside him, Liu Yan let out a soft, contented hum. Nangsu didn't need to look to know it was a heart-wrenching sight. He turned on his heel and walked away. Wang Haoran watched the retreating figure of the woman before turning back to Liu Yan. "Stay away from that person," he cautioned. "It's best if you don't speak to him at all." Him. Liu Yan's cheeks were still flushed, her eyes shimmering with beautiful, lingering waves of emotion. She looked at him in surprise. "Didn't you notice the Adam's apple? That's not a girl, it's a guy." Haoran used the most practical excuse to reveal Nangsu's secret. "I really didn't notice." Liu Yan blinked, stunned. Her attention had been entirely anchored to Haoran. With him being so bold and affectionate, she hadn't had the presence of mind to scrutinize anyone else. "Just remember what I said. Understand? I'll stay far away if I see him again." Liu Yan nodded her chin obediently. "Judging by the way he's dressed, he's probably performing. Do you know the schedule for the art show?" Haoran shifted the topic. He knew the women's clothing tycoon system relied on public attention. An art show provided the perfect stage for Nangsu to harvest points from a massive audience. Haoran intended to kill that opportunity in the cradle. He had several ways to stop the performance. The most direct method involved a quick burst of true energy to knock the guy unconscious, but he had a more elaborate plan in mind. He just needed to know how much time he had to prepare. If Nangsu was one of the opening acts, the master plan wouldn't work. I'm not sure, Liu Yan admitted. They asked me to perform, but I wasn't in the mood and refused, so I never looked at the schedule. She paused, a thought occurring to her. Zhou Xiu is one of the hosts. She'll definitely have the program list. Zhou Xiu. If Liu Yan hadn't mentioned the name, Haoran might have forgotten her. She was a minor villainess, a supporting actress who had once targeted Liu Yan. In an effort to please Haoran, she had even tried to set Liu Yan up, only to end up calling him to a hotel herself. He had stayed that night. At the time, he'd regretted burning a 60,000-point unlimited horizontal push Halo experience card, but the results had been worth the cost. It was the first time a heroine's favorability had been maxed out with so little effort. Even Yunhan, whom he'd spent a great deal of effort on, was only at 99. Is Zhou Xiu still giving you trouble? Haoran asked. She wouldn't dare. Now she calls me Sister Liu Yan and treats me with nothing but respect. Liu Yan covered her mouth and giggled. I know it's all because of you. Back in their shared dormitory, Zhou Xiu used to be a nightmare, but ever since Haoran entered the picture, she had pivoted to constant flattery. Good. Haoran smiled. He pulled out his phone, found Zhou Xiu's number, and dialed. Young Master Wang, what are your orders? Zhou Xiu's voice was breathless and excited. She had been reviewing her hosting script when the caller ID flashed. She knew Haoran didn't call for social calls, he wanted something done, and helping him usually meant a generous reward. Where is a quiet place to talk? I have something for you. Come to the dance department building. There's a flower bead out front. The lights there are broken and haven't been fixed yet. It's dark and private. I'll meet you there. Immediately. Haoran remembered the building from the last time he'd attended Liu Yan's class. After hanging up, he turned back to her. I need to step away for a moment. I'll be right back. Liu Yan didn't pry. She simply nodded. Haoran left the square and headed for the dance department. He found Zhou Xiu waiting by the darkened flower bead, panting slightly as if she'd run the entire way. The art show includes a classical dance by Ling Nangsu. Do you know when he's scheduled to go on? Haoran got straight to the point. He'd seen the full-level classical dance skill in Nangsu's system stats, and the Hanfu was a dead giveaway. That's the finale, Zhou Xiu replied, having caught her breath. As a host, she had to memorize the entire order of events. At an art academy, the standards were high, and the hosts were expected to work without a script once they hit the stage. Even with her connections getting her the job, she had to prove she had the talent to handle it. Chapter 489. Turning the world upside down. The finale? It seems the role of the protagonist truly comes with a tailor-made spotlight. Wang Haoran smiled playfully before continuing his inquiry. When does the show start? How long is the set? It kicks off at 2000 hours, Zhou Xiu replied, and the total duration is 2 hours. Haoran checked his watch. It was only 1940. He had plenty of time to spare. He leaned in, discussing a few final, specific details with Zhou Xiu before she hurried off to fulfill her hosting duties. Alone again, Haoran pulled out his phone and dialed a familiar number. Have you finally remembered to call me after being glued to your girlfriend for days? Tell me, where are we going? Zhou Chinaya's voice drifted through the line, lazy and slightly teasing. Maybe next time. Right now, I actually have work for you, Haoran said with feigned regret. You certainly stay busy. Do I need to book an appointment? Resentment colored her tone. She understood that Haoran had other women, and she had prepared herself for that reality. Ever since she agreed to be his girlfriend, she had been waiting for him to reach out. Despite being nearly 25, she was a novice to the feelings of romance, and wanted to experience it properly. After days of silence, the phone finally rang, but only for business. What kind of business are we talking about? Shopping, movies, and dining are all booked solid. However, if you want to head to a hotel to discuss our life ideals, I have a few vacancies. Interested in that contract? Haoran teased. Chinaya's heart fluttered, but the bluntness of his words made her want to snap back with a sharp curse. Even with her expectations, she wanted a sense of ceremony. One should go through the process, the calls, the dates, the dinners. Jumping straight to the end felt far too easy. She held her tongue. Haoran was right about being busy, and they were partners in cooperation. If she annoyed him enough to cancel their arrangement, she'd be the one left crying. What do you need? Are we repairing someone again? She asked, recovering her composure. If it wasn't romantic business, it was inevitably the other kind. You have quite the collection of subordinates. I assume there are some talented people among them. Talented people. Chinaya laughed at his choice of words. What specific talent are we looking for? Fencing enthusiasts, Haoran said solemnly, though his tone was incredibly strange. Chinaya went silent for a moment as the double meaning of the word sank in. She let out a few giggles before answering seriously. Yes, I have those. How many? How many do you need? She countered. It sounds like you have plenty, Haoran noted, surprised. Pick 10 elites. Call them up immediately. I'll send you a location so they can gather for their purpose. Understood. Chinaya hung up, peeled the beauty mask from her face, and wiped her skin clean. She left her office immediately to assemble the team. Back at the main square, the atmosphere reached a fever pitch as the performance time drew near. Thousands of students from the Academy of Art gathered in noisy groups, sitting on stools and blankets. Liu Yan and Wang Haoran sat side by side. Several classmates and even the class counselor cast strange glances their way. The counselor, noticing Haoran wasn't a student of this class, stepped forward to expel him. However, the words died in the counselor's throat the moment he saw the car keys hanging from Haoran's waist. The Pagani logo was unmistakable. The counselor turned away instantly, pretending he had seen nothing at all. Soon, Zhou Xiu and a male co-host took the stage. After a polished opening, the cultural performance began. As a professional arts school, the quality was high. There were intricate musical performances, graceful dances, and powerful vocals. Haoran watched with genuine interest. His enhanced vision allowed him to see details and nuances that ordinary people missed. Between sets, he ignored the male performers, focusing instead on interacting with Liu Yan to pass the time. An hour and a half flew by. It was almost time for Ling Nangsu's debut. Backstage, Nangsu waited, performing a series of warm-up stretches. The other male performers watched him with wide, hungry eyes. They were captivated by this mysterious beauty they had never seen on campus before. A few even approached to ask for a name. Nangsu remained silent, offering only a faint smile and a teasing wink before shaking his head. The boys retreated, disappointed but clearly enthralled. Their heated gazes provided a steady stream of points for the system. Nangsu was secretly delighted. As a man, he knew exactly how intense male obsession could be. In this form, his lethality was absolute. He felt addicted to this feeling of turning the world upside down. The points he had earned so far were only enough to bump his charm by a few digits, but that didn't matter. Once he performed his thrilling dance under the spotlights in front of the entire school, the points would be massive. He expected his charm to jump by 100 or 2 in a single night. Ling Nangsu, go to the snack shop outside the school and buy me a box of fried noodles. Zhou Xiu's cold voice interrupted his fantasies. Nangsu frowned. He didn't want to offend someone with her connections, but the request was absurd. There are only 5 shows left before I'm on stage. Tell someone else to go. That's at least 20 minutes away. You have plenty of time. Go and come back, Zhou Xiu insisted, checking her watch. I'll go after my performance. Nangsu tried to compromise, planning to slip away the moment he was done. If you don't go now, don't bother showing up for the finale, she snapped. Nangsu's face darkened, but he held back his temper. As the host, Zhou Xiu had total control over the flow of the show. She could easily cut his act for a dozen different reasons. Since the students ran the show to build their professional experience, her word was law backstage. Fine, I'm going. Nangsu begrudgingly agreed. There was a back path leading out of the school that took about 8 minutes round trip. The snack shop was known for its speed. He calculated he could be back in 13 minutes. It was tight, but doable. He couldn't help but wonder why she had picked him. Did she have a grudge? Was it because he was prettier than her? He didn't have time to dwell on it. He hurried down the quiet, shaded path toward the school gates. Halfway there, as he rounded a corner of a darkened building, he slammed into something solid. Oh! Nangsu cried out and tumbled to the ground, his voice instinctively pitching into a sweet female soprano. Groaning in pain, he looked up, expecting to see a wall. Instead, he found a man built like a sturdy iron tower. The man's eyes seemed to glow with a predatory green light as he stared down at Nangsu. In fact, there weren't just 10 towering men surrounded him, cutting off his escape and forcing him into the dark corner. Brothers, I'm a man. I'm a man. Nangsu hissed, his voice dropping back to its natural masculine register. The men didn't flinch. Instead, their smiles grew wider and more excited. In Nangsu's panicked eyes, the massive, sturdy shadows loomed closer, growing larger and larger until they blocked out the sky. Chapter 490. The protagonist's adventure experience card. Ah! A tragic cry pierced the night sky. Half a second later, it stopped abruptly, the source of the sound seemingly blocked by something unknown. Ding! The host manipulated events behind the scenes, causing the protagonist Ling Nangsu to take a double blow to body and mind. Gained 2,400 villain points. Ling Nangsu's protagonist Halo, minus 120. Host's villain Halo, plus 120. Ding! Congratulations! The host's villain Halo has broken the 16,000 mark. The system is settling rewards. Please wait. Wang Haoran and Liu Yan were hanging out at the night market near the Art Academy when the notifications arrived. A quirky, schadenfreude smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. The theatrical performance had ended at 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was already 12:30. At least 2.5 hours. How miserable. Haoran's thoughts were playful, but a burst of anticipation rose in his chest. His villain Halo had reached 16,000 without him even realizing it. What would the reward be this time? Ding! The villain Halo has exceeded the 16,000 mark. Reward settlement complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 protagonist adventure experience cards. Excitement flared as Haoran communicated with the system to check the details. Protagonist adventure experience card. Value 70,000 villain points. After activation, a protagonist's adventure is triggered. Note 1 card triggers 1 adventure. Note 2 after activation, the trigger time and the type of adventure are unknown. The description was simple and clear. Haoran understood it immediately. Without hesitation, he issued the order to use 1. Looking at the vast plots of classic web novels, he knew that a protagonist's adventures were almost always beneficial. Even as a villain, it would be wonderful to experience that kind of luck. His only grievance was the timing. He hoped he wouldn't have to wait years for the adventure to trigger. He complained secretly for a moment, but realized worrying was useless. This wasn't something he could change. He would just let nature take its course. It's very late, Haoran said, pausing slightly. He tilted his head toward Liu Yan, who was holding his hand tightly. It seemed so. Liu Yan checked her phone. Seeing the time was 12:30 midnight, she felt a wave of emotion. Time had passed too quickly. They had only been walking the streets for a while, yet the hours had vanished. A flash of inexplicable joy crossed her face, quickly replaced by a look of melancholy. I'm sorry. The dormitory must be closed by now. What should I do? Haoran smiled knowingly. He could see right through her. Liu Yan had been through a lot lately, deeply saddened by Lu Chen's death. His arrival had finally improved her mood, and he wanted to spend more time with her. He had promised Lu Chen he would take care of her, and he meant it. He glanced around and spotted a convenience store. Wait here. Liu Yan guessed his intent and stayed at the door, her face turning a soft shade of pink. Soon, Haoran walked back out, his hands empty. Out of stock, he said, spreading his hands. While hotels provided them for free, the quality was often poor, and he wasn't willing to take risks. Liu Yan was startled, then remembered something. Her eyes lit up. Under the city's neon lights, her rosy face took on a touch of charm. No need, she whispered. Haoran was surprised at first, thinking she was being incredibly bold. Then he realized she wasn't that type of person. She must have used a very scientific method to calculate her cycle. They were safe today. The next day, Haoran contacted Zhang Jiaoxuan and ended the man's vacation. The task was simple: don't let Ling Nangsu appear in public in women's clothes. Zhang Jiaoxuan could use whatever methods he liked, so long as he didn't kill the boy. It was similar to how he had handled Xiao Yes gaming live streams. Zhang Jiaoxuan was experienced, and Haoran felt at ease leaving it to him. A few days later, Ling Nangsu lay in a hospital ward. The makeup and wig were gone, and his hanfo had been replaced by a drab hospital uniform. The cross-dressing tycoon was back in men's clothing, looking extremely haggard. He didn't dare tell anyone what happened that night. Being a man, he found the situation impossible to explain. Even if those men were caught, the story would end up on the news. Ling Nangsu knew that if that happened, he would suffer a total social death. He had decided to treat it like a nightmare he needed to forget. A good-looking nurse arrived to change his dressings. After that fateful night, one of the towering men had brought him to the hospital, claiming he had been injured in an accident. As the nurse worked, Nangsu noticed his heart remained still. Usually, he had an inexplicable affection for nurses, perhaps from watching too many movies. This nurse was quite pretty, yet there were no waves of attraction, no turbulence in his soul. He found it strange but dismissed it, assuming his injuries had simply left him sluggish. The nurse left. Less than a minute later, a massive man carrying food walked into the room. For every meal since Nangsu had been hospitalized, this man had appeared. He even paid the medical bills. Nangsu wasn't grateful. He wanted to kill him. Are you feeling better? The man asked. He wore a vest that exposed bulky, muscular arms. With his thick beard, he looked mighty and imposing, but his tone was far too gentle. Nangsu gritted his teeth and remained silent. The man, used to the cold shoulder, simply smiled and opened a lunch box. Nangsu didn't want to eat, but his hunger won out. He took the box and began to eat. The man began tidying up the room. Before leaving, he noticed Nangsu's mouth was greasy. He pulled a tissue and leaned in to wipe it. As he did, he deliberately pinched Nangsu's cheek, the way a man might pinch a woman's face. Nangsu's heart filled with grief and anger. Yet, within that turmoil, there was a trace of inexplicable shyness. With their faces so close, Nangsu felt the scorching, masculine breath against his skin. Two blushes suddenly appeared on his pale cheeks. Ding. The host's behind-the-scenes manipulation has indirectly caused a slight shift in the orientation of the protagonist Ling Nangsu. Gained 1000 villain points. Ling Nangsu's protagonist Halo -50. Host's villain Halo +50. Chapter 491. Female Earthmaster. The sudden news brought Wang Haoran's dinner to a halt. He set his utensils aside and scrutinized the message, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Was this even possible? He sat stunned for a long moment, but as he turned the idea over in his mind, it began to make a twisted sort of sense. Boys who could wear women's clothing with such calm often harbored a certain instability of mind. Usually, this tendency remained so subtle that it never manifested in daily life. Most never even noticed it themselves. But for Ling Nangsu, the recent drastic changes had magnified that hidden spark. It was as if a door had opened to a new, strange world. While the impulse might still be subtle enough for Ling Nangsu to suppress, deliberate guidance changed everything. Wang Haoran realized that Zhang Jiaoxuan's role in this matter was far more significant than he had first imagined. He finished his meal quickly and contacted Zouqiu Chenaya to coordinate their next move. In the imperial capital, a quiet and elegant garden offered a sanctuary from the city's noise. Inside a stone pavilion, a demure woman sat perfectly upright. Her blue-black hair fell like a silk waterfall to her slender waist. Yunhan was only 20 years old. Her face was free of makeup, and beneath long, thick eyelashes, her pupils shone like polished black gems. She was a woman in full bloom, yet she possessed a stillness that seemed far beyond her years. It gave her a mysterious, unworldly aura. She stretched out a slender hand and pushed a freshly poured cup of tea across the stone table toward the man sitting opposite her. The man was a jarring contrast to the serene garden. His facial features were twisted and rough scars raked across his skin. He looked like a ghost, an ugly specter in a place of beauty. Yet, no one in the imperial capital dared to look down on him. This man was a master of physiognomy. The powerful and the wealthy frequently sought his counsel, treating him with a reverence born of fear. He went by the Taoist name Tianjizi. Thank you, junior sister. Tianjizi raised the cup and took a slow sip. Senior brother came all this way. What is the matter? Yunhan asked. Her voice was like a clear spring, pleasant and cool. On a whim, I calculated our master's movements. He has already left the mountain. He is currently in a city called Qingling, Tianjizi said. Yunhan's expression didn't flicker. I know. Tianjizi blinked in surprise. How could you know? Did you calculate it yourself? While their disciplines were related, they were distinct branches of the arts. It was unlikely she would have used her methods for such a specific trace. I didn't need to calculate it, but… Yunhan's calm face shifted, a strange look clouding her eyes. She fell silent for a moment, then simply pulled out her phone, opened an app, and handed the device to him. Tianjizi took the phone and watched the video on the screen. Master. He recognized the figure immediately. As the video played, his expression became increasingly strained. He finally understood why his junior sister had struggled to find the words. It was the short video of Qin Fan showing off his craftsmanship. With an unknown party fanning the flames, the video had gone viral. If you were connected to the internet, you had seen it. Tianjizi was old-fashioned. He used an aging device that couldn't access the modern web, leaving him in the dark until this very moment. Both were apprentices of Qin Fan. They had studied together in the mountains before taking different paths that eventually led them both to the capital. Tianjizi possessed superb physiognomy, allowing him to seek fortune and avoid evil with almost no errors. Yunhan, despite her youth, was a master of feng shui. She had become a famous female earth teacher, renowned throughout the city. Her rare beauty and ethereal temperament attracted many of the capital's young talents, but all had failed to win even a smile from her. Rumors whispered that she was a stone girl, cold and uninterested in men. Only she knew the truth of her own heart. I really didn't expect Master to have such a hobby. I never noticed it before. Tianjizi finally broke the awkward silence. This is Master's private matter, Yunhan said. Her gaze remained as calm as an ancient well. Even if it touches on a lack of morality, we cannot erase the debt of his teachings. Tianjizi smiled. He agreed with her completely. As a man, he found it somewhat understandable. Master was simply entertaining himself. He hadn't actually done anything to the woman named Yu. He merely wondered who this Yu was. A sister-in-law? Or someone else entirely? Since Master is out of the mountain and we have the news, we should go and see him, Tianjizi suggested. Very well, Yunhan agreed, taking another sip of tea. It is not convenient for me to go to Qingling. Tianjizi's face took on a peculiar, somber cast. I must trouble you to go in my stead and pay our respects. Yunhan looked up from the table. Why is that? I made a promise to someone. I swore a poisonous oath that I would never step foot in Qingling in this life. If I go, he will never forgive me. Beyond that, I performed a calculation for myself before I came here. If I go to Qingling, I likely won't come back alive. Brother, can you explain further? A hint of surprise flashed in her dark eyes. It is an embarrassing tale. You shouldn't hear it, junior sister, lest you laugh at me. Yunhan did not press him. After a moment of thought, she spoke again. Senior brother, why don't you calculate my path? What will happen when I go to Qingling? She paused, then added with a tiny spark of life. Just so you know, I won't be paying you for the reading. Tianjizi laughed. Junior sister is joking. How could I have the face to ask you for money? His expression quickly flattened into a professional mask. He began to pinch his fingers, performing the complex mental calculations of his craft. Yunhan waited quietly. She took small sips of her tea, savoring the flavor. Her hobbies were vastly different from those of her peers. After a long silence, Tianjizi finished his work. Yunhan finished her cup, her eyes lightening slightly. Well, junior sister, if you go to Qingling, I am afraid you will face a blood disaster. Tianjizi spoke with heavy solemnity, but deep in his eyes, a strange, fleeting shadow of something wretched passed by, gone before it could be named. Chapter 492. The Blood Disaster. A flicker of tension disturbed Yunhan's serene features. She knew her senior brother's predictions were rarely wrong. Hearing the words blood disaster coming from his lips made her reconsider whether she had truly seen a glimpse of wretchedness in his eyes, or if it had been a trick of the light. If a calamity involving blood awaited her, Qingling seemed like a place best avoided. Junior sister, don't be nervous. While blood will be shed, your life is not in danger. Tianjizi smiled, attempting to ease the heavy atmosphere he had created. The worry didn't leave her face. No threat to my life? Does that mean I might return home disabled? Tianjizi paused, a laugh dying in his throat. He had known her for years, and since they both settled in the imperial capital, they spoke often. In his heart, he viewed her more as a younger sister than a mere colleague. He cared for her deeply. Yunhan was only 20, a woman in her prime, yet she lived like an ascetic, entirely indifferent to romance. The elites of the capital whispered that something was wrong with her, and even Tianjizi had his suspicions. He found the situation tragic. The blood disaster he had calculated was, in his mind, actually a blessing for her. It would be sudden, catching her off guard, but the ultimate result promised to be positive. Of course, he knew Yunhan would never accept it if he told her the truth. She simply wouldn't go. Tianjizi shifted his stance, adopting the warm tone of a concerned elder. Don't worry. If you go to Qingling, you will certainly return unscathed. Technically, he wasn't lying. This particular disaster wouldn't leave a physical scar, and she would indeed return in one piece. When she eventually came back to question him, he would have every excuse ready. He might even convince her to be grateful. Mu Nanzi frowned, her confusion deepening. If there is a disaster of blood, how can I remain unscathed? The secrets of heaven cannot be casually revealed. Tian Jitsi sighed, his expression turning bitter. Junior sister, you will be safe. You don't actually think your own brother would harm you, do you? Mu Nanzi looked away. She knew how he treated her. It was impossible to believe he harbored ill intent. If he wanted to hurt her, he wouldn't bother with the warning or the ritual of a reading. Besides, she already wanted to go. Her closest friend in the capital, the young Dr. Bian Suwen from Medical Immortal Valley, had traveled to Qingling weeks ago and refused to return. When Mu Nanzi asked for a reason, Bian Suwen remained silent. Mu Nanzi was curious. She wanted to see if the landscape of Qingling was truly that captivating, or if something else was keeping her friend away. Leaving her best friend behind in the capital was simply too much. When will you set off? Tian Jitsi asked, sensing her resolve soften. In a few days, she replied. Tian Jitsi felt a surge of urgency. If she delayed, the alignment of the stars might shift, and the opportunity he saw would vanish. It's not too late to go now. You should leave as soon as possible. She shot him a suspicious look. He maintained a neutral face and offered a quick explanation. Master may not stay in Qingling forever. If you wait, you might miss him entirely. The doubt faded. Mu Nanzi nodded slowly. I will leave early tomorrow. Tian Jitsi's heart settled. He raised his cold tea and took a long, satisfied gulp. Good tea. The following day, Mu Nanzi boarded a plane with her luggage, leaving the capital behind. A few hours later, she stepped onto the soil of Qingling and walked calmly out of the airport. Because of the internet storm surrounding Qin Fan, some enterprising users had leaked his address. She flagged a taxi and headed straight for the destination. When the car pulled up to the single-family mansion, she found the area swarmed. Young men and women crowded the perimeter, holding up phones and broadcasting live. They were influencers, chasing the viral heat of Craftsman Brother. Qin Fan's displays of skill had captivated the internet, drawing in professionals and curious onlookers alike. Seeing the mob, Mu Nanzi realized she couldn't slip in to see her master unnoticed. She turned away after a few minutes, deciding to find a hotel and return when the crowds thinned. As she walked, she passed the Qingling Teachers College. Xiao Wanwan, currently posing as a postgraduate student, caught sight of her. A flash of malice crossed Xiao Wanwan's eyes. She held a deep grudge against Bian Suwen, and by extension, she despised Mu Nanzi. Back in the imperial capital, Mu Nanzi was always surrounded by powerful protectors, making her an impossible target. But here in Qingling, she was alone. It would be a waste of an opportunity if I didn't teach you a lesson, Xiao Wanwan muttered to herself. Dressed as a student, Xiao Wanwan looked nothing like her usual enchanting self. She kept her demonic temperament tightly restrained. Mu Nanzi, distracted by the unfamiliar streets, didn't notice the woman following her. After checking into a hotel and taking a brief rest, Mu Nanzi headed toward Qingling Mountain. It was an occupational habit. Whenever she visited a new city, she had to inspect the local mountains and rivers to test the feng shui. Before her trip, she had read that Qingling Mountain was a hidden treasure, a place of beautiful scenery where a massive cemetery sat nestled among the peaks. As an Earth Master, she needed to see for herself if the site lived up to its reputation. Chapter 493. The Eye of the Array. The top of Qingling Mountain echoed with the grief-stricken cries of a woman. Lu Yan stood trembling as the pallbearers lowered a coffin into the fresh earth. Each movement of the heavy ropes brought back memories of her life with Lu Chen. Unable to bear the finality of it, she threw herself into a wide, warm embrace and burst into tears. Wang Haoran felt his shirt soak through as she sobbed against him. He didn't speak. He simply reached out and patted her back, offering a steady presence, while the workers began to shovel dirt into the pit. Before long, a large mound rose from the flat ground, and the craftsmen began the final process of laying the tomb. Watching the scene in silence, Wang Haoran glanced at the neighboring plots. A strange, ironic sense of symmetry struck him. To the left lay Lin Chen. To the right was Yin Yuntian. Now, Lu Chen occupied the center. The green hills were quiet, but with the three of them together, they certainly wouldn't be lonely. He looked further out at the remaining open spaces. A dark thought crossed his mind. They were still one player short of a full mahjong table. Perhaps there would be a chance to send another protagonist up here to join them? He knew Lu Yan wouldn't leave until the tomb was fully built. Since the process would take time, he settled in to accompany her. The waiting grew tedious, and his mind wandered to his recent acquisitions. The protagonist adventure experience card had been active for several days now, yet nothing had happened. Was it going to take years for the adventure to trigger? If so, the delay was frustrating. Still, the atmosphere on Qingling Mountain was peaceful. The mountain breeze brushed against his skin, carrying a comfortable chill. At the foot of the mountain, a taxi pulled to a smooth stop. Mu Nanzi stepped out, her expression as calm as the landscape. Beauty, you're visiting the cemetery alone? You should be careful, the driver said, his voice laced with genuine concern. There are many bad people in this world. Thank you for the reminder, Mu Nanzi replied. Her tone was polite but dismissive. She wasn't a defenseless woman. Beyond her expertise in feng shui, she possessed martial arts skills that were more than enough for self-defense. Furthermore, her senior brother, Tian Jizi, had calculated her fortune. He had promised she would return unscathed. She trusted his ability implicitly. The driver sighed, realizing she wouldn't be swayed, and drove away. Mu Nanzi stood at the base of the mountain and surveyed the area. It was a magnificent sight. The way the land cradled the wind and water made it an ideal location for a yin house. Being buried here would surely bless one's descendants. It was a true feng shui treasure. However, even a treasure land had its focal point. If an ancestor were buried exactly on the feng shui array, the benefits would be infinite. In layman's terms, the ancestral graves would practically emit green smoke, signaling endless blessings for the lineage. Finding that specific spot was nearly impossible for an ordinary geographer, but for Mu Nanzi, it was a challenge she welcomed. Driven by a sudden whim, she began her ascent. Despite her skill, she needed to investigate the terrain personally. The path was steep and difficult, but her martial arts training had given her a sturdy physique. She moved steadily, unaware of the sneaky figure trailing her from the shadows. Every few hundred yards, Mu Nanzi stopped to check the local energy. Finding the array absent from the lower slopes, she continued upward. By the time she neared the summit, her breath was coming in short bursts. Is the eye actually at the peak? She whispered to herself. It was rare for an array to sit at the very top of a mountain, but not impossible. The climb had exhausted her. She sat down on the stone steps to recover her strength before the final push. As she rested, a butterfly danced through the air and landed gently on the back of her fair hand. She watched it for a moment before raising her hand slightly to startle it away. Once she felt rested, she moved to stand, but halfway up, her knees buckled. A wave of weakness washed over her, forcing her back onto the steps. A sense of total powerlessness struck, accompanied by a strange, heat-filled sensation. She was confused at first, but the feeling intensified too rapidly to be mere exhaustion. She had been tricked. He. A woman's malicious laughter drifted from a nearby thicket. A figure stepped out from behind a bunker. It's you. Mu Nanzi recognized the intruder instantly. It was Xiao Wanwan, the saintess of the poison sect. The sudden sickness was clearly her doing. Xiao Wanwan, you should think carefully about the consequences of touching me, Mu Nanzi said. The panic flared in her chest. She kept her voice cold and steady. Her connections with the powerful figures of the imperial capital were her greatest shield. Don't worry, I'm not a man. What could I possibly do to you? Xiao Wanwan approached with an evil glint in her eyes. I'm just curious if the rumors are true. Is the famous stone girl of the capital really made of marble? Xiao Wanwan pulled out her phone and began recording, wanting a handle to ensure Mu Nanzi wouldn't seek revenge later. You witch! Mu Nanzi gritted her teeth. The poison was beginning to surge through her system, and a shimmering brilliance flashed in her eyes. Oh, look at that. You aren't a stone girl after all. You can actually get angry, Xiao Wanwan laughed. She had used a heavy dose of her concoction, far stronger than what she had given Luo Qing. She was impressed that Mu Nanzi could still maintain enough reason to speak. Such concentration was rare. Give me the antidote. Mu Nanzi hissed, her resolve beginning to crumble under the heat. Fine. Xiao Wanwan only intended to tease her. She didn't want a corpse on her hands, especially given the strength of the dose. She began to poke through the pockets of her clothing, searching for the vial. Gradually, the playful smile slid off her face. Her skin turned pale. The antidote, now. Mu Nanzi urged. I forgot to bring it, Xiao Wanwan stammered, her voice trembling with sudden panic. Chapter 494. Is this an adventure? Don't make such a joke. I can't hold it anymore. Mu Nanzi's cheeks were flushed crimson, her legs pressed tight together, and she gritted her teeth, forcing the words out with agonizing difficulty. I hope it's a joke too, but I'm really not kidding. Xiao Wanwan's usual playful malice had vanished. Looking at the woman collapsing before her, she felt a sharp spike of anxiety. Although she was a witch of the poison sect, she wasn't a senseless killer. Her grudge with Mu Nanzi was petty, born of a desire to see the stone girl embarrassed, a simple way to satisfy a streak of bad taste. But the situation had spiraled. The dosage was far too high. Without an antidote, Mu Nanzi's blood vessels would swell until they ruptured, leading to a gruesome death, as she bled from every orifice. Beyond the personal guilt, the political fallout would be catastrophic. Mu Nanzi was the darling of the imperial capital, with a network of fanatical, high-status suitors who would stop at nothing to find her killer. The poison sect usually operated in the shadows, ignored by the authorities as long as they didn't cause trouble. But the death of a prominent Earth Master would change everything. The capital housed institutions specifically designed to restrict the hidden world, and if they were provoked, they could suppress the forces of the entire underworld. Mu Nanzi saw the panic on the other woman's face and realized the grim truth. The witch really hadn't brought the cure. A wave of terror hit her, but it was quickly swallowed by the unnatural, rising heat in her blood. Her eyes turned as bright as water, shimmering with a hazy light. She reached out with trembling, blushing hands toward Xiao Wanwan. Recognizing the onset of hallucinations, Xiao Wanwan realized Mu Nanzi was likely mistaking her for a man. She couldn't let her die, nor could she let her claw at her own skin in a frenzy. She moved quickly, tapping several of Mu Nanzi's acupoints. The girl slumped, her movements frozen to prevent her from adding fuel to the fire by scratching herself. Xiao Wanwan scanned the desolate mountain path, desperate for a third person. Just as despair set in, she spotted a thin plume of green smoke rising from the summit. Someone was burning ritual paper. She scrambled toward the top of the mountain. Figures emerged through the haze. One of them looked remarkably familiar. Wang Haoran was busy comforting Liu Yan, urging her to move past her grief, and hadn't been paying attention to the surrounding woods. When he sensed someone approaching, he turned. Their eyes met across the distance, both faces mirroring the same shock. Xiao Wanwan had intended to kidnap the first man she saw to save Mu Nanzi, but seeing the ancestor changed everything. She waved frantically. Recognizing the desperation in her silhouette, Wang Haoran gave Liu Yan a quick word of excuse and hurried toward her. Old ancestor, it's so good to see you. Come with me. Ignoring formalities, Xiao Wanwan grabbed his hand and dragged him back down the path. As they ran, she breathlessly explained the disaster she had manufactured. Wang Haoran listened in stunned silence until they reached the clearing where Yunhan lay. She was unconscious now, her exposed skin a deep, feverish red. Wang Haoran stepped to her side. Knowing the stakes, he immediately pressed a hand to her, using his internal energy to suppress the poison. It was a temporary fix at best. The toxin had already saturated her bloodstream. It couldn't be purged by force in a short time. Ancestor, I didn't bring the antidote, Xiao Wanwan whispered, her eyes wide. Do you have anything on you? Wang Haoran shot her a strange look. Did she really think he walked around with specialized drugs for women? I didn't bring anything like that. It was a crisis, and he wasn't about to waste time defending his character. Besides, he knew he wasn't a saint. It doesn't matter if you didn't bring it, Xiao Wanwan said, her logic taking a practical, if scandalous, turn. You'll just have to work hard yourself. Wang Haoran's mind went to the same place, but her words triggered a memory. The protagonist adventure experience card had been active for days. Was this it? Was this the adventure? What kind of adventure is this? He muttered to himself. This is a setup for a romance novel. Despite the complaint, his heart hammered with excitement. Yunhan was clearly a heroine template. Any normal man would be thrilled, but the situation was delicate. This wasn't a simple one-time encounter. If he took this adventure, he would eventually have to face Yunhan's fury. She would wake up, realize what happened, and likely try to kill him. If she returned to the imperial capital to seek revenge using her vast connections, it could become a headache. For a split second, he considered the scorched earth approach, accept the adventure, then eliminate the witness. But then he remembered his super peach blossom aura. From his time with Song Siwi, he knew the aura required the heroine to actually see him to trigger. Yunhan was currently out cold. If the aura didn't trigger, he was just a stranger taking advantage of her. But if he could play his cards right, he could frame the narrative. He could be the innocent bystander, the tool caught by the demonic Xiao Wanwan and forced to save a life. If the aura worked its magic, the disaster might just turn into the ultimate opportunity. Chapter 495. It was an accident. The plan was solid, but it relied entirely on the Super Peach Blossom Halo triggering its primary effect. If it failed to activate, the entire situation would crash around him. Wang Haoran considered his options. He could wake Yunhan briefly right now, forcing her to look at him. That would satisfy the technical requirements for the halo. But if the charm didn't take hold, he would be in serious trouble. Yunhan would remember his face with loathing, and her pursuit of revenge would be relentless. That was a headache he didn't need. The best move was to stay anonymous. He would ensure she never knew who had helped her during the crisis. Later, he could arrange a chance encounter under better circumstances. By then, the halo could do its work naturally. If it triggered, the problem was solved. If it didn't, he still had room to maneuver. He could pretend nothing had ever happened, or even attempt to woo her, playing the part of the nobleman willing to overlook her tragic past. It was a brilliant strategy. He felt a surge of secret delight as he organized the details. Only two major obstacles remained. First, he had to ensure Yunhan didn't wake up mid-process and see him. Second, he had to prevent her from wiping the poison sect off the map in her inevitable fury. Solutions came to him within seconds, borrowed from the tactics of other villains he had observed. To stay hidden, he would take a page out of Yun's Hyping's book and keep her eyes covered. To stop her from seeking revenge on Xiao Wanwan, he simply needed leverage. He needed a handle on her. Minor villains like Zhen Simon and Zhou Xiu had suggested similar ideas to him before, but he had always brushed them off, finding them beneath him. This time, however, the method seemed practical. He only intended to use half of the trick, the threat. He would tell Yunhan that a recording of the encounter existed. In reality, he had no intention of actually keeping such a thing. In a world of networked information and hackers, electronic secrets were never truly safe. He wasn't about to leave a trail that could ruin his reputation if leaked. He had learned from the mistakes of certain seniors in the industry. Ancestor, since you don't want to do such a thing, why don't you just call someone else? Xiao Wanwan's voice broke his train of thought. She was genuinely worried about Yunhan, but as Wang Haoran turned toward her, he caught a suspicious glint in her eyes. She glanced briefly at his midsection before looking away. Wang Haoran narrowed his eyes. The girl clearly doubted his capabilities. She wasn't asking out of concern for his morals, she was offering him a graceful way to back down, because she thought he was too old to perform. It was an insult to his dignity as a man. In her eyes, he was an ancient monster inhabiting a young body. It made sense she would wonder if all his functions had survived the centuries. Time is running out, and the dosage you gave her is too heavy, Wang Haoran said, his voice deep and solemn, maintaining his ancestor's persona. No one else has the constitution to handle this poison except me. Oh, right, ancestor. Then please, don't let me delay you. Xiao Wanwan looked relieved. She turned to leave the clearing to give him privacy. Wait. She paused and looked back, her brow furrowed in confusion. Is there something else, ancestor? If she wanted to question his strength, he would let her see the truth of it. Wang Haoran spoke too short, cold words. Keep watch. Xiao Wanwan froze. A deep, burning red flooded her delicate cheeks, but she didn't argue. Qingling Mountain was vast, filled with hidden nooks and secluded groves. Finding a private spot was effortless. The morning sun climbed to its zenith, hung suspended at the peak of the sky, and then began its slow, golden descent toward the west. By the time the shadows lengthened into evening, the air had cooled. A system prompt chimed in his mind. Ding. The host has captured the heroine Mu Nanzi for the first time. Reward 6,000 villain points. Qin fans protagonist Halo -300. Hosts villain Halo +300. Wang Haoran eventually walked away from the scene with a leisurely stride, leaving Xiao Wanwan to handle the aftermath. Before he reached the mountain's base, he activated another protagonist adventure experience card. The timing was always uncertain, but he figured the sooner he used it, the better. He was hoping for something more traditional this time, perhaps falling off a cliff and discovering an immortal inheritance. These romantic encounters were starting to feel repetitive. As a supervillain, focusing on such low-level tasks felt detrimental to his grander image. But then again, he couldn't just stand by and let a girl like Mu Nanzi die, could he? The afterglow of the sunset bathed the mountain in orange light, falling over Mu Nanzi as she lay on a patch of soft grass. The intoxicating blush on her face was no longer just the effect of the poison, much of it was now pure, unadulterated rage. Xiao Wanwan reached down and removed the opaque cloth covering Mu Nanzi's eyes. Mu Nanzi blinked, her vision clearing to find the face of the witch staring back at her. Xiao Wanwan tapped an acupoint on her neck, restoring her voice, though her body remained paralyzed. Mu Nanzi scanned the area from the corner of her eye. They were alone. No one else was in sight. She glared at Xiao Wanwan with a mixture of hatred and profound suspicion. "Don't look at me like that," Xiao Wanwan said, her tone defensive. "I'm a woman, through and through. Look for yourself if you don't believe me." She sighed and leaned back. "This whole thing was an accident. I really did forget the antidote. I didn't mean for it to go this far, but I managed to find a temporary substitute to detoxify you. You really should be grateful you're alive." "Witch, just kill me," Mu Nanzi whispered. Her voice was terrifyingly quiet, the sound of someone who had lost everything. Xiao Wanwan knew that letting a woman like Mu Nanzi go was like releasing a tiger back to its mountain. The logical choice was execution. "It would be such a waste to kill someone as beautiful as you," Xiao Wanwan replied, her smile turning charmingly wicked. "If you won't kill me, then let me go." Mu Nanzi's face was a mask of unnatural calm, her fury buried deep beneath the surface. "I'll let you go, of course. But first, I have a little reminder." Xiao Wanwan grinned and held up her phone. "I have some very precious footage recorded on here. Would you like to appreciate a few highlights before you leave?" Mu Nanzi stiffened. Realization dawned on her, and for the first time, her composure shattered. She gritted her teeth, her voice trembling. You are truly despicable. The scene was just so beautiful, I couldn't help myself." Xiao Wanwan made a show of tapping on the screen as if to open a video file. Mu Nanzi squeezed her eyes shut and turned her head away in shame. "Not interested? That's fine." Xiao Wanwan tucked the phone away. She was satisfied. She didn't actually have a video, but the lie served its purpose perfectly. Chapter 496. The price of calculation. "Don't worry, I will definitely keep it a secret. I won't let these things spread. Of course, the premise is that I stay safe. If something happens to me, or to the poison sect, this secret will be known to the world." Xiao Wanwan's voice carried a sharp, playful edge. Mu Nanzi gritted his teeth. A dozen schemes for revenge flashed through his mind, but they all dissolved into a secret, heavy sigh. He turned his icy gaze toward Xiao Wanwan's face. "Demon girl, you will be punished." Instead of worrying, Xiao Wanwan beamed. To her, Mu Nanzi's outburst was a soft surrender in disguise. The coercion had worked. A flash of secret joy crossed her face, but it faded when she saw Mu Nanzi staring straight at her with dazzling, piercing eyes. She shifted her weight, feeling half apologetic and half gloating. "Actually, I really didn't mean to harm you. I'm sorry." The apology only stoked the fire. The coldness in Mu Nanzi's eyes sharpened. The intensity was unnerving, and a trace of fear flickered in Xiao Wanwan's heart. She began to babble. "Don't look at me like that. If it's a big deal, I'll let you take your revenge in the same way." She paused, realizing the absurdity of her words, and quickly corrected herself. "Wait, you're a woman, you don't have that function. Well, let's wait until you find someone you like and get married. Let your man take revenge on me instead of you. I won't resist. What do you think?" It was a blatant lie, a desperate attempt to soothe Mu Nanzi's simmering rage. Mu Nanzi remained silent. "If you don't speak, I'll consider it a deal." Xiao Wanwan nodded to herself, finalizing the one-sided pact. She looked up. The afterglow of the sunset was bleeding out of the sky, leaving behind a deepening gloom. "It's getting dark. Let's get out of here first." Xiao Wanwan scooped Mu Nanzi up into a bridal carry. In Mu Nanzi's current state, movement was an impossibility. This was the only way. Fortunately, Xiao Wanwan's infuriating cultivation remained much higher than Mu Nanzi's. The weight was nothing, light as a feather against her arms. Mu Nanzi lay restrained and motionless, forced to endure the indignity. However, as they rose from the ground, her eyes caught a glimpse of fallen plum blossoms scattered in the dirt. The words "blood-light disaster" suddenly echoed in her mind. They clung to her thoughts, refusing to fade. She recalled the conversation with her senior brother, Tian Jitsi, back in the imperial capital. She had felt something was off then, but the realization only struck her now, amidst the pain. Tian Jitsi had known. He had seen the doom waiting in Qingling, yet he had urged her to come. He had practically pushed her toward it. "He betrayed me." Anger and a crushing sadness rose in Mu Nanzi's chest. Her life had been defined by loss. With her relatives long gone, she had looked at her senior brother as her only family. Now, that family had led her into a pit. The betrayal felt like a physical weight, more suffocating than her physical injuries. Xiao Wanwan carried her down the mountain and arrived at the hotel Mu Nanzi had reserved. Once inside the room, the restrictions were finally lifted. Mu Nanzi tried to shift, but the movement sent an indescribable flare of agony through her body. Cold sweat broke out instantly across her smooth forehead. She froze. Your good friend, Bian Su Wen, is also in Qingling, Xiao Wanwan suggested, leaning against the doorframe. Call her over to look at you. You don't need to worry, Mu Nanzi growled, her brow furrowing. Just go. I offer a kind heart and you don't appreciate it. Fine, do what you want. If you're left with permanent damage, you're the one who will regret it. Xiao Wanwan smiled indifferently, stepped into the hall, and pulled the door shut. Silence filled the room. Mu Nanzi's expression darkened. She reached for her phone with a trembling hand, found Tian Jitzi's number, and dialed. Hey, junior sister, you should be in Qingling by now. Are you happy today? Tian Jitzi's laughter crackled through the speaker. Where did I offend you? Mu Nanzi spoke through gritted teeth. Why did you want to hurt me like this? The laughter on the other end stopped abruptly. Junior sister, why would you say such a thing? Senior brother, since you have already figured it out, why play the fool? Mu Nanzi's voice was like ice. The bloodlight disaster. What a disaster it was. Tian Jitzi sensed the shift in the air and rushed to explain. Junior sister, I calculated your trip to Qingling. There is a marriage there. I wanted to promote a good thing for you. This was for your own sake. Did something happen? Marriage? The word felt like a cruel joke. To Mu Nanzi, it was an evil fate, nothing more. Then why didn't you explain the situation to me in advance? If I had told you bluntly, you wouldn't have gone, Tian Jitzi said, his tone turning bitter. I hid it for a bit, but it is for your own good, after all. The bloodlight disaster. This was for my own good. I may have made a slight error in the calculation, a small mistake. Let me calculate it again, and I will call you back. Beep. Mu Nanzi hung up. Tian Jitzi stared at his old-fashioned phone, assuming she had simply accepted his word. He set the device down and began his divinations again. After a long moment, his eyes lit up. The results were in. With a joyful expression, he redialed her number. The line you are calling is busy. He tried again a few minutes later. Same result. A sinking feeling hit him. She had blocked him. He sighed and put the phone away. He looked relaxed, despite the silence. There had been errors in his first pass, but the general trend remained. The experience was something the junior sister was doomed to endure, but the result would be worth it. She hated him now, but soon enough, she would be overwhelmed with gratitude. One day, when she finally married, that matchmaker's wine would belong to him. Knock. Knock. In the hotel room, Mu Nanzi heard the door. She stood up with agonizing slowness, shuffling toward the entrance. When she pulled it open, Bian Su Wen stood there, dressed in elegant attire. Do you miss me that much? Coming all the way to Qingling to find Bian Su Wen's teasing smile vanished. She saw the hollow look in Mu Nanzi's eyes and the tension in her frame. Nanzi? Your face, you look terrible. What's wrong? Mu Nanzi had been holding the wall up with sheer will, but at the sight of her friend, the wall crumbled. She collapsed into Bian Su Wen's arms and burst into tears. Bian Su Wen held her tight. She knew something horrific had happened, but she didn't press for words. She simply let the emotions vent. After a long time, the sobbing subsided into ragged breaths. Tell me what happened, okay? Bian Su Wen asked softly. Mu Nanzi remained silent, unable to bring herself to speak the words aloud. She simply allowed Bian Su Wen to begin the treatment. Bian Su Wen didn't ask again, but as she worked, her eyes narrowed. The marks on the body told a story that Mu Nanzi's lips wouldn't. Chapter 497. Another good thing is coming? After the medicine took hold, the tight tension in Mu Nanzi's brow finally eased. Bian Su Wen watched her friend closely, the doubts in her mind reaching a boiling point. She couldn't hold back any longer. Nanzi, Bian Su Wen said, her voice soft and tentative. Do you have anything you want to say to me? Mu Nanzi's expression shifted, a complicated swirl of emotions passing over her face, before she pursed her lips tightly. Bian Su Wen saw the hesitation, and leaned in. Running away isn't the answer. Tell me. Maybe I can help you. She paused, remembering her own lack of martial strength, and quickly added, my eldest and second sisters are incredibly powerful. Especially my eldest sister. No matter how strong the person who bullied you is, she can stand up for you. She'll cut the person who harmed you. No, she'll directly kill them. She has nothing left to cut, Mu Nanzi whispered. Bian Su Wen blinked, confused. What? Mu Nanzi knew she couldn't keep this from her friend forever. She trusted Bian Su Wen's discretion, so she took a deep breath and recounted the nightmare she had endured. Fury instantly replaced Bian Su Wen's concern. That demon girl. I must make her pay. It was Bian Su Wen who held the original grudge with Xiao Wanwan. Mu Nanzi was an innocent casualty, a pawn used by the poison sept girl to strike at her rival. The realization that her friend was suffering because of her own grievances made Bian Su Wen's blood boil. She has a handle on me, Mu Nanzi added, her voice dropping as she saw Bian Su Wen preparing for war. What kind of handle? Shame colored Mu Nanzi's cheeks, but she leaned in and whispered the secret into Bian Su Wen's ear. This idea is truly insidious. Bian Su Wen's fists clenched so hard her knuckles turned white. This cannot be left alone. But Xiao Wanwan has that evidence, Mu Nanzi argued. She didn't want to swallow this loss, but the fear of exposure was a heavy shackle. Then we take back the chips. Once they are gone, she can't coerce you. Mu Nanzi looked lost, her mind still a fog of trauma. How? What do we do? To deal with a demon girl like her, you can't be righteous. We will treat her the exact same way. Normally, Bian Su-wen would never suggest such a scheme. But seeing the damage Xiao Wanwan had inflicted on Mu Nanzi, she didn't care about the rules of the righteous path anymore. She's a demon girl, Mu Nanzi countered. Does she even care about things like that? She acts wild and rambunctious, but it's a front. She's actually very conservative. I suspect she's still quite innocent. Bian Su-wen had dealt with Xiao Wanwan many times. She understood the girl's true nature better than most. Mu Nanzi looked startled. How is that possible? Trust me. The logic held. If they could trap Xiao Wanwan, they could force her to hand over the leverage she held over Mu Nanzi. But a new problem surfaced, and both women realized it at the same moment. They were both women. Neither had the biological means to execute that specific type of revenge. You'll have to make the decision, Mu Nanzi said. Bian Su-wen's brow furrowed. Finding a candidate for the plan was a massive hurdle. She didn't want to involve a criminal, or someone untrustworthy. But a truly honest man would never agree to such a scheme. She needed someone she could trust implicitly, someone whose reputation was tied to her own. A name suddenly flashed in her memory. Someone who would benefit from knocking Xiao Wanwan down a peg. Why give this opportunity to an outsider when she could keep it in the family? Do you have someone? Mu Nanzi asked, seeing the light return to her friend's eyes. Yes, Bian Su-wen nodded. Who? Is he reliable? Bian Su-wen hesitated for a heartbeat. It's my boyfriend. I trust him completely. You have a boyfriend? Mu Nanzi's eyes widened. I'm sorry for not telling you sooner, Bian Su-wen said, looking slightly embarrassed. No wonder you stayed in Qingling. The pieces clicked together for Mu Nanzi. Then, a look of surprise crossed her face. But, your own boyfriend? Aren't you jealous? Of course I am. But I hate Xiao Wanwan even more. Will he even agree? I'm not going to tell him the full story, Bian Su-wen said firmly. She wasn't stupid. If her other sisters found out, there would be chaos. If you don't tell him, how will it work? It's simple. I'll make him think Xiao Wanwan is me. If I cover his eyes, how would he know the difference? Mu Nanzi trembled. Blindfolding. The word brought back a rush of grief and anger. She gripped Bian Su-wen's arm. At that time, you must force Xiao Wanwan to tell us who the man she used against me was. Even if the man was a random victim, Mu Nanzi wasn't in a forgiving mood. No problem. He'll be yours to deal with. The next morning, Bian Su-wen insisted on taking Mu Nanzi out for breakfast. Mu Nanzi's discomfort had mostly faded, but her spirit was still fragile. She didn't want to see anyone, but Bian Su-wen knew that isolation would only make the shadow in her mind grow darker. They sat in a quiet corner. Bian Su-wen ordered a feast, and though Mu Nanzi had no appetite, she forced herself to eat a few bites of cake. Nanzi? A surprised voice came from nearby. Mu Nanzi kept her head down at first, then turned toward the sound. She saw a man wearing a baseball cap pulled low, obscuring most of his face. She didn't recognize him until he glanced around furtively, moved closer, and tipped the brim up for a split second. Master? Mu Nanzi gasped. Qin Fan quickly lowered the hat again, and slid into the seat next to them. Nanzi, what a coincidence to meet you here. Mu Nanzi's reaction was dull. She regretted every second she had spent in Qingling. If she had never come to this city, her world wouldn't have collapsed. You don't look well, Qin Fan noted, searching her face. What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm fine. Mu Nanzi forced a thin, hollow smile. She had no intention of sharing her shame with anyone but Bian Su-wen. Qin Fan didn't believe her for a second, but he knew better than to push. He decided to wait for her to finish her meal before trying to chat. As he sat there, his fingers began to move habitually, calculating the fortunes of his beautiful apprentice. He focused on her marriage prospects. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in confusion. Why is her red phoenix star moving? A good thing is coming? Chapter 498. Selfishness. The same hexagram had recently appeared for Tantai. At that time, Qin Fan felt a surge of joy, convinced that he was the one destined to fulfill the prophecy. But after the recent blows to his reputation, he had been forced into a cold recognition of reality. Now, seeing the same sign from Mu Nanzi, he felt a different kind of pressure. Qin Fan remained still, his shadow stretching across the table. He understood Mu Nanzi's temperament. She was quiet, indifferent to the world, and possessed an interest in nothing but the intricacies of feng shui. Relationships and the messy emotions between men and women were beneath her notice. When he taught her in the past, he felt nothing from her but the sterile respect an apprentice offers a master. How could her marriage have anything to do with him? Once he clarified this in his own mind, his first instinct was to intervene. He had to stop it. He couldn't let Mu Nanzi meet this fate. She was a talent, a prodigy of the craft with attainments so high that Qin Fan secretly doubted his own skills could compare to hers anymore. A woman like that should be devoted to the heavens and the earth, not disturbed by the trivialities of romance. It was for her own good. He stood on the pedestal of a concerned master, cloaking his thoughts in virtue to deceive even himself. Deep in his subconscious, the truth was simpler. He couldn't stand the idea of her belonging to someone else. If he were the man in the prophecy, he would have embraced the marriage without hesitation. Qin Fan was simply unwilling to admit his own selfishness. Nanzi, I have calculated your path, Qin Fan said, his voice dropping into a solemn, awe-inspiring tone that broke the silence. You face a great catastrophe in the near future. You must leave Qingling immediately. The hexagram indicated that her marriage would take place in this city. If he could force her to flee, the union would never happen. To save his pride, he told a lie. Mu Nanzi stopped chewing her pastry. She raised her head, looking at him with genuine astonishment. The word catastrophe struck a raw nerve, vibrating against the trauma of the previous night. Master, is this disaster something from the past, or is it yet to come? She asked. Qin Fan masked his surprise. Her wording was a giveaway. Something had already happened to her, something dark. No wonder her mood was so hollow. Naturally, it is something that has not yet occurred, Qin Fan replied. His physiognomy allowed him to infer the future from the signs of the present. Calculating the past was a reverse push, a task several times more difficult and often meaningless, since the past was set in stone. More importantly, his art was a form of peeking into the secrets of heaven. Such arrogance invited condemnation. Those with poor luck who dabbled in fortune-telling often died young and inexplicably. Even those with great luck had to be careful. His other apprentice, Tian Jitsi, was a man of excellent fortune, yet even he had developed strange, grimace-like sores after revealing too much of heaven's will during his studies. Qin Fan knew the risks. He rarely used these taboo methods, because they drained the very essence of a man's lifespan. Mu Nanzi's eyes turned solemn. Her experience yesterday was already a nightmare. Was there really another blow coming? She remembered every detail of her ordeal, the shame still fresh. She couldn't help but fear a repeat of that horror. Then, her gaze hardened. She was already broken. What was left to fear? She had to stay in Qingling to seek revenge against Xiao Wanwan. She couldn't just run away. Besides, prophecy was just a prediction. If she had the advantage of knowing, she could be careful. She could avoid the trap. A new wave of resentment toward Tian Jitsi washed over her. If her senior brother had been honest from the start, she would have been prepared. She wouldn't have been caught in such a nightmarish encounter. I have business here. I don't plan on leaving Qingling for the time being, Mu Nanzi said firmly. Thank you for the warning, master. I will be careful. She didn't bother to mention that Tian Jitsi had sent his regards. Nanzi, you don't understand. You absolutely must. Qin Fan reached out to persuade her, but a sharp voice from across the table cut him off. Qin Fan? The name hung in the air. Qin Fan froze. He tilted the brim of his hat up slightly and found himself looking into the face of an unfamiliar, beautiful woman. He had been so focused on Mu Nanzi that he hadn't truly looked at her companion. The woman's unparalleled beauty made his eyes light up for a fraction of a second before the light died behind a wall of shame. He quickly jerked his hat down, trying to hide his face. He didn't know her, but she clearly knew him. He was too late. It really is you. Bian Suwen's voice was cold, confirming the identity of the man before her. This was the man who had taught her eldest sister. The man who had called out Tantayeyu's name while indulging in his own filth. No, you have the wrong person, Qin Fan muttered. The lie was pathetic. How could I mistake a famous man like you? Bian Suwen asked, her tone dripping with irony. Qin Fan felt the heat of embarrassment crawling up his neck. He tried to act bold. We are strangers. There is no need for such mockery, is there? Tantayeyu is my eldest sister, Bian Suwen said flatly. Qin Fan gasped. The blood drained from his face as the mockery suddenly made perfect sense. His throat felt like it was stuffed with cotton, leaving him speechless. Bian Suwen sneered, leaning forward so he could feel the weight of her contempt. It's rare to find a master in this world who spends his time thinking about his own apprentice in such vivid ways. Chapter 499. The Tainted Talisman. Pretty lady, even a gentleman has his moments of weakness. I am infatuated with Yeyu. I simply couldn't help myself. It is only human nature. Qin Fan spoke with a practiced air of forced dignity, trying to polish his tarnished image with pretty words. Bian Suwen opened her mouth to sharpen her retort, but Mu Nanzi suddenly looked at her, eyes wide with realization. I didn't expect your eldest sister to be from the same lineage as me. The dialogue between her friend and her master had laid the truth bare. Mu Nanzi was no fool. She quickly extracted the hidden meaning from their tense exchange. Yeyu is also in Qingling. You two should spend more time together, Qin Fan said, eager to pivot away from his embarrassment. He shifted his focus back to his apprentice. Nanzi, you look pale. Your body seems weak. Let me check your pulse. Mu Nanzi trembled. The color drained from her face until she was as white as a sheet. Bian Suwen, knowing the dark history of the previous night, understood her friend's panic immediately. I am a doctor, Bian Suwen interjected, her voice firm. There is no need to bother you with her health. Qin Fan shot her a curious, skeptical look. And who might you be to claim such expertise? The current head of the Medicine Immortal Valley, Bian Suwen, she replied coolly. Qin Fan had lived in the deep mountains for a decade. He knew little of the modern power players in the secular world, and the name meant nothing to him. He was tempted to admit he had never heard of her, but he caught himself. He hoped to become this woman's brother-in-law one day. Offending her was not an option. Ah, the Medicine Immortal Valley. I have long admired the name, he lied smoothly. He turned his attention back to Mu Nanzi. Since you have a physician at your side, I won't interfere. However, your doom is approaching. As your master, I cannot simply sit back and watch. I told you, I am not leaving Qingling yet, Mu Nanzi interrupted, her voice tight. If your mind is made up, I won't force you. Just wait here. I will go and craft a peace talisman for you. If you wear it, you will be shielded from the coming disaster. Qin Fan spoke with a stern, fatherly authority. Mu Nanzi felt a flicker of touched emotion. Thank you, master. She assumed his intentions were pure and saw no reason to refuse a gift of protection. Wait for me. I'll be back shortly. Qin Fan nodded with a thin smile. He lowered the brim of his hat, scanned the room to ensure no one was watching him, and hurried away. He returned a short while later holding a small talisman wrapped in red cloth, tied with a matching crimson string. This talisman invites good fortune and repels evil. Wear it close to your skin, and you need not fear the fulfillment of your doom. Mu Nanzi accepted the charm solemnly, nodding her gratitude. A trace of secret joy danced in Qin Fan's eyes. The cloth had been steeped in a colorless, odorless sedative of his own making. Within a few hours of wearing it, Mu Nanzi would be overcome by a heavy, unnatural drowsiness that would last for 2 or 3 days. Since she was already exhausted, she wouldn't suspect a thing. She would simply stay in her room and sleep, missing the window of time for her predicted marriage. His goal would be achieved. He had even considered the doctor. The medicine was a unique technique of his lineage. No matter how advanced Bian Suwen's medical skills were, there was no scent or physical sign for her to detect. I'll be going then, Qin Fan said, anxious to leave before his nerves betrayed him. Safe travels, master, Mu Nanzi said. Qin Fan smiled and turned to go. He took a single step before pausing, looking back at Bian Suwen. That matter with your sister. It really was a misunderstanding. I would appreciate it if you could explain things to her for me. If you want to explain, why don't you do it in person? Bian Suwen sneered. Qin Fan's expression froze. If Tanta Yeye were willing to see him, he wouldn't be begging a stranger for help. He had called her repeatedly after the incident, but she never picked up. Your sister refuses to see me. Please, just convey my words, he pleaded. Fine, no problem. Bian Suwen agreed so readily it was obvious she was being perfunctory. Qin Fan saw through her but chose not to escalate the argument. Thank you very much. He turned and walked away, heading toward his mansion. On the walk back, he obsessed over the apology. Bian Suwen was a woman. She couldn't possibly understand the urges of a man. If he spoke to a man, someone who shared his nature, they would understand his predicament. He thought of a potential ally and felt his spirits lift. He pulled out his phone and dialed. Back in the hotel room, Bian Suwen helped Mu Nanzi change her bandages. Her heart ached for her friend. She didn't know which coward had done this, but she wanted to find them and make them suffer. As she worked, Mu Nanzi picked up the red talisman, preparing to hang it around her neck. Do you really trust that man? Bian Suwen asked suddenly. She stared at the charm with blatant skepticism. Master is a master of physiognomy. These things usually work. Besides, he has no reason to hurt me, does he? Mu Nanzi's voice wavered, unsure. Who knows what goes on in that head of theirs? But it's your choice. Bian Suwen's opinion of Qin Fan was in the gutter because of her sister's experience. Mu Nanzi's hand froze. The doctor's words were a cold splash of water. Usually, Mu Nanzi didn't look for malice in those close to her, but Tian Jitsi had betrayed her only yesterday. With that wound still bleeding, could she really trust another master? She had trusted Tian Jitsi more than Qin Fan, and even he had led her into a trap. Mu Nanzi pulled the string from her neck and tossed the peace talisman into the trash can. She looked at Bian Suwen, her eyes sharpening. How is the search going? Xiao Wanwan is still in the city. She hasn't left yet, and I don't think she will for a while. Bian Suwen finished the bandage and sat back. I've contacted an intelligence network I trust. They are scouring Qingling for her tracks as we speak. It won't be long before we find her. Bian Suwen's years of healing had earned her many powerful favors, including connections with high-level informants in the hidden world. She had reached out to them the previous night, while Mu Nanzi slept. The agency had already accepted the contract. Mu Nanzi listened to the report, her eyes narrowing into cold slits. She nodded slowly. The hunt was on. Chapter 500. Help. Don't worry, Xiao Wanwan can't escape. Bian Suwen's voice was thick with relief. The fear that once gripped her regarding the poison sect's ancestors had vanished. Since her eldest sister, Tanta Yeye, arrived in the city, that shadow had lifted. No matter how powerful the poison sect's elders claimed to be, they were no match for Yeye. If an ancestor dared to intervene, Yeye would simply send them to the west. Before, you asked why I stayed in Qingling, and I didn't tell you the truth. I'm truly sorry. Do you want me to bring my boyfriend over? You can see him for yourself. Then you won't be able to say I'm keeping secrets from my sisters. Mu Nanzi looked gloomy, her eyes fixed on nothing. Bian Suwen nudged her with conversation, desperate to divert her mind from the nightmare of the previous day. No hurry, Mu Nanzi said, shaking her head. We can talk about it later when there is a chance. Under normal circumstances, Mu Nanzi would have been curious. She would have wanted to see the man who managed to capture the heart of the brilliant little doctor. But today, the world felt grey and heavy. Curiosity was a luxury she couldn't afford. All right then, Bian Suwen didn't push. She scanned her mind for a new topic. There are many scenic spots in Qingling. The Muwang Pavilion by the river was once known as the finest building in the world. It has over 1,000 years of history. It would be a pity to leave without seeing it. I don't want to go anywhere. Well, I haven't seen it either. Let's go together, please? Just come with me so I don't have to go alone. Bian Suwen put on a pitiful expression. She didn't care about the architecture or the history. She just couldn't let Mu Nanzi sit in this room alone, trapped with her own thoughts. Mu Nanzi saw right through the act. With a reluctant sigh, she finally nodded. Okay. Locking herself away would only let the darkness fester. Perhaps the river air would help adjust her mentality. Hey, who is this? Wang Haoran had just stepped into the classroom when his phone buzzed with an unfamiliar number. Haoran, it's me. The voice was unmistakable. Qin Fan? Wang Haoran asked, surprised. How did you get my number? I asked my apprentice, Qin Fan explained with a light, eager laugh. Wang Haoran knew he meant Ma Hongsheng. While Ma didn't have the number, his mother, Zhenli, certainly did. Haoran, I need you to do me a favor. Where are you? Qin Fan's tone was bright, almost unnervingly cheerful. Wang Haoran could practically see the man's desperate, smiling face through the line. It was obvious Qin Fan wanted something. Wang Haoran played the part of the busy student. I'm about to start class. I'm afraid I won't have time. It doesn't matter, I can come to you. Fine. I'll send you an address. Wang Haoran kept the surface of their friendship polished, even if it was hollow. He had no intention of actually helping, but he could certainly play along. He hung up and sent a location pin. A moment later, the phone rang again. Wang Haoran stared at the screen and hit decline. Haoran, why didn't you answer? A message popped up instantly. How can you be so stupid? You don't just answer the phone in the middle of a lecture, Wang Haoran thought. He typed back a quick reply, in class. Inconvenient to talk. Can you skip? I'm in a hurry to speak with you. Wang Haoran glanced at the podium where Liu Yue was beginning her lecture. No. The professor is fierce. If I skip, I'll be called to the office for tea. Then come out after class. I'll wait at the school gate. Okay, Wang Haoran sent, then tucked the phone away. When the bell finally rang, Qin Fan's message arrived like clockwork. Come on. The gate. Is there anyone who didn't understand the lecture? Liu Yue asked the room, her eyes scanning the students. Silence met her question. Her gaze settled on Wang Haoran. He knew the routine. He raised his hand. Professor Liu, I have a question I don't quite understand. I explained it so clearly and you still don't get it? Truly stupid. Come with me. Liu Yue's voice was stern, a perfect mask. The other students lowered their heads, grateful they weren't the ones being singled out. Liu Yue turned and marched toward the office, her long legs moving rhythmically in black stockings. Wang Haoran followed with a perfectly rehearsed look of dejection. Once in the hallway, he sent a text to the man waiting at the gate. Oops. I was caught messaging in class. The professor is taking me to the office to talk. I'll contact you later. At the school gate, Qin Fan stood with his neck craned, searching the crowd. When the message arrived, his shoulders slumped in frustration. He had no choice but to wait. Hours passed. It was nearly noon when Wang Haoran finally appeared. Haoran, you're finally here. Qin Fan hurried forward, adjusting his peaked cap. The professor caught you? What was the punishment? I broke a pair of stockings, but I can't exactly tell you that, Wang Haoran thought. He let out a heavy, melancholy sigh. I lost a few credits. I have to clean the classroom for a week. That's so serious. Qin Fan looked genuinely pained. I'm so sorry, Haoran. This is all my fault. You didn't mean it. Forget it. It was my own fault for getting caught. Wang Haoran waved it off with a practiced, magnanimous air. Qin Fan's admiration for his future brother-in-law grew. He leaned in, getting to the point. I made your sister unhappy. Can you help me beg for her mercy? What happened? Wang Haoran asked, playing the fool. Qin Fan coughed, looking embarrassed. You know, you saw the video. Did you forget? How could I forget? I'm the one who orchestrated it, Wang Haoran thought. He let out a long o of realization. I'm so sorry. If I hadn't been watching that video when she walked in, none of this would have happened. It's my fault. No, I don't blame you. The whole internet is talking about it. She would have found out sooner or later. Qin Fan sighed, the weight of the world on his shoulders. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update tomorrow. See you then.